Holzman's on.
Paul, can you get a copy of that?
Say what?
That's good.
Can I get a confirmation that someone heard that Commissioner Holzman has joined?
This is Paul Graham, Judge Graham, and I confirm that. Yes, sorry.
Oh, thank you so much.
Staff may have problems. Somebody grab a laptop, please. Right on. Both. You couldn't answer.
Cool.
Right, we did. The intention for people in the room to have our audio picked up on their individual devices through the room itself. I know that I've had problems with my laptop picking up audio that has a bad speaker, so I usually use my phone, so I'm not sure if that works. I'm sure I picked up multiple audio inputs from this. It strikes me that, I don't know, it seems like we just have one audio input in this room. That would cut down all the feedback. That's where the link is. You know, I have.
He's gonna present, well, I think.
Do we have a court reporter in attendance?
If we do, it will be on.
Paul, this is Kayla. I just spoke to the court reporter. She was having some difficulty logging on. Hopefully she should be on in the next couple minutes.
Okay, so Kayla, you can actually hear me now? Obviously
can.
you can. Okay, well, I'm going to wait for a high sign from you, okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right, you let me know when she's on and,
Sounds good.
yeah. And then we'll get started, I guess. So you're going to stay here?
Yeah.
You are not permitted to leave.
They'll hear you fine.
Okay. The other thing is people are talking to me on that.
I just turned it on.
Necessarily for public consumption.
Kayla, can I get another test audio?
Kayla.
Hello.
Is that better?
Yeah, but, you know, I kind of want, she doesn't need to be talking to the whole group either. I guess I get what I can
Use a
take.
different medium maybe to communicate with Kayla, like Teams or email?
Yeah. Because the problem is this is our input and output, so the whole room needs to be able to hear this.
Correct.
Right, so if the whole room needs to hear it, then maybe I shouldn't be talking to Kayla.
Yeah, use a different medium
About
like
which
Teams or
lawyers I don't
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
which lawyers are making me mad and so
Yeah,
forth.
and that thing will need to do on
Teams, email.
yeah, it'll need
Well,
to
I've
be
got
an email
Teams
then.
up here, is she on Teams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look and see what,
Do I have my physical
Paul,
mute
this is
button?
Shelley. Can you hear me?
yes, Shelley, I can.
Can you mute yourself while you're having background conversations before we go on?
Yes. Hold,
Thank
please.
you.
We're working on that, Shelley. That's what I meant.
Is this
It
one?
looks like a microphone, it's about a speaker.
Oh my God, it might.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was having a lot of trouble logging in for some reason. I apologize.
That's quite all right. We were having a little bit of technical difficulty, so you are right on time.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm the reporter that couldn't come. As you can tell, I got a bad cold and I couldn't come this morning. So I didn't want to get anybody sick.
Well, we definitely appreciate you still being a trooper and logging on remotely.
Right. I was like, I do not want to get anybody sick. Okay, let me get my machine on here.
Okay. Judge Paul Graham will probably unmute here shortly and he will get things started. So if you just want to mute yourself until then,
Okay,
that'll
and
work.
I have just like a minor question.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and mute and things like that, but when he comes on, when people,
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you got muted. Give me just one moment. Or maybe your audio went out. Uh-oh.
Now we're live.
Okay, people can hear me. Okay. All right, can the court reporter hear me okay? Hey, Jackie, I think I'm muted.
Paul, no, I can hear you, Paul. I think the court reporter might be having some connection issues because we could hear her a moment ago and now I can't hear her.
Okay, so we're not ready to go. Let me know, Kayla.
Okay, will do. Joanne, we are able to see you now, but we can't hear you.
I am on my job. I'm very sick. I couldn't go this morning. I'm doing.
Joanne, we can hear you now.
Okay. Trina had said something, y'all couldn't hear me, so.
Yes, we are able to hear you now, and you were in the middle of asking a question, I think, right before you went away.
I know, I just said whenever the judge comes on, before somebody speaks, will they, state their name and spell their name and things like that, so I have it.
Yes, that should not be a problem. That's usually a standard we kind of do with our remote hearings.
Okay, and if you have any exhibits or anything, I would love to have it unless it's just a voluminous record, but anything that would help.
Okay. Yes, Judge Paul Graham, I heard you.
Okay, and I heard what the court reporter asked, and I will endeavor to do all those things, but do not hesitate, and I'm sure you will not, to flag me and interrupt me if I leave you hanging out there where you need something, okay?
Judge Graham,
Yes, John.
Again, I ask again, for us out here, how would you like us to be picked up on the audio? Will we just picked up on your phone, or can the court reporter hear us from where I'm sitting right now?
Jackie?
Joanne, can you hear us in the room?
I can now, but it was just like Judge just was talking and then just it went to nothing.
Yeah, that's because that was an experiment and it failed. We were trying to see if you could hear another lawyer in the room.
If I use the microphone, can you hear me now?
Can you hear Mr. Kleiser? Speak up, Mr. Kleiser. Say your name, would you?
John Kleiser?
Can you hear him?
I can hear him, but he sounds kind of far away. Can he get a little closer?
Oh, he is far away.
Oh, okay.
Right. So.
Try and connect my audio directly.
John, speak. Yeah, we have a real feedback problem. It's a real balancing act. John, state your name.
John Kleiser?
Can you hear him?
I can hear him, but he sounds far away, I guess because he is far away, but I'll do my best, and if I need to interrupt him, I will.
We can connect the audio directly to if that produces feedback. If you don't mind.
Oh, you go ahead. Yeah. Thank you for your patience, all.
So am I picked up better now? That's gonna happen.
That's exactly the problem we contending with.
So move the speakerphone back up on the ledge, and that should.
Yeah, I can stand up. If there's one person that can solve it just by standing up, it's gonna be the judge. All right. John, you want to say something for the benefit of, what's the court reporter's name? Joanne. John.
Richardson.
I'll just keep saying my name and see how that works.
John, can you hear him?
John Kleiser.
I can
How's
hear
that,
him.
John?
I can hear him, but he sounds kind of far away. But I can hear him. And if I have to interrupt him, if I didn't get something, just make sure he speaks slowly and clearly, and I'll do my best.
We may break our usual rules and have people approach the bench.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of witnesses essentially.
Well, I don't know about whether we're having a bunch of witnesses. I think we're ready to proceed. Jackie, that actually is a question for you in the court report.
I'm ready when you're ready.
All right. Okay, I've got 9:20, and we are on the record. Good morning. It's October 12th, 2021. Commission has set this time for an evidentiary hearing in the matter of the application of Evergy Metro, Inc., DBA, Evergy Missouri Metro, for approval of a transportation electrification portfolio.
This is the court reporter. Excuse me, I totally lost you, Judge Graham. I didn't hear anything you said, and then it was just like right in the middle of something, I heard you.
I heard your point. Let's see what's going on. Well,
Judge, this is Chairman Sylvie. I was able to hear everything you said. I think it might be her internet connection.
thank you, Chairman.
My internet? I have
I
full
heard
bar.
you. Well, let's try it again and see what happens next, as they say.
Okay,
The file number for the record is ET 2021-0151. That case has been previously consolidated by order of April 15th, 2021 with ET 2021-0269. I'm Paul Graham. I'm the regulatory law judge presiding over this matter. Let's make our entry. Yes,
Judge,
Commissioner.
sorry, the court reporter looks like she's lost her audio again.
I'm recording the hearing, and I can send it to her directly if need be. Yeah, she's completely lost connection.
Okay, let's go off the record for a minute. Yeah. Did I just get some feedback there? Yeah, got feedback now.
and my internet is full bar, and I even have LTE on with my iPad. I think I'm okay.
The judge just stepped out. Yeah, I wonder if we'll have to just use one computer.
Only way to do this is one audio input up there, audio from this room into that audio input somehow. I don't know exactly that last part. Trying to fix it, so, but.
Or we get all separated in different rooms.
That's the joke. I mean, we've done remote hearings. I did one of the first remote ones that went off of COVID, and that works. You can't quit that.
We can go to our office. You guys can go to your office.
Honestly, it would be much more comfortable. It would be easier for us, and we can make the fishbowl available for you guys.
We can go to our office.
And I'll sit you down. Just not that wall.
Let's suggest that.
Yeah, that's better than this, for sure.
Because this is never gonna work.
I think that makes sense.
I don't have an echo. We go talk to him.
Yeah.
You see him?
He's in the home.
Go ahead. Nicole, what happens when somebody gets sick? Do they have to quarantine or? Wow.
If you can move that so it doesn't.
Yeah, really. They've got it down as far as they can.
Yeah, sure. People are considered close contacts, out of safety, they just ask that they quarantine.
Our FAC case, he says, did you see that?
I guess that's good.
Kick it to the
Hey,
other case.
can you guys hear me? This is Sherilyn. I want to let everyone know that it's apparently streaming what you're saying, so just don't say anything you wouldn't want to be streamed.
I'm muted.
See, that's pick.
I wasn't aware that kids still had offices, just the. Across from the courthouse, is my neighbor.
We're having more fun than we can stand, as my mother used to say.
Happy Steak Monday, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna proceed. Our court reporter is not with us. How or why, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe a internet problem that's local to her situation. So we're going to record it here and transcribe it later from this recording. Are there any questions at that point? Now, I'm not asking at this point for objections. If there are objections, you can register those objections at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. I'm really just giving you this for informational purposes. That's what we're going to try to do here. But with that in mind, whether or not we end up with a clear record here is going to depend to some extent upon you. If you think individually that what you're getting through WebEx is garbled or unclear, do not hesitate to call me out, to call me down. John.
I believe that the parties have devised a potential solution to at least some of the feedback and audio problems.
So I understand. Go ahead and say what it is so everybody knows.
And correct me, anybody else, if they have, they understand this, but I believe that the idea is that the parties will each separate to their own individual offices and use their own audio in each office.
Okay.
And then all audio will then be through the WebEx application, and there won't be the multiple audio inputs in the same room, which is what's creating the feedback.
Well, if you all are in agreement on that, what should we do? Recess, how long will it take for you to get where you're going? Jackie here has indicated that we can actually open up another hearing room if some of you can do that by retire. I'm not sure what good it does to retire to another room, but there is that option.
We have 3 or 5 open, if anybody wants to go over there, so we can avoid.
The OPC will retire to its conference room. I believe staff will probably come. Yeah, and you would probably limit factor how long.
Usually by 10.
It's just 9:30. It was 10 okay? If it's 10:15 you want, say it. 10's fine. Why don't, we'll go back. I guess I said we're on the record, but we don't, a record's not being made. So, This
Judge,
is a very difference of yes, Commissioner?
Judge, this is Chairman Sylvie. Can we maybe take a recess until we get this a little more
Yeah.
figured out?
That's just about exactly what I was going to say next, Chairman.
All right,
Thank you. We're taking a recess. We're off the record. I think we just discovered we weren't on it, but
This is Lisa, the court reporter. Is the judge available?
Lisa, I'm not sure if he's logged back on yet or not,
Okay.
but,
Can
oh, go
you
ahead.
help- Okay, so it's easier for court reporters to know who's in the room before they speak, because I identify my speakers that way. Since I don't have any information, I was wondering if somebody could help me.
Absolutely.
This is
Um,
Judge,
There
they
he is.
cannot hear me. This is Judge Graham. Can you hear me?
We hear you,
Yes.
Judge.
Thank you.
What?
How do I mute this? Okay, you all can hear me?
Yes.
All right.
How come that is coming back?
I'm sorry, what's the question, please?
Understand.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, did someone ask me a question?
I believe the court reporter asked a question, but I didn't catch it either.
Are you guys hearing that huge delay, like 40 seconds?
I
Oh,
am
no.
not.
She's not hearing us. Can the court reporter hear me?
Yes, this is the court reporter.
I'm going to try this again. Now, can the court reporter hear me?
Paul, I think she can hear you, but she's got a long delay, so she's not responding as quickly because it's not getting to her that fast. If I understood
Yeah, I'm
what she
afraid
said.
I'm afraid it's a 10-second delay.
Yes, that's.
I'm not stretching it either. It's a 10-second delay.
I agree.
Yes.
Actually, closer to 25 seconds.
Yes.
No, this is done now. We can't do this.
See, everything is coming back in echo after we speak.
Okay, we're going to
I
my
can do
office.
that. Okay, I'm gonna log out, try to go in through the link.
Yep, I'm going to my office for this hearing.
Kayla, I'm gonna make you the host while I log off and log back on.
Okay, thank you.
I think we won't be using the hearing room anymore.
Okay. Who is here for staff?
Staff, can you hear me? David, can you hear me?
Jim Fisher, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Kleiser from OPC.
Thank you.
Jim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, David.
Thank you.
No, I can't get him to pair. Sure, it's right there.
Staff, can you hear me?
Can't get it to like find me.
Okay, I've got an echo. I cannot work like that. Everything is repeating.
Jim Fisher, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Kleiser from OPC.
I just noticed the delay as well. Hopefully, Judge Graham is headed back to his office. Hopefully we can figure out what's going on with this delay.
Seriously, is it that delay?
Okay, I've got an echo. I cannot like that.
Until COVID is over, everything must be settled.
Noticed the delay as well. Hopefully, Judge Graham is headed back.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why it's not connecting to mine.
How come we are not live? I did it live last month. It was great.
It's on.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. This is Nicole Mears with staff. I'm having a little trouble with the WebEx, so I dialed in while I'm trying to get that straightened out.
Let me see if I can get any information. Who is here for staff?
Sorry, I'm back again. I got kicked. Nicole Mears again with staff.
This is Judge Graham. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Judge, we can hear you.
Wondering how
Go
many
ahead, Jim.
people we have on. So just hang on. I was just experimenting with mine. I guess maybe the thing to do is call the roll and then we'll know. We abandoned the hearing because of the technical problems, so I'm unpacking my gear here. Why don't we go ahead and make an informal roll call on the lawyers? And if we've got everyone here, maybe we can finally proceed. I don't, however, know. I guess I better determine whether I have a court reporter, though. Is there a court reporter on the line?
Judge, I'm the court reporter, but it is repeating everything, and I cannot work like this.
Okay. No, none of us can. Well, this is, all right. I do not hear the echo, but if you hear the echo, that's all that matters. At least for that.
I can't even hear you because while you're speaking now, the old stuff is coming out. I gotta.
All right, I'm going to hang up.
Thank you all for your patience as we try to figure this out.
Hey, Jackie, are you on? This is Kleiser from OPC.
Yes, John, what's up?
Is anybody else hearing the echo? Or
No, I'm not
feedback
hearing
loop?
it. I'm not hearing it at all.
If it's just a court reporter, then it means that she's connected twice, either called in and video, or somehow she's got two different audio inputs. She needs to mute one of them.
Yeah, it looks like she logged off. Kayla, I know Kayla has been in contact with them. We're trying to sort it out.
Okay, this is a court reporter. I'm trying to see if it does the echo when the judge is not on.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
There's still a huge delay.
Hey, Dave Woodsmall, maybe you could test talking because you're on video and the court reporter could see if you're saying words at the same time your mouth is moving.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
So Dave, we hear
Dave,
you.
I can hear you.
Reporter has the huge delay. I think something's up on her end.
Lisa, can you hear me?
I can hear everybody. The problem is
Okay.
I hear it twice.
Okay, are you connected with two different sources? Are you on the computer and on your phone?
No, only the computer, and I did it like 3 times last week.
Okay.
When in doubt, I'm always a fan of the reboot. Maybe she should log off and try to log back on and hope. Technology is wonderful.
I did log off and log on 3 times.
This one?
Switch on right now.
Yeah.
You must still be open, because I can hear Kim.
I'm open. Oh, no, I'm muted, but.
But I can't hear.
It's not weird.
Yeah, I muted us now.
I can hear you just.
For the court reporter, what is your audio input in the WebEx?
computer.
You're unmuted.
May I suggest that maybe if the court reporter wanted to log off of her computer and join by phone, and then it would just be up to all of us to be sure to state who we are, or alternatively, she could stay on her computer so that she could see the little blue box to tell her who's speaking, but just turn the volume down on her computer and just receive the audio through her phone.
Or you can use if you click on the little down arrow by the mute button to see your audio connection, you can switch in WebEx from the computer audio to call in.
It looks like she's
And
logged
it'll-
off. I'm sorry.
She may be trying to log back in with her phone as Mr. I think it was Kleiser suggested. I can't tell who's speaking.
This is Lisa, the court reporter. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, Lisa.
All right, this is not an ideal situation. Let's see if we hear.
Lisa, can you hear Jim Fisher?
Yes.
Great. It seems like that delay has possibly gone away. Are you getting a lot of feedback like you were before, or a lot of repetitive words?
No, but yeah, I'll give it a few more seconds. Okay. I think it's. This is Lisa, the court reporter. Can anyone hear me? Oh my God.
Lisa, if you turn the volume down on your computer, would that help if you're called in on your phone and talking to us that way with your audio, and then you turn the volume all the way down on your computer? That delay, hopefully you wouldn't be hearing it.
So every time I speak, do I have to hit *6?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I think, well, when you unmute on the phone, I think you do hit *6. So, Jackie, do you know the answer to that?
Yes, if you're called in on the phone, only if you're muted from WebEx. If you're muted on your phone, you just hit the unmute button. So I haven't muted you on WebEx or anything, so you should be okay. Now she's muted in WebEx, so you might have to do *6.
Okay, so is this right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I want you guys to be able to get started. I don't know what happened to the other court reporter, but can I get the parties who are here?
Jim Fisher and Roger Steiner are here from the company.
Okay, and I don't even know the case or the company. Is that Evergy?
Yes, that's Evergy.
Okay.
Dave Woodsmall here on behalf of MECG.
MECG. Woodsmall. Anybody else?
John Kleiser and Lindsay Van Gerpen for OPC.
What's Lindsay's last name?
Van Gerpen, speak up.
It's Van Gerpen, VANGERPEN.
Okay, and staff?
Yes, Nicole Mers for staff, and that's MERS.
Any other parties, interveners, anything like that?
Please,
Tim
this is
Opitz.
Joe. Go ahead, Tim.
I was going to
Tim
say
Opitz
Tim
with who?
Opitz with Renew Missouri.
Renew Missouri.
This is
All right,
Joe
we keep
also
going.
for Sierra Club and Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm joined by Sarah Rubenstein.
Jim, what's your last name?
First name is Joe, and my last name is Halso, Halso.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Scott Dunbar of the law firm Keys and Fox, and I am here on behalf of ChargePoint. My last name is spelled DUNBAR.
Okay, any other interveners?
Diana Carter for the Empire District Electric Company. Diana, DIANA, Carter, CARTER.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna put these names in here. I'm sure you guys are gonna have to do that for the record again, but it really helps if we could just, if I identify the speakers properly. Are there any commissioners here today?
Commissioner Kochmeyer's here.
Thank you.
KOLKMEYER, Glenn, 1 N.
All right, this is Judge Graham. Do we have a court reporter?
Yes, Judge, I'm entering everybody's name right quick.
Okay.
I think
Well, we can do that.
I think we've got the audio. Okay, I'm through my phone, but I do have visual on the video. All right.
Let me take a roll on the attorneys before I go on the record. Let's just start out, and I'm just going to down my list. Is the Office of Public Counsel present? John, are you present?
John Kleiser is present, as is Lindsay Van Gerpen. Thank you, Judge.
We have someone here for ChargePoint.
Yes, good morning. Scott Dunbar is here on behalf of ChargePoint.
Thank you. Do we have someone here for Evergy, Missouri Metro and Evergy, Missouri West?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Jim Fisher and Roger Steiner.
All right. And I think that Liberty has been excused from attendance. Do we have someone here from Midwest Energy Consumers Group?
Good morning, Your Honor. Dave Woodsmall for MECG.
Good morning. Do we have someone here from Natural Resources Defense Council?
Good morning, Your Honor. Joe also here for Natural Resources Defense Council and Sierra Club, and I'm joined by Sarah Rubenstein.
Good morning. Do we have someone here for Renew Missouri?
Good morning, Judge. Tim Opitz on behalf of Renew Missouri.
All right. And the last two, I've been excused. Is there anyone name I did not call?
I don't believe you asked for staff. Nicole Mers is on staff.
Did I skip staff?
I may have not heard it.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we have staff here. Anyone else that I call? All right, bear with me now for a second. I'm going to let the commissioners know by email that we are starting the hearing. So this will take me just a second.
Madam Court Reporter, this is Chairman Sylvia. I'm here.
Thank you, Chairman. And we've got everybody here. I was just to let you all know we are beginning. So we're going to go on to the record. And I've done a roll call on the attorneys, but I guess that we had better go ahead and have them make their appearance now as a matter of record. We can go through that rather quickly. Will staff please enter their appearance as of the record, please?
Yes, appearing on behalf of staff, Nicole Mers. My address is 200 Madison Street, P.O. Box 360, Jefferson City, Missouri, 65102.
All right, and ChargePoint, would you like to enter your appearance again now as a matter of record?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Scott Dunbar, last name spelled D-U-N-B-A-R, of the law firm Keys and Fox, LLP, and I am here on behalf of ChargePoint.
Thank you. Evergy, Missouri Metro and Evergy, Missouri West.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Let the record reflect the appearance of James Fisher and Roger Steiner on behalf of the applicant companies. Our contact information is on the application and other pleadings in the case.
Okay. Midwest Energy Consumers Group.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Woodsmall on behalf of MECG.
Natural Resources Defense Council.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Joe Hulso on behalf of Natural Resources Defense Council and the Sierra Club. I'm joined this morning by co-counsel Sarah Rubenstein from the Great Rivers Environmental Law Center. Thank you.
Renew Missouri.
Good morning, Tim Opitz on behalf of Renew Missouri.
Okay, good morning. As I said, today is October 12th, 2021.
It's John Kleiser with OPC.
Did I not get you, John?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Judge Commissioner Roops here as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay.
To expedite process, John Kleiser and Lindsay Van Gerpen on behalf of Office of Public Counsel. Thank you.
Okay. This is in the matter of the application of Evergy Metro, Inc., doing business as Evergy Missouri Metro, for the approval of a transportation electrification portfolio. This file number is ET 2021-0151. Commission has set this day and tomorrow for an evidentiary hearing in this matter. We've run through the entries of appearance. We had some issues come up yesterday as a matter of preliminary matters, and so my first inquiry before we get going is whether we are going to be taking witnesses out of order. The order of witnesses was set down in a procedural schedule earlier in these proceedings, I think back in March or May. Are we going to be taking any witnesses out of order on account of events that came up yesterday? And I'm addressing that to everyone and specifically the staff.
Nicole Mers on behalf of staff, and at this moment, I do not believe we will need to take any witnesses out of order.
Okay. A second matter that I wanted to bring up with you shouldn't take but a minute, but I want to verify. The commission in its procedural order did set out the exhibit numbers for exhibits, and particularly pre-filed exhibits. I reviewed the file and found some that had not been numbered. So I would like to ask, I'm showing that Evergy has exhibits 1 through 7 inclusive that have been pre-filed. Does Evergy have anything to say about that?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, I've looked at staff's exhibit list, and at this point I have what are 100, numbered 100 and 101.
Yes, this is Nicole Mers, and that's correct.
Okay. I have OPC's exhibit list, and I have exhibits number 200 and 201.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And then I received some exhibits or an exhibit from Sierra Club and NRDC, and I put on, or there may have been a number on there, of number 700.
That's correct, Judge.
One exhibit. Okay.
Just one exhibit
And
for
finally,
both parties, yes.
Yes, I understand that that's being offered for both Sierra Club and, or that's been pre-filed for those two parties. Charge Point, I have exhibits, not what I think I put on there as 900 and 901. Anything from Charge Point?
Apologies for talking over you. That sounds correct, and we have nothing additional to those two sets of testimony.
Okay. Now I've gone through the list of pre-filed exhibits there. If I've missed something that someone believes has been pre-filed and that we need to mention as a preliminary matter, you might want to bring that up right now. Okay, are there any other preliminary matters that need to be addressed at this time? Okay, let me briefly go over the exhibit, or I'm sorry, over the witness list. This is the order of witnesses that I see pursuant to the procedural order. Evergy's witnesses are Chuck Casely, and pardon me if I say names wrong, Stacy Noblet, Nick Voris, Kimberly Winslow, Tim Nelson, Brad Lutz, and Darren Ives. And those are the witnesses that have been listed for Evergy, and that is the order that I have for those witnesses. Are we all on the same page with respect to Evergy's witnesses?
That's correct, Judge.
I have one, thank you. I have one witness listed for Charge Point, Justin D. Wilson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I have one witness for the Sierra Club and NRDC together, and that is Max Baum-Hefner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. And then I have for staff the following witnesses: Sarah L.K. Lang, Clara Eubanks, Kimberly K. Bowen, Jay Lubert, and Robin Cleathermos. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then finally, for OPC, I have Jeff Mark. Is it Markey or Mark?
It's Mark. That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. Now I've gone through the whole list of witnesses. So if I've left one out, please speak up. All right. I think then that we are ready for opening statements. And you all pre-filed a list and an order of opening statements. I guess I want to find out who actually intends to give one before we take off and really get the hearing started. The order that I have now, minus the folks that have been excused, are Evergy, ChargePoint, Renew Missouri, NDRC and Sierra Club, MECG, staff, and OPC. Those are the folks that I have down, or the parties now listed, Andy, in their order to give opening statements. Are we okay and in agreement on that?
Your Honor, this is Dave Woodsmall for MECG. I won't be providing an opening statement today.
Okay, I'll take that off. Okay, I believe that we are ready to proceed with opening statements, and the first opening statement that we will hear is from Evergy, and we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Let me see if I can get my presentation to be shared. Can everyone see my opening slide?
I can.
OPC confirms.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Well, may it please the commission then, as I've mentioned, Roger Steiner and I will be representing Evergy Metro and Evergy Missouri West in this case. In 2015, Evergy began construction of its Clean Charge network, which consisted of about 1,000 electric vehicle charging stations. It became one of the first utilities to lead the way for a transformation of the transportation sector in the United States. In its report and order in KCPL's 2015 rate case, the commission stated, KCPL's proposed Clean Charge network is an important step in creating an infrastructure to serve the increasing number of customers who choose to purchase electric vehicles. And the commission commends KCPL for its efforts to anticipate this future demand and for its commitment to environmental sustainability. That's a quote from page 77 of the commission's report and order in file number ER 2014-0370. Since Evergy's launch of the Clean Charge Network program, many other public utilities have entered the field to promote and support the electrification of the automotive industry in their various service territories. Evergy's Transportation Electrification Portfolio Filing Report, which was filed with the application in February and then updated on May the 7th, discusses the changes that are going on across the United States as the transportation industry moves toward a much cleaner and a more efficient form of transportation. The report also contains the details of Evergy's proposed next step to promote and support the electrification of the transportation sector of the economy and the service areas of both companies. Transportation electrification refers to the transition from the automotive vehicles primarily powered by internal combustion engines to vehicles powered partially or fully by electricity. Like many utilities across the country, transportation electrification presents an opportunity for Evergy to serve its customers, better manage the grid, and maximize the benefits of electrification for all stakeholders. Transportation electrification presents a wide range of benefits, including lower costs, greater grid utilization and flexibility, reduced emissions, and a variety of local economic benefits. The Commission has previously cited several of these key benefits in the February 2019 order in Ameren, Missouri's Charge Ahead case, which was ET 2018-0132. See if I can get my screen to advance here. There we go. This slide summarizes Evergy's request for 5 new programs, 3 new pilot rebate programs, and 2 new time of use rate schedules for commercial customers. These pilot programs will support EV adoption, enable off-peak charging, educate customers and other key stakeholders, and inform Evergy's future efforts to maximize the benefits of transportation electrification for all customers. Evergy's proposed portfolio includes rebates to encourage the installation of level 2 charging in existing homes, rebates to developers to install outlets that will facilitate level 2 charging in the construction of new homes, rebates to incent installation of commercial EV charging infrastructure by third parties, rates that encourage off-peak fleet and commercial EV charging, and customer education and program administration for the proposed programs and rates. The total Missouri investment in these pilot rebate programs is $12.8 million, while the Missouri Metro total customer benefits are expected to be $42.5 million, and the Missouri West customer benefits are expected to be $22.6 million. These dollar values are reflective of benefits for both participating and non-participating customers. The company is also requesting the Commission increase the cap in its existing Clean Charge Network tariff so that Evergy can install charging stations in underserved locations that will build on the success of Evergy's Clean Charge Network. The company is also seeking decisional prudence from the Commission for this investment. The expansion of the CCN would be an investment of an additional $2.8 million to meet the currently identified need for EV chargers. The next slide provides a summary of the investment requested for the proposed pilot programs and rates, along with customer education and program administration, and is specified by jurisdiction. Evergy is proposing to spend in Missouri a total of, as I mentioned, $12.8 million for both companies. Given the size of these companies, it's a very modest investment to continue to promote transportation electrification and provide the company an opportunity to educate its customers on the value of enabled charging to minimize the impact on Evergy's grid. The typical residential customer will pay between $1 and $2 per year related to these pilot programs if the Commission approves Evergy's proposal. Customers and stakeholders are interested in EV adoption for a variety of reasons. Residential customers are interested in lower transportation and energy costs, incentives, and the environmental and health benefits of reduced vehicle noise and emissions. Commercial customers are interested in lower vehicle total cost of ownership, reduced noise and pollution, and support to meet their own sustainability and decarbonization goals. Municipalities are interested in TE, as we call it, transportation electrification, for greater economic development and workforce opportunities, environmental and health benefits of reduced vehicle noise and pollution, support of access to technology and energy services for the underserved communities, and achievement of community sustainability and decarbonization goals. Regional organizations are interested in transportation electrification to help achieve the region's clean energy and environmental goals, availability of funding to invest in EV adoption, opportunities to develop partnerships with new companies and organizations in a position to bring EV-related jobs to the area. And then finally, Evergy itself is interested in transportation electrification as an opportunity to engage more proactively and expansively with its customers to offer additional energy services, drive downward pressure on rates to the benefit of all customers, support growth of flexible and beneficial load to enhance grid management activities, greater capacity utilization, and the achievement of environmental and clean energy goals. Evergy conducted cost-effectiveness evaluations in partnership with an outside consulting firm, ICF. The reports are detailed in the appendices included in Evergy's report. The analysis concludes that all Evergy customers benefit from increased EV adoption, whether they are EV drivers or not. Specifically, ICF estimates a net present value of approximately $42.5 million in benefits to Missouri Metro customers over the next 10 years, assuming a medium EV adoption scenario. On a per vehicle basis, this benefit translates to approximately $1,112 per EV in the Missouri Metro service area. Applying the same assumptions result in Missouri West customers receiving a net present value benefit of $22.6 million or $900 per EV. The analysis also show that increased EV adoption can yield even greater net societal benefits while also benefiting EV drivers. The details of the residential and commercial rebate programs, the time of use rate proposals, and the customer education programs are included in the report and summarized in our position statement. But I'd like to just briefly summarize, for purposes of the record today, the 3 pilot rebate programs and the 2 time of use rate proposals. First, the residential customer EV outlet rebate incentivizes the installation of a 240 volt outlet at residential locations to enable level 2 EV charging. Customers are eligible for 1 rebate per residence to cover 50% of the installation costs, up to $500 per outlet, to install a dedicated 240 volt circuit. In order to achieve or to receive that rebate, customers must own or lease an EV vehicle. Second, the residential developer EV outlet rebate incentivizes the installation of a dedicated 240 volt circuit to enable level 2 EV charging. Developers are eligible for 1 $250 rebate per new home. Third, Evergy proposes the commercial EV charger rebate for third-party EV charging station installations at commercial locations across the Evergy service territory. Among the commercial customers eligible for commercial EV charger rebates are public service fleets, such as those that comprise of urban transit buses, school buses, municipal service fleets, paratransit, rural transit, and public assistance vehicles, all of which have broad benefits for the underserved communities. The commercial EV charger rebates will reduce the costs associated with level 2 and DC fast charging EV charging station installations at a variety of locations, including highways, public, workplace, fleet, and multifamily locations, by providing a rebate to cover the customer side infrastructure and the EV charging equipment costs. The commercial EV charging rebate amounts are $2,500 per level 2 port and $20,000 per DC fast charging units. The maximum rebate available to a given site varies from $25,000 to $65,000, depending upon the type of site. Multifamily sites would have a maximum $25,000 rebate. Highway sites would have a maximum $45,000 rebate. Non-highway would have a maximum $55,000 rebate, and fleet or workplace sites would have a maximum $65,000 rebate. Turning to the time of use rates, Evergy proposes a new electric transit service rate option for transit bus fleet customers in Missouri to increase EV adoption for transit buses and support transit customers in realizing the benefits of battery electric buses. The electric transit service rate is a 2-period time of use rate with a 12-hour off-peak period, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that aligns with typical transit fleet depot charging patterns. Evergy proposes a new business EV charging service rate option for commercial customers to increase EV adoption, meet workplace employee and fleet EV charging needs, support public electric vehicle service provider networks, and maximize grid benefits of EV charging load at commercial locations. The EV charging service tariff is a time of use rate with 3 time periods designed to address commercial rate challenges for electric vehicle service providers and encourage workplace and fleet charging during off-peak times when system costs and grid utilization are lower. Customers must separately meter their EV charging station to participate in either the electric transit service rate or the business EV charging rate, and all rate riders and surcharges will apply under both rates. Now, in the last Evergy rate case, Evergy agreed not to expand its clean charge network beyond the current approved caps within the commission-approved tariff without seeking commission approval. In this case, Evergy is seeking to modestly increase those caps. This slide summarizes Evergy's request for each jurisdiction regarding the revised cap compared to the current cap, and also states the estimated spending plan to install new EV charging stations based on the current identified need. As you can see, Evergy is proposing to raise the cap by 100 stations in the Missouri metro area and 50 stations in the Missouri West area at a total cost of $2.8 million for both areas where there is an identified need for EV chargers. The cap increase will give Evergy the flexibility to respond to emerging gaps in the Missouri market. The Clean Charge network expansion will also allow Evergy to continue to collect and analyze charger utilization data, better understand where EV charging is occurring on the system, and enable further load analysis to support grid management activities. Site selection for new EV charging stations will prioritize commercial locations in underserved communities, secondary and tertiary highway corridors, streetlight charging, and designated charging to support the needs of rideshare and transportation network companies. Now, turning to the position of other parties in this case. As I understand the position statements filed in this proceeding, the following parties are generally supportive of the company's proposals: Renew Missouri, Sierra Club, Natural Resource Defense Council, and ChargePoint. While ChargePoint and Sierra Club and NDRC are generally supportive, they have requested some proposed modifications. On the other hand, staff and public counsel are opposed to Evergy's application and its proposals to move forward to promote transportation electrification in Missouri. And I'd like to briefly discuss where the differences lie with the staff and public counsel. The only aspect of Evergy's proposal that staff and public counsel are supporting or not opposing is on the expansion of the Clean Charge Network to accommodate a street lighting proposal funded partially by a grant from the United States Department of Energy to the Metropolitan Energy Center and the City of Kansas City for a pilot streetlight charging program in the city's right-of-way. Otherwise, staff and public counsel are opposed to Evergy's continuations of its efforts to encourage the electrification of the transportation industry. This is unfortunate since Evergy's proposals will benefit customers, both EV customers and other non-EV customers, the public utility, as well as other stakeholders. Evergy's first witness, Chuck Casely, will address the policy issues raised by staff and public counsel. He will demonstrate that the commission has been right in past cases to recognize the company for its efforts related to EV charging stations and to promote other transportation electrification initiatives in Missouri. He will encourage the commission to stay the course in this proceeding and take the next step in promoting and supporting transportation electrification in Missouri. Staff has also raised several legal arguments in opposition to the company's proposal. Staff has argued that the adoption of the company's new time of use rates in this proceeding would violate the single issue rate making prohibition and violate the rate freeze contained in the Plant and Service or PISA accounting statute. Staff is wrong on both arguments. First, the courts and the commission have already held that the adoption of new rates for new services outside the context of a general rate case does not violate the single issue rate making principle. And I'd refer the commission and the regulatory law judge to the cases cited in our position statement, particularly State XREL Sprint Spectrum versus the Public Service Commission case and Union Electric and Telecommunications cases cited in our position statement. Staff has also argued that the PISA statute, section 393-1655, prohibits the commission from approving Evergy's proposal on the ground that PISA prohibits electing electric companies from changing rates for 3 years. This argument also misses the mark since the PISA rate freeze applies only to existing rates for existing services. That provision does not affect this case since the two time of use rates being proposed in this case involve new rates for new services. Section 393-1610 also specifically authorizes the commission to adopt pilot projects if the pilot project is, and I'll quote the statute, is designed to advance the electrical corporation's knowledge of deploying such technologies. In order to advance the goals of the legislation, the commission's authority must include the ability to use pilot or experimental rates for those projects. The courts have also recognized for many years the authority of the commission to use experimental or interim rates. The staff and public counsel have also argued that the commission should condition the approval of the company's portfolio on the requirement that mandatory time of use rates must apply to the new services. While the company is supportive of the use of optional time of use rates, the company believes it would be a mistake to mandate this rate structure for EV charging customers. Darren Ives will address this concern when he testifies. With that, I'd just like to thank the commission and the parties for convening the hearing today and for your attention today. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Judge Graham. Before we proceed, for the benefit of the court reporter, I want to verify, I should have, who was speaking for Evergy there.
I'm sorry, Judge. My name's Jim Fisher.
Well, I thought it was, but I didn't want to make a mistake and embarrass myself. All right. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Fisher, who spoke on behalf of Evergy?
Yes, Judge, this is Chairman Sylvia. I have some questions.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. First question is, what does it mean for the commission to make a prudency determination at this state in the process before the program even exists?
Commissioner Chairman, we're asking that the commission just give us an indication that it is prudent from your perspective that we go forward with constructing this network at this time under these circumstances. We're not asking that you determine that execution of the project would be anyway reviewed at this time, but we're asking that our decision to go forward to extend our network by 150 in the various service territories, that is a reasonable decision to do at this time based on the knowledge that we have.
So I guess so that decision then would be looked at a future rate case as having already been made? That's what you're asking?
The decision, yeah, you would basically be giving your blessing that this is a prudent thing to do at this time, much like the commission did with the company's comprehensive energy plan back in, I think it was 2005, when the commission looked at the company's plans to go forward with IATAN 2 and demand response programs and a number of other things. It's not a request that you decide that, that we wouldn't have a prudence review in the future on how we executed the program, but merely that it makes sense from the company's standpoint, from the commission standpoint, that we proceed with the actual construction at this time. And I know Darren Ives will be happy to visit with you about all the nuances of that if you'd like further information.
Okay. I mean, isn't that the same as just approving the pilot? I mean, if we didn't think that you should move forward with it, we just wouldn't approve the pilot, right? So are there two separate decisions there that you're asking for? Approving the pilot and predetermining prudence? And if so, what is the difference in your mind?
I think it's probably implicitly the same decision in the sense that if you thought it was not reasonable, I would think you would not approve the pilot program. But we are asking basically for decisional prudence, like is done in other contexts, where based on what you know, what the record shows today, there would not be a Monday morning quarterbacking situation in the rate case looking back, well, you shouldn't have really expanded that clean network program. We want the commission to feel comfortable with what we're deciding to do here, and that you're finding it would be prudent based upon the information that we have to go forward. In the future, you will look at, well, did you spend too much money on any of these charging stations? Were there any inefficiencies or waste involved? And you can look back and decide to disallow something on that basis. But it would not be on the basis that you shouldn't have done clean charging at all. The public utility should not have been involved in this marketplace at all. If that's the way you feel, we'd like to know that now.
Okay, I understand. I understand your position. I kind of see those as the same decision, that we would just reject the pilot if we didn't think that you should go forward with it. But continuing on that, you referenced 393-1610, the statute specifically authorizing pilots. Does that statute specifically require a prudency determination at this point, or is that again just implicit in approving of the pilot?
The statute itself does not address decisional prudence. It's just implicit in, I think, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And then I kind of wanted to touch on the timing, and you got to it there at the end of your opening, with there being some disagreement among staff and OPC, I think, on how this would affect PISA. If I remember correctly, PISA was elected by Evergy on January 1st of 2019. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct, but I'd want to check that for sure, Judge.
Okay. So just for the purposes of the question, let's assume it is January 1st of 2019. The moratorium on rates is a 3-year moratorium. So wouldn't that mean that as long as the operation of law date is after January 1st of 2022, you're outside the 3-year window anyway?
Yes, I believe that's correct. And what we want to do is we want to go forward with our pilot project. We don't want to wait until the next rate case's effective date before we could begin that. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. We believe you have full authority to go forward based on as soon as you issue a report and order in this case. And but yeah, you're right. It's a 3-year moratorium, and if the effective date of the order in this case is beyond that, then you'd be outside of that. That
Yeah,
doesn't
so-
address the single issue rate making issue that was also raised, however.
Right, but you're looking to start the pilot in 2022.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to.
Yes. Yes, I think
I think
you're
that puts-
correct in your observations.
Okay, all right. All right, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Fisher, on the opening statement. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do any of the other commissioners have questions for Mr. Fisher? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. I think, according to my review of the order, the next party that will be giving an opening statement might be ChargePoint. Does ChargePoint have an opening statement? And if so, would the attorney please identify himself or herself again for the benefit of the court reporter?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This is Scott Dunbar again on behalf of ChargePoint. I would like to make a brief opening statement.
Okay, you may proceed, Dunbar.
Thank you so much. ChargePoint is one of the world's largest EV charging networks. ChargePoint provides both hardware, EV charging stations, as well as software, which are essentially the network services that are used to run EV chargers around the country and around the world. And our witness, Mr. Justin Wilson, can provide more details about ChargePoint's products and service offerings if the commissioners or Your Honor is interested. ChargePoint largely supports Evergy's proposal. We think that Evergy has proposed an overall a really positive proposal to accelerate transportation electrification in its Missouri service territories. And so we do hope that the commission approves its proposals largely. We've recommended a few key program design changes that we think will both improve the effectiveness of the programs as well as ensure that Evergy's investments support the competitive market in the most effective way possible, which is of course good for the Missouri economy and good for Evergy's ratepayers who are funding the proposals. And I would like to say before I address the specific recommendations, ChargePoint's reason for participating in transportation electrification dockets like this one around the country are really to help ensure that utility investments support the competitive market. We see over the long term that this will be the EV charging market will be largely private actors, and we certainly welcome utility participation, and we believe utilities play a very important role in transportation electrification, especially at these early stages. But ChargePoint is of course a for-profit company, but our recommendations are designed not to benefit us, benefit ChargePoint in any specific way at the expense of other competitors, but really to ensure that we have a competitive market in Missouri that sustains itself. through the benefits of competition. So I just wanted to provide that sort of high level perspective that we're trying to bring to this case. So let me turn to our recommendations. With respect to the residential program, we think utility support for residential charging is a great way for the utilities like Evergy to spend incentive dollars to encourage adoption of electric vehicles. And we largely support Evergy's residential program. We have a few recommendations that we think will improve the program that we urge the Commission to make. First, we recommend that instead of providing the lesser of $500 or 50% of installation costs, Evergy just provide $500 rebates to all customers who participate in the program. This is really an administrative efficiency recommendation rather than having to have someone calculate what the total cost of customer's installation project was. Instead, Evergy will just need to verify that they're an EV driver and that they did in fact upgrade their home to facilitate 240 volt charging and provide the rebate. And this recommendation would not increase the budget at all because Evergy's modeled the program assuming that everyone would get that $500. Our next recommendation is, we think, consistent with best practice around the country, which is that instead of requiring customers simply to install a 240 volt outlet, this is an outlet similar to what you plug your dryer into, Evergy should be requiring customers to install charging stations. Again, this is what we've seen across the country, is that utilities require customers to install charging stations. And the reason is because nearly all customers need a charging station to make it work, in order to actually charge their vehicle. There may be some vehicles that come with what Evergy calls cord sets, which are 240 volt cord that avoids the need for a charging station. But I believe that's quite a minority of vehicles that come with that equipment. And so customers are going to need actual charging stations. And the other reason for our recommendation is that many chargers, including ChargePoints, as well as other charging station vendors, can be hardwired. You can plug a ChargePoint charger into a 240 volt outlet, or you can have your electrician simply hardwire it, which is a little bit simpler and can sometimes save on installation costs. So we believe the end result, basically what Evergy should be incentivizing and requiring through the program, is the installation of level 2 chargers and not simply outlets for the residential program. And related to that recommendation, we urge the Commission to set some minimum standards for the equipment that customers install. There are some very cheap charging stations that you can get on Amazon or from Walmart, but you get what you pay for, frankly. And we think that it's appropriate for Evergy to set some minimum standards. And again, these are standards that are set frequently around the country by other commissions or even proposed by other utilities in other states. And there's 3 of them, namely that chargers should be ENERGY STAR certified, which ensures that they're not using more power than needed when they're in standby mode. They should have a safety certification. This is very basic to prevent, this is high voltage electrical equipment, and so it should be safety certified by either UL or another nationally recognized testing laboratory. and chargers should have managed charging capabilities. The other term for this is simply that they be smart chargers. And I would note that this list is of 3 minimum equipment standards is exactly the same list that Evergy has proposed to require for commercial chargers in the commercial program. So we're simply recommending that that same list of equipment qualification that Evergy has proposed apply to the commercial program be applied to the residential program. We support the developer rebate as proposed. We think that's a simple, straightforward way to encourage EV adoption if folks already have the ability to get high voltage charging in their garage when they purchase a new home. So we support that program. With respect to the commercial program, again, we largely support the program, but urge the Commission to make a few straightforward programmatic design changes to improve the effectiveness of the program, and again, to support the competitive market. First, we recommend that Evergy remove the requirement that customers that participate in the program share their charger data with Evergy. Evergy, of course, has its own charging network, the Clean Charge Network, and ChargePoint is certainly not opposed to Evergy running that program and continuing to run that program. But we're worried that for third parties who want to install their own charging stations and offer charging to the public, they're going to see Evergy as competitors, and they are simply. And so many site hosts will not want to share what they consider to be proprietary data about their operations with a competitor, which we think makes sense. And so that data sharing requirement could certainly discourage participation and discourage folks from installing charging stations altogether, which would reduce the benefits of the program. We also encourage the Commission to direct Evergy not to require that customers agree to participate in demand response events. ChargePoint supports using EV charging as a load that should participate in, should be eligible to participate in demand response programs, and we're certainly generally supportive of demand response programs that include EV charging loads. But here, there's simply no details about what these demand response events would be like. I intend to ask some questions of Evergy's witness to try to get some additional clarity, but at this point, site hosts wouldn't know what they're signing up for, and so we think that this requirement, without any other details or parameters about how many demand response events might be called, whether they're mandatory, that sort of thing, that could also discourage participation. And then finally, I'm almost through our recommendations. With respect to the Clean Charge Network, we support that program, but we encourage the Commission to consider allowing for site hosts' choice of equipment and software provider. Again, that's to encourage this program to stimulate the competitive market. And lastly, we support the business charging rates. And then lastly, just to return very briefly to the residential program, because this was an issue that came up on SIR rebuttal among the parties. ChargePoint recognizes that staff and OPC and others raise concerns about there not being a requirement for any managed charging for residential customers or even time-based rates. So to resolve those concerns, we recommend that the Commission direct Evergy to provide participating customers with information, encouraging them to sign up for the time of use rates. We think it'll be a no-brainer for most new EV owners who participate in the program will want to sign up for those time of use rates. So we think that education materials could be a sufficient nudge. But if the Commission thinks that there needs to be a little bit stronger encouragement. We would also find it acceptable if the commission directed Evergy to require customers to go on those time of use rates to ensure that that residential charging load provides as much benefit to the system as possible. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions, as is our witness, Justin Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Speaking for ChargePoint, do any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Dunbar? All right, thank you very much. Does Renew Missouri have an opening statement?
Tim Opitz on behalf of Renew Missouri, very briefly.
I'm sorry, you cut off there. Could you say it again?
I said, this is Tim Opitz on behalf of Renew Missouri,
Okay.
and I'll be very brief.
Yes, go ahead and proceed.
Renew Missouri is a Missouri advocacy group supporting energy efficiency and renewable energy. We believe that moving forward is certainly tied with transportation electrification and other electrification in our industries. In line with that mission, Renew Missouri supports Evergy's efforts to offer and test a robust transportation electrification program, and we will address some of the potential conditions throughout the hearing and in our brief. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does any commissioner have any questions for Mr. Opitz? All right, thank you very much. I'm assuming that NDRC and Sierra Club will both be giving an opening statement through one attorney, or will those be given separately?
Your Honor, this is Joe Halso on behalf of Sierra Club and NRDC. To streamline, I'll be offering a joint opening statement.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, and may it please the Commission. Sierra Club and NRDC support approval of the company's full transportation electrification plan. We support that approval for 3 reasons. First, we think this plan is strategic and thoughtfully designed. It would support charging infrastructure in locations where electric vehicle drivers need it the most. The plan targets charging at the home, where most charging is done. And of course, this plan targets charging station deployment both at standalone residential dwellings and multi-unit dwellings. The plan targets charging at workplaces, and it targets key public locations where access to charging improves consumer confidence in electric vehicles. Altogether, we think the plan supports a holistic system of charging that is necessary to support EV adoption and unlock grid benefits that will accrue to all Evergy customers. Second, this plan is comprehensive. It includes new electricity rates that are tailored to transportation electrification, and the new rates would support charging of light-duty vehicles and of medium and heavy-duty vehicles like transit buses. Pairing rates with incentives reflects best practices for utility programs and provides certainty to market participants. Finally, this plan is innovative. It includes a novel streetlight charging program, includes electrification of ride sharing, and it supports EV-ready new construction with a program that would intervene at the time when it is most cost-effective to do so. To maximize the benefits of the plan, we urge the Commission to direct Evergy to make a few minor modifications to it. I'm going to run through those quickly. We believe that first, those receiving rebates under the residential program should take service on a time of use electricity rate. I'd note that staff and OPC both support this modification to the plan in the event that the residential component is approved by the Commission. Second, we think at least 20% of the rebates available under the commercial program should be reserved for multi-unit dwellings, reflecting the importance of charging at the home and that is a challenging market segment to deploy charging infrastructure at. We think 20% of rebates should be reserved for multi-unit dwellings. I'm hearing somebody on the line.
Did the court reporter speak up? Is there a problem? Is the court reporter on the line?
I am. That was someone else.
All right, thank you for responding. Counsel, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Our third recommendation is that Evergy should collect charger utilization, load profile, and pricing data and report it to the Commission, consistent with data collection and reporting practices required in numerous other utility programs across the country. And then finally, Evergy's plan as designed would require recipients of commercial rebates to participate in future demand response events. That's how the commitment is phrased in the plan. We believe recipients of commercial rebates should be required to participate in future demand response programs, but they should retain discretion over whether to participate in a given demand response event called pursuant to a demand response program. We think that's consistent with how demand response programs generally operate. Those opposing the company's plan here argue that infrastructure is not needed, that charging infrastructure doesn't support EV adoption, and that the benefits of electric vehicles are speculative. Those arguments are fully rebutted in the testimony of our witness, Mr. Baumhefner. Mr. Baumhefner is an expert in the field. He testifies to the importance of access to charging for EV adoption, to the specific need for charging in Evergy's service territory, and the benefits of transportation electrification, including dramatic grid and environmental benefits. I strongly encourage the Commission to ask questions of Mr. Baumhefner. Equally important is that the Commission itself has already heard and rejected arguments similar to the opposition we're hearing in this case. Mr. Fisher mentioned the Commission's 2019 order on Ameren's Charge Ahead program in docket ET-2018-013-2. There, the Commission found in its findings of fact, and I quote, that to spur EV adoption growth in the most efficient manner, a holistic charging ecosystem, that is, the ability to charge at home, at work, and public, including highway corridors, is needed. The Commission recognized that benefits accrue, and I quote, not merely from the additional electricity sales at the charging stations, but are also obtained through the additional electricity sales from charging at home and creating more efficient utilization of the electric grid. And finally, the Commission found that, quote, incentives for EV charging hardware and installation represent an efficient, low-risk model that will encourage long-term electric vehicle adoption. There was just one dissenting vote in that Ameren case that came from Commissioner Roop, who stated at the Commission's agenda meeting he would have preferred the Commission approve a more comprehensive program rather than just a piece of it. In this case, we hope the Commission will move ahead with the company's entire transportation electrification plan. That concludes my opening statement, Judge. I'd strongly encourage you and the Commissioners to ask questions of our witness, Mr. Baumhefner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for counsel from any of the Commissioners? All right, thank you very much. Staff has an opening statement, I expect. Would you may proceed? Identify yourself to the court reporter, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. If it pleases the Commission, my name is Nicole Mers on behalf of staff. And on behalf of staff, I would like to state that regardless of the representations of other parties, staff is not opposed to electric vehicles. Staff is not opposed to innovation. Staff is not opposed to new technology. What staff does believe is that in the absence of reliable assumptions underpinning a robust cost-benefit analysis, that the captive customer base, many of which are low-income customers to which the luxury of an electric vehicle is out of reach, should be shielded from as much unnecessary risk as possible. In other words, when staff cannot be assured that non-participants will benefit from programs or that all customers will benefit, staff takes a skeptical view of programs, especially ones that are not necessary for the utility to provide safe and adequate service. Does the skepticism mean that there's no path forward, no middle ground to provide infrastructure for a potential electric vehicle market and to protect ratepayers? No, it doesn't. The parties were able to come together to file a stipulation in Ameren, Missouri's most recent EV filing, and are in the process of finalizing a stipulation in Empire's EV case. However, Evergy's existing investment complicates matters a bit. Unlike the other two utilities, Evergy currently has 900 stations to drive EV adoption and provide purported benefits. These benefits have yet to materialize, as Evergy's Clean Charge Network has not once in the 6 years of existence covered its cost to serve. In light of the unreasonable assumptions, the lack of risk sharing, and the existing EV assets that are precariously close to being stranded assets, if some are not already, staff recommends rejection of Evergy's application except for the 50 stations proposed under the Streetlight Program. At the outset, Evergy's application is inappropriate and unlawful. Rates are not to be changed outside of a rate case unless explicitly authorized. Statute 393-270 requires all relevant factors to be considered as the foundation for just and reasonable rates. As the courts have held since the decision in State XRL Utility Consumer Council of Missouri versus Public Service Commission, that unless authorized by statute, single issue rate making is prohibited. And this is because without the context of the general rate proceeding, like factors such as billing determinant, plant balance, return on equity, and expenses, among other things, are considered, it's improbable that rates would be designed to accurately reflect the cost of service. For instance, there can be efficiencies that would offset perhaps some of the cost of the infrastructure, but you don't know that without looking at all the factors. So you don't know if you can burden the ratepayers with less. Evergy's request also violates the conditions required of a utility under the plant and service accounting. It elected PISA, and under the terms of 393-165, must keep base rates static for a period of 3 years from the election date. And the only exceptions are for a statutorily authorized rate adjustment mechanism, such as the FAC, RESRAM, MEA rider, and others in Section 386-266, 399-1030, or 393-1075. Furthermore, Evergy's application is premised on the expectations and assumptions that are not reasonable to make. Each faulty assumption has the impact of either overstating the benefits or understating the cost. Evergy assumes that a station will have the same revenue impact of an LGS customer with an average load factor. However, the minimum demand to be served on the LGS rate schedule is 150 kW, yet a level 2 EV charging stations may be anywhere from 3.8 to 9.2, so significantly under, or a DCF station could be anywhere from 50 to 350 kilowatts. So depending on the number and types of charging stations installed, a customer may have the equivalent demand requirement of a small general service customer or a large power service customer rather than a large general service customer. So not only does this variation impact the level of revenues assumed, it also impacts the infrastructure requirements to support the chargers. Evergy assumes that there would be no transmission and capacity upgrades, and Evergy also assumes that in its outlet rebate program that the existence of that program creates positive energy efficiency gains of 10%. Evergy also assumes that customers will change their charging behavior without load management or time of use requirements. And such switching to off-peak charging is beneficial to all customers. However, it is not reasonable to assume that customers will charge off-peak if there's no load management or time of use requirements. As can be explained in greater detail by staff witness Sarah Lange, unmanaged charging results in participants causing more wholesale costs, but using less energy. Therefore, participants receive the lower bills, and non-participants have to recover the increased wholesale costs over fewer billing determinants. Even in the best case scenario, which disregards potential capacity cost increases and the impacts of free ridership, Evergy is requesting to give certain customers $500 with the possibility of reducing revenue by about $20 a year, and in a best case scenario, reducing the wholesale cost passed through the FAC about $20, which leaves it basically in the same position it would have been without the programs. Another fundamental flaw with Evergy's application is the lack of requirements ensuring benefits will arise. As discussed above, the rebate programs are without any requirement that the customers take action that results in the wholesale cost decreases. Evergy assumes, or that the customer absorbs the cost of the wholesale cost increases if it does not. Evergy's residential customer EV outlet rebate program does not require the customer receiving the rebate purchases, installs, or uses a level 2 charger. However, the entire program is cost justified on the improved efficiency of level 2 chargers over level 1. Customers choosing to install the least costly charger supports the entire purpose of the program. To be eligible for a residential developer EV outlet rebate program, the builder only has to provide proof the outlet was installed, with no restriction on the outlet's placement or use. The rebate program also has no requirement that an EV or charging station is ever utilized. Again, the potential for an outcome that is not the installation of an L2 charger renders the program meaningless. Time of use requirements are also missing from Evergy's application, which makes it unlikely Evergy's assumption about benefits from shifting charging off-peak would come to fruition. Staff also recommends rejection of the Clean Charge Network expansion, aside from the streetlight pilot program. Evergy has not provided sufficient evidence to justify this expansion. Many programs were presented with a general concept, but no concrete program structure or station locations. The evidence from currently installed stations also does not justify the expansion, as the revenues from the existing stations do not cover the cost of service for the Clean Charge Network. Furthermore, Evergy's application provides for 150 charging stations, but the budget would only cover 78 of them. If 150 stations are approved as part of this application, staff estimates that that would cost an additional $2.2 to $4.9 million over Evergy's planned spending level to build those remaining 72 stations. The large range in this estimate is because Evergy has not identified the number of sites and what combination of charging infrastructure would be installed. Similarly, Evergy's rideshare program is ill-defined and outlined, with no framework, location, or potential partners identified. Staff recommends rejection of that program. As staff witnesses Sarah Lange, Robin Cleathermos, Jay Lubert, Claire Eubanks, and Kim Boland will be appearing to answer any questions you have, and I'm also available for questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Do commissioners have any questions for staff, counsel?
Thank you, Judge. This is Chairman Sylvia. I have some questions.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Mers. I want to revisit some of the questions I had for Mr. Fisher, specifically dealing with the single issue rate making argument that you put forth and the PISA argument. On the single issue rate making, 393.1610 authorizes pilot programs. So why is that statute not sufficient to cover this filing?
Well, so staff does support the one pilot program that does have program specifications, and that is the Streetlight Pilot Program. However, staff does not support the other programs because there's no lessons learned, there's no sufficient program details that we usually see in pilot applications. And frankly, they have 900 charging stations. You know, I think it's hard at this point to conclude that Evergy does not have experience with charging stations and needs to have pilot programs to learn more.
Okay, so but how does that? So it's not a single issue rate making issue?
No, I do believe it's also a single issue rate making issue, as if you you know if you go through a rate case. Go ahead.
Well, just explain to me under 393.1610 that authorizes pilot programs how this is somehow single issue rate making not authorized under that statute.
I think that the exception to 393.270's prohibition against single issue rate making, there are clarified exceptions, like for the FAC. I believe that this, as stated in statute, would be one of those exceptions as well.
Okay. Moving on to PISA. I want to make sure that I'm following this correctly. So there's a 3-year moratorium
Right.
on base rates if they've elected PISA. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, and they elected PISA on January 1st of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 3 years would be 2019 to 20, 20 to 21, 21 to 22. So after January 1st of 2022, that window is closed, correct?
Yes. Yes,
So
but
it's-
however, this application was filed months ago, and staff had to provide its positions prior to that. And without knowing how the procedural schedule and case would work out, we needed to preserve the argument in case there was a potential that those rates could go into effect prior to that 3-year freeze expiring.
Okay, but from the commission's perspective, assuming if we were to approve this filing, as long as it's approved to go into effect after January 1st of 2022, it does not conflict with the PISA statute. Is that
Yes,
correct?
not with PISA. We would still have the concerns about single issue rate making and there being offsetting funds that could cover part of this to alleviate some of that risk for ratepayers. But you are correct, it would eliminate the conflict with the PISA statute.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Mers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the other commissioners, for council, for staff?
Judge, this is Commissioner Roop. I have some
You may
questions.
proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mers. Following up on the chairman's question, specifically looking at the electric transit rate, disregarding the argues of single issue rate making in the PISA statute, does staff have any substantive objections about the proposed rate?
Staff would. The assumptions and evidence that Evergy has relied upon, I don't think that staff and staff witness Sarah Lange can go into more detail about that. But we don't find that those provide a reasonable basis to determine the appropriate way to decide rates that if you have such a large variety in the potential usage factors, it does really impact what those costs could be. So we could be really undershooting. There's also the potential we're overshooting. It's just without the more concrete billing determinants, I think it's really hard for staff to say that these rates are correct or even close to being correct.
And who did you say would go into more detail on that question?
Sarah Lange.
Okay, thank you. My next question, you had mentioned that Evergy has 900 charging stations that have come nowhere close to recouping their cost. And that was a concern. But aren't the shareholders of Evergy, assuming that revenue shortfall from those existing charging stations?
Yes, currently they would be under the terms of that stipulation and agreement, but under the paradigm moving forward, that would be, as I understand from Evergy's application, the ratepayers. All of the new expanded CCN locations, they're requesting those dollars from all ratepayers, not shareholders. And I think that's one of our concerns is, like I mentioned, we were able to get places with other utilities because there was more shareholder sharing and risk, and we don't see that in this case.
Okay, and also you had, staff had objected or had noted that the largest portion of this plan was the commercial charging rebate program. And you have stated that it was almost 4 million more than Amren's commercial EV program, despite having less than half the commercial customers that Ameren has. So you guys have requested that the commission revive the budget. If we do approve this, that we revise the budget because of that. So what does staff believe is a reasonable program budget if the commission were to approve?
Well, that might be a better question for, I can't recall if that was Robin Cleese-Armis or Sarah Lange's testimony. They may have more appropriate ideas as that was their statement and concern, but
you can
know,
stop there. Then I'll just ask them
okay.
that question, so you don't have to attempt to speak for them.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
No problem. And I think I have one more question. So the staff position is, if this were to be approved, that they would need to they should be using the TOU rates if this application is approved for the EV charging, correct?
Yes, that is a primary concern of ours, and you know, had that been part of this program, I think that we might have been able to take a more favorable view. And as you noted, even the parties who are supporting Evergy note the importance of time of use to get those load shifts and benefits that Evergy is assuming will happen.
So staff is advocating for mandatory time of use rates within this program.
Yes.
Was it just me, or was staff against mandatory time of use rates a week ago?
I believe staff has generally always supported time of use rates. In the last Evergy case, we proposed mandatory time of use rates, and in the last Ameren rate case, we proposed mandatory time of use rates, and were able to stipulate and have the commission approve opt-out time of use rates.
Oh, okay, that's great, because I just, my memory of a hearing we had a week ago is that staff was not in favor of mandatory time of use rates, but that's exciting to hear, because I'm a fan.
Yeah.
So
right.
I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, Sarah Lange and Robin Cleese-Armis are more than happy to explain staff's views on time of use, and you know, how we feel that it's important in this case, and really just in general outside of this case as well.
Excellent. I'm excited to hear how they're generally supportive of mandatory time of use rates. So that's all the questions I had, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other commissioners have any questions for Ms. Maris or staff?
Oh, Judge.
All right, thank you very much. Yes?
No, Judge, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does the Office of Public Counsel have an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. Kleiser. Identify yourself with the court reporter, and you may proceed.
Thank you very much. This is, may it please the Commission, John Kleiser on behalf of the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel. I would like to start off by reading a quote from the eminent economist Dr. Alfred Kahn from a paper he wrote in 1994. Early in the course of the public debate in California over the proposal of its PUC to open the market to competition, dedicated environmentalists began to express views ranging from ambivalence to opposition. Wait a minute, they interject. I'm all in favor of competition, but competition isn't an end to itself. Who's going to promote the electric car? Whenever I hear someone start out that way, I reach for my wallet to make sure it's still there. By far, the better course, if we see competition coming, I submit, is to embrace it as the best way of serving the consumer interest, and then take care of its possible deficiencies in achieving efficient conservation and preserving environmental values in ways such as taxation of transferable emission rights that are competitively neutral and make use of the efficiency of the market, rather than override it by regulatory micromanagement. It may, of course, be politically easier to accomplish those worthy social purposes by regulators making the utility companies undertake the good works while passing the costs on to ratepayers. It is also, however, profoundly anti-democratic and potentially inefficient, that is to say, injurious to consumers. This quote, I believe, sets out what should be the Commission's mindset in this case, which is effectively to ask, are we making the best use of the competitive marketplace when it comes to electric vehicles? Are we emulating what a free market would or should do? With that in mind, let me turn to ask the simple question, why are we here? And the very first thing I want to say is that this case is not about whether we should be supporting electric vehicles. The OPC, as just about every party here, I think, is aware that having more electric vehicles on the road is going to be a boon to electric utility. And the OPC, just about every other party here, is aware that there is a significant shift towards electric vehicles that we see in the marketplace, the announcements from Ford, Chevy, and others. In fact, the OPC has shown in the past that we have been consistently willing to work with utilities to promote sensible electrification portfolios. When Ameren Missouri came to the Commission requesting a commercial rebate program, the OPC said yes. We ultimately took the case to hearing because we had recommendations we wanted to see put in place, but we told the Commission, yes, you should approve this. When Empire came before the Commission asking for an electrification portfolio, the OPC worked with the company, and I am happy to say that we are very near being able to give the Commission another yes. So what's the problem in this case? Why is Evergy different? Well, the simple answer is that Evergy's application is nonsensical. And it's nonsensical for three major reasons. It is illogical, poorly developed, and premature. I'm going to walk through each of these problems to explain it in detail. Let's start with the simple one. Why is this proposal illogical? And to answer that question, we need to start with a brief history of the EV program. So as I think it's already been said, Evergy developed a clean charge network of about 900 charging stations, which at the time allowed the company to actually claim to have the most charging stations in the nation. Sorry, to have that city have the most charging stations in the nation. I mean, just consider that for a moment. New York, San Francisco, Chicago, Houston, no. Kansas City, Missouri had the most charging stations at one point in the nation. Now, both the Missouri and Kansas Commission at first denied Evergy the ability to rate base these charging stations. That was due to an issue of law that was ultimately taken up on appeal and eventually reversed, which means at the moment, as Commissioner Roop just pointed out with questions to staff witness, currently the Clean Charge Network is in rates, but is only being paid for by shareholders and the actual users of the network. This then defines the current state of play. The next big question to ask ourselves is, how efficient has this network been? How effective has it been? Sadly, the answer is not very. This we can see is the plant costs and revenues for the Evergy Missouri West Clean Charge Network. And you'll notice on the far left, the rate revenue is pretty meager. More importantly though, the annual cost of service shortfall that we see for this network in the Missouri West territory has been about $700,000 annually. If we go to the Metro, the situation is not much better, with again, this network losing about $1 million average annually. And please note that this is not some minor fluke brought on by something like COVID or some other economic downturn. Since its inception, this program has failed to cover its costs. Now, Evergy has a response to that, which is to say, it doesn't matter that the program isn't covering its costs at the pump. As long as we're encouraging more EV adoptions, those people will be charging at home and the program will still be beneficial. But the problem is the Clean Charge Network has completely failed to encourage additional adoptions. Now, how do we know that? Well, simple. We look at the numbers. In its 2015 EPRI study, Evergy determined that there were 483 EVs in its combined Kansas City, GMO, and KCPL service territories, what would become Evergy West and Evergy Metro, at year-end 2014. This is before the Clean Charge Network was put into place, meaning that our starting point, without any intervention by the company, was 483 EVs. The OPC reviewed data from the Missouri Department of Revenue and determined that at the end of October 2020, there were currently 1,408 EVs total. If you combined all EVs in every single county that Evergy Missouri and Metro and Evergy Missouri West serve. Let me repeat that. Every single county served by these two utilities in Missouri, a total of 1,408 EVs. Again, if you subtract off the 483s we started with and assume that every single additional EV was induced because of this Clean Charge Network, you are left with, at most, 925 EVs induced over a 6-year period. This company hasn't been able to even get 1,000 EVs on the road with its Clean Charge Network. And please keep in mind that the company has spent more than $14 million in Missouri alone. That means that this company is spending more than $15,000 per EV that it's gotten on the road, if you give it every benefit of the doubt. I was told at one point that the current federal tax rebate for EVs is approximately $7,500, which means this utility could have matched federal rebates dollar per dollar, and if they spent down the same amount of money, would probably have induced twice as many EVs. To really hit this home, well, let me back up. You might still be saying, well, they've only induced 925 EVs, but as long as that's more than what we have in other parts of the state, the network can be called a success. But the problem is it's substantially worse than what's happened in other parts of the state. Again, in the entire Evergy, Missouri service territory, Evergy itself calculates there are about 1,300 EVs. The number of registered EVs, the number of EV charging stations was 1,300, charging ports. The number of registered EVs was about 1,400, which means that there's nearly a 1-to-1 ratio of ports to actual EVs. Compare that to St. Louis, where you have no utility-owned charging ports, but you have more than twice as many registered EVs. This indicates a significant failure in the Clean Charge Network. And I want to really hit this home, so please consider that in terms of geography. What you see in green on this map, that's every county that the OPC included in determining there are 1,408 EVs. The 3,681 EVs, that's this part in yellow. That's only St. Louis County, St. Charles County, and the city of St. Louis. The Clean Charge Network has categorically failed. In fact, if we look at the problem on a national level, we again see Kansas City is a bizarre outlier. Given all of this information, the time has come for us to hit the pause button. As I've already stated, the CCN network has failed to cover its own costs at the pump. It has failed to induce more EVs than the east side of the state. And I want to point out, this is one of those few situations where you have a nearly perfect test group and control group. And in this case, the test group is Kansas City, the control group is St. Louis. And again, we've seen we are not getting more EVs adopted than our control group. Nor has the Clean Charge Network induced enough EVs to cover its own costs from a residential charging standpoint. If the Commission legitimately wants to support EV adoption, this should be concerning. You should be looking at this and trying to ask the question, why? Why are we seeing this? What can we do differently? How can we fix this problem? Evergy has no appetite or interest in trying to answer or even address these questions, and it's merely trying to push forward with more spending. Throwing more spending at this program without acknowledging and attempting to correct the problems we're already seeing is manifestly illogical. It is not, however, the only problem with the overall proposal. That brings us to our second issue, which is that Evergy's program is poorly designed. Now, I'm going to break this down by discussing the different parts of the proposal, starting with the Clean Charge Network expansion. Evergy is requesting, at the offset, 8 additional sites for Clean Charge Network built on secondary and tertiary highway points. At each site, they want to install 2 DC fast chargers and 1 L2 port for a total of 24 additional chargers over 8 sites. Now, when Evergy came to us, the OPC and I believe staff both had one of the first questions. Where are you building these? And the company could not answer that. The company has no idea where it's actually planning to build these additional charging network sites. The company was able to come up with a number of 11 possible sites, but as staff has pointed out, nearly half of those are outside of its service territory. So the company still can't show where it's actually planning to build these highway sites. Even more egregious, though, the company requested 4 DC fast charger sites related to applications that had something to do with what are called transportation network companies or ride shares, like Uber or Lyft. Again, the OPC and staff asked, where are you planning to build these sites? And the company said, we don't know. In fact, the company wasn't even able to explain how these programs would work. For example, a series of simple questions. Are these chargers going to be exclusive to people who use it for Uber or Lyft? Will they be exclusive to one company over another? How are you going to know how many people drive electric vehicles for either of these 2 companies? Where will you locate these to make sure that they're the most effective for use by rideshare companies? Evergy had no answer to any of these program questions, and they still don't. In fact, Evergy hasn't even discussed the program with any rideshare companies. All of these uncertainties is only further exacerbated by the fact that the company is seeking pre-approval for the program. Now, I've already talked about the fact that the company is seeking 24 chargers for its highway expansion and an additional 4 chargers for its rideshare program. That's a total of 28 charger stations that the company cannot tell us where they're going to put them. In addition, however, the company is requesting another 72 chargers, which it hasn't even committed to building. They're not sure whether or not they're going to even build these other charging stations, nor can they determine whether or not these charging stations will be level 2 versus DC fast charger or some other technology in the future. And yet, despite all of that, the company is asking the commission to say that it's prudent to build, potentially, these charging stations. That's outrageous. Just consider this in the context of any other plant investment. Imagine, for example, the company were to come to the commission and request a prudence decision regarding the building of a generating facility. And the commission says, okay, what kind of generating facility? And the company says, we don't know. And the commission asks, well, where will you build the generating facility? And the company says, we don't know. And the commission asks, well, how much will a generating facility cost? And the company says, well, we don't know that either. Well, how can you prove it's cost effective? Well, we can't actually prove it's cost effective. All we can show is it's cost effective to have generating facilities in general. I'll get to that cost effective issue later on. In fact, the company says, we're not even sure we're going to build the generating facility. We just want you to say that no matter what, it's prudent for us to build it somewhere at some point, sometime, if we think about it. That's not how the commission should operate. I'm going to move on now to the next application, which is the rebate program. Now, this program has its own major problems. The first, well, let's discuss the program first. It's already been discussed, I know, but effectively the company wants to give up to $500 to people who already own an EV in order to get them to install a 240-volt outlet. Now, the idea here is that if they install a 240-volt outlet, they'll be able to use a level 2 charger, which lets them charge their EV faster. And if they can charge their EV faster, they might choose to charge off-peak. Okay, well, the OPC and staff said, are you going to require them to charge off-peak? And the company says, no. We are adamantly against anything that would actually require people who use this rebate program to charge off-peak. Why? We're not sure. In fact, it should be pointed out, as I believe staff's counsel already did, that this program will actively harm non-participants if EV owners continue to charge on peak. This program is thus completely unnecessary. Instead, the OPC offers its own counterproposal. Just institute time of use rates. If the company were to just institute mandatory time of use rates for all residential customers, you would achieve almost all the benefits of this program at the forefront without any additional spending necessary. That is the proper course of conduct. That is the proper answer to this dilemma. The other rebate, the developer rebate, is even worse. Again, the idea is we're going to give people a higher voltage outlet in the hopes that they'll maybe charge off-peak. But instead of giving it to people who own the home, they're going to give it to the developer who's building the home. However, there's several problems here. The most obvious is that there's no way to guarantee that the person who buys the home actually owns an EV. If they don't, that $250 we spent is completely worthless. Moreover, as it's currently written, the tariff doesn't actually even require that the outlet be installed in a place that would be necessary or useful for EV charging, which is a big deal because almost every new home is going to be built with at least 2 of these 240-volt outlets, one to operate your dryer and one to operate your electric range or stovetop. There's not even a guarantee that the homeowner will have a level 2 charger. You already heard the counsel from ChargePoint pointing out that many people are going to buy an EV and choose to directly install the charger. So this level 2 outlet, again, will have no purpose. But, and this is the real kicker, even if they have an EV, and even if they do have a level 2 charger that can plug into that outlet, there's literally no way for this program to encourage or even promote off-peak charging. Evergy's response to this is literally been, we're going to put a sticker on the outlet in the hope that the customer might choose to look at the sticker, go to a website, read up on the program, and choose to change their peak charging. This is, again, completely unnecessary. If you institute residential mandatory time of use rates, you will achieve all the benefits of this program without any spend. Lastly, there's the commercial rebate program. And the simple answer here is this is counterproductive. Now, this hasn't been laid, but I want to explain how exactly we got here. Evergy started by building the Clean Charge Network. Ameren, Missouri then came to the commission and said, we also want to promote EVs, but we don't want to build a bunch of charging stations. So Ameren came up with a commercial rebate program where it was going to promote EV charging station build out through rebates. Evergy has come back, looked at what Ameren got and said, hey, we want that too. Actually, we want that, but better. And the irony here is that the joke, all you have to say in response to Evergy is, you don't need the commercial rebate program. You have the Clean Charge Network. They're doing the same thing. And that's really the problem here, because this commercial rebate program is only going to cannibalize the existing Clean Charge Network, which I remind you is already underperforming. Moreover, Evergy has made it extremely clear that they believe that EV adoption is inevitable. I believe Chuck Caisley refers to it as a tidal wave coming to force this massive paradigm shift in how we drive and transport. Well, if that's the case, why on earth are we rebating commercial applications for charging stations? If the market is going to shift in such a way as to make charging stations necessary, then we expect the market will supply those charging stations. In other words, this program has a massive potential for abuse by free riders, people who are going to build the charging stations because it's profitable to do so, or because they're a company who has made a green commitment and they need to do so, and are just going to reap the benefits without actually having encouraged any build out that wasn't already going to occur. Now, the OPC has a simple solution to this that we've offered up, and that solution is what we call the 80-20 rule. Basically, the commission should cap the rebate at 20% of the total cost of the charging station. That 20% cost, which is basically a 20% reduction to the customer, or the rebate recipient, I should say, is going to go a long way in invalidating or protecting against this free rider program. And if you have any questions about this, I encourage you to discuss them with the OPC witness, Dr. Jeff Mark. There is one last part of Evergy's application that I feel is necessary to touch on to explain why it's poorly designed, and that is the cost-benefit analysis performed by ICF. You heard Evergy discuss this analysis early on in the presentation and suggest that it demonstrated that these programs were cost-effective. It does no such thing. And in fact, it does no such thing based on Evergy's own witnesses' statements. Evergy clearly says that the ICF analysis does not even attempt to model the cost effectiveness of either any one proposed program or the entire portfolio of programs. ICF even acknowledges that it's basically impossible to definitively link EV adoption and EV programs. Instead, all the ICF cost-benefit analysis did was check to determine whether it was cost beneficial to have more EVs in Evergy's market territory. Now, frankly, this almost makes me want to go and become a consultant, because it means that Evergy has literally paid God knows how much money to have a consulting firm tell them that having more EVs is good for an electric utility. Everybody knows that. The question is, are these programs going to encourage more EVs? And Evergy admits they don't know. These are all the reasons the OPC believes that the program that Evergy has proposed is poorly designed. However, even if the Commission is to ignore all of the facts regarding how the Clean Charge Network has already failed, and is going to ignore all of the poor design choices that Evergy has made, there is still one other major concern that the Commission should have that should give them pause towards approving this program, and that is the fact that it is premature. Now, I say it is premature for two major reasons. The first is that we expect massive federal funding to be coming down the pipeline that will help pay for all of these programs. The federal government is currently in the process of debating and hopefully passing a proposal that will allow for $2.5 billion in spending to promote EVs. Of that amount, the White House has indicated that Missouri alone can expect $99 million over a 5-year period, again, just to support the expansion of an EV charging network. $99 million could be coming to pay for the programs Evergy now wants ratepayers to pay for. Even the most ardent EV supporter should recognize the prudency of waiting to see what federal money becomes available to pay for these before asking for ratepayers to foot that bill. And can you just imagine the situation that might happen if the federal government takes a look at Kansas City and says, well, you already got plenty of stations. Let's divert that funding elsewhere in the state. Evergy ratepayers might be robbed of the opportunity to actually make use of federal funding simply by the proposal that Evergy is now trying to have the Commission adopt. The other major concern is the fact that we need to give time to let the market work. Again, Evergy has been adamant that the EV adoption wave is inevitable. And at this point, nobody's questioning them. What we are questioning is why it's so necessary to build out charging stations to meet a demand before it exists, instead of just allowing the market to supply that demand as it always has. When supply increases, demand rises to match it. This is the basics of economics. we should be allowing this process to work. The Commission should be embracing laissez-faire, not command and control. If, however, they do go with Evergy, they pose a real significant risk, because the saturation of the EV charger market by Evergy will depress the ability and incentive for third parties to enter into that market. You might be potentially killing off competition by allowing Evergy to continuously expand its own charging network to the detriment of other third parties. I stress to the Commission, let the market work. I'm going to conclude with just 2 slides. The first, I want to reiterate the potential harm that this program has to non-participants. The first is the increased use of electricity during peak hours that might occur if the residential and developer rebate programs are allowed to be put in place. You can avoid this program by requiring time of use. It's just that simple. In fact, you should just do residential time of use alone and not require any additional spend. The second is an issue that can be found across multiple areas in the application, but is probably most predominant in the commercial rebate. And that is the fact that we expect many people wanting to switch to EV charging stations. We expect many companies to start taking green pledges and moving to electrify their fleet. It is not necessary for Evergy ratepayers to pay for these processes, which are going to start happening on their own. The third has to do with the fact that we have already put nearly $14 million in Missouri into a clean charge network. We've already built over 900 stations, yet these stations are not paying for themselves and not adducing EV adoption. We need to stop and figure out why that is before we start spending even more money. And the final issue is that we expect federal funding to be coming, and it should be incumbent upon the Commission not to create redundancies by having Evergy ratepayers pay for what the federal government might otherwise cover. So, to conclude, Evergy's proposal is illogical. The Commission should focus on plans that actually work. Evergy's proposal is poorly designed because they have left off major facts and considerations. If the Commission wants good proposals, it needs to hold utilities to a real standard. That is what we're asking the Commission to do in this case. Finally, the proposal is premature. The Commission should either be waiting for federal funding to be unlocked or for the market to work, and preferably do both. As one final thought, I am not asking the Commission to say no to Evergy's electrification, or electrification in general, I should say. The OPC fully invites the company to come back once it's answered these major questions. We want the company to come back with an electrification proposal after it's determined what went wrong with its existing proposal or its existing clean charge network. And if something hasn't gone wrong, develop the evidence to prove that point. Show us where you're planning to build these charging stations, why those are good locations, how that's going to reduce range anxiety by comparing the distance to other charging stations. How many people will those stations serve? If you want your rideshare program, explain how it's going to work. Show that you've actually talked to rideshare companies. There are basic questions here that should be answered. And we hope that the company, even if the Commission agrees with us and rejects the current proposal, will answer those questions and return to the OPC and staff with a proposal that actually makes sense. With that, I'll ask if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleiser. Do any of the commissioners have questions for council? All right, thank you very much. I think we will go ahead and break for lunch. Let's be back at 10 after 1, and we will proceed with the first witness. So we will adjourn, go off the record for lunch. Thank you.
Is the host still on? This is the court reporter.
Court reporter, this is Sherilyn Voss. I'm not sure, she may have walked away. If you need her, do you want me to go find her?
Now, I was just thinking about 1 o'clock, coming back and to see if I go through the link, would that help? Because this telephone, it just could be better when it's live.
Yeah. I know they
The other one,
appreciate you. I know they appreciate you hanging with them. I'll try to get her, but I'm not sure if it's Jackie. Let me go check. Oh, it is Jackie. Oh, I think Jackie just unmuted, so, or did she drop off? Hey, Jackie? Let me find her.
No, it's okay. She can have her lunch. Well, I'll come back and I'm going to exit the meeting now and try to come back through the link instead of typing in myself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm working now. My headphones stopped working.
Okay, so you heard all that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, we can give it a try. I'll be back here at my desk well in advance of 1:10. So
Same
we
here.
can
So, okay.
we can troubleshoot.
I thought, since you were trying to get the information to our office girl and everything, I know you guys needed a court reporter in a hurry. I just dug it out on the website and put it in myself. Usually, I've always in the past clicked on the link and it took me right there. Maybe that's the difference,
Yeah. The struggle is
hopefully-
real this morning.
Right, exactly. What happened? Well, we'll talk about that later. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you too much. I'll see you around 1.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Um,
Hello, this is a court reporter. I have restarted my computer and went through the private link and see if that helps. Could someone talk to me?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm just waiting to see if it has that feedback now.
All right.
Another person talking, just in case it makes a difference.
Oh my gosh, I think that fixed it. That was driving
All
me
right.
crazy.
We're all sitting here tensely waiting.
Oh my gosh, the audio is so much better. Now everybody can submit me their opening statements will be great.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna put oh my gosh, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. Thank you very much.
Now it says call for
Chuck Caisley, do you hear me?
I do, Jim.
This is Judge Graham, Paul Graham. I've got 10 after. So we'll go back on the record. I'm hopeful everybody is on the record at this point. Or
Chuck, let's test your audio.
Can you hear me, Jim?
Am I?
Jim, can you hear me?
Okay.
I hear you, Chuck.
Great.
Well, if Chuck spoke up, and this is Paul Graham speaking, if Chuck Caisley spoke up, I didn't hear him. And I believe he is the next witness. He's the first witness for Evergy. Is that right?
That's correct, Judge.
Well, let's get started and see if we have an issue here. I believe we have the court reporter present. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Ready to go.
All right. All right, we're going to go back on the record, and we are ready to proceed with testimony at this time. The schedule that I have in front of me indicates we're going to start with Evergy's witnesses, and specifically Chuck Caisley. So if Mr. Caisley would state his full name and spell it out, then I'll swear him in, and we will proceed with the questions.
Yes, sir. My name is Charles Caisley, Caisley, and I'm a witness appearing on behalf of Evergy.
All right, thank you. If you will raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Mr. Caisley, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your name and address for the record.
Charles Caisley, 1200 Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105.
Are you the same Charles Caisley that caused to be filed direct testimony, which I'll tell you has been marked as exhibit number 2, and sir rebuttal testimony, which has been marked as exhibit number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any changes or corrections that you would like to make to those testimonies?
Not at this time.
And are the answers contained in those testimonies accurate to your best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Judge, I would ask for the admission of exhibit number 2 and number 3 and tender the witness for cross-examination.
Okay, first of all, do I hear any objections to exhibits? Which exhibits, sir? 2 and 3?
Number two and 3.
All right. Do I hear any objections to exhibits 2 and 3? Okay, I hear no objections. Let the record reflect that exhibits 2 and 3 offered by Evergy are admitted into the record. And you've tendered the witness for cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The order that I have indicates that Charge Point will take over here first for cross-examination. So Charge Point's attorney may proceed.
Your Honor, thank you. Charge Point has no questions for Mr. Caisley.
All right, thank you very much. The next witness or the next party with cross-examination privileges with respect to this witness is Renew Missouri. Does Renew Missouri's attorney have any questions, cross-examination questions?
I do not. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. The next parties, I'm assuming we'll go again, together again, are NRC and Sierra Club. Does the attorney for those parties have any cross-examination questions?
No questions for Mr. Caisley, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you. The next party listed is MECG.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, and the next party is the Office of Public Counsel. Mr. Kleiser, do you have any questions?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to proceed somewhat slowly due to the nature of this proceeding. So I'm in the process of sending an exhibit out to all the other parties. And I'm hoping I've captured everyone on this email, but I ask just for a moment while I send this out.
Sure.
Sorry, one more minute. I'm having slight technical difficulties. I apologize. There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Casely.
Afternoon, Mr. Kleiser. How are you, sir?
I am well, thank you. Very first thing, relatively simple. Do you have a copy of your SIR rebuttal in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could you turn to page 14 for me?
Sure. Give me 1 second here.
No time, no problem.
Just got to find it. All right, you said page 14, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I am there.
At this page on lines 11 through 12, effectively you reference a 2015 study conducted by EPRI. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the tricky part. I have emailed to your counsel and all other counsel in the case a series of documents relating to a data request that the OPC received requesting this study. And I'm at this point speaking more to the judge. I'm going to go ahead and ask that this be marked as OPC Exhibit 202. And I'm trusting for your counsel to have forwarded this on to you.
I don't have it yet.
Mr. Kleiser, this is Judge Graham. If it's not there, I see it. I believe you just sent it to me. Thank you.
Probably took a minute to get through. I apologize.
I have forwarded it to Mr. Casely.
Mr. Casely, if you'd be so kind as to tell me when you receive a copy of the forward.
I just got it. Looks like there's 3 attachments.
All right. If you would go ahead and open up the answer attachment, the Word document.
Okay. Okay.
Would you agree with me that this, I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
You would agree with me that this is a data request that the OPC sent to Evergy requesting a copy of the 2015 EPRI study I referenced on page 14 of your testimony?
Yeah, that is what it appears to be. Correct.
And you would agree with me that the data request identifies that the attachment, and it's quite a long name, but it's one of the 2 PDFs attached to that email, is the 2015 study identified?
Well, I'd have to pull up those emails, but or the attachments, but let me just read it here. Okay. Yep. All right, I see it.
And can you verify for me that the PDF file included, which bears the name of the attachment identified in that answer, is the 2015 EPRI study, which you are referencing at page 14 of your testimony?
I just got to pull it up. Okay.
Yep.
Phase 2 analysis. Yeah, that looks to be what I'm referring to. That is correct.
Super. Thank you for that. I know that was a bit complex and convoluted due to our.
That's all right.
current
That's what we
system.
have to do it remote. So it's totally fine.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and offer Exhibit 202, which is the 2015 EPRI study referenced on page 14 of Mr. Casely's testimony. Sir, rebuttal.
Yes, Mr. Kleiser, this was a pre-filed exhibit, wasn't it?
This was not a pre-filed exhibit.
Oh, it was not. Okay. Well, in any event, I've received it. Are there any objections to OPC's exhibit number 202? Hearing none, OPC's exhibit 202 is admitted into the record.
205, I think. Let's see.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Casely, can you turn to page 5 of your sir rebuttal for me, sir, please?
And just to be clear, are we using that document anymore? Otherwise, I'm going to close it on my screen here so I don't.
No, thank you. I was just wanting to get into the record. Thank you.
All right, just making sure. Didn't want to close something down and then come back to it, but also don't want to have too much open on my screen here. Okay, I'm on page 5.
All right. Looking at lines 13 through 18, and here I'm paraphrasing, but would you agree with me that substantially you are referencing the fact that if the commission does not agree with Evergy, there are going to be certain risks imposed on Evergy ratepayers?
Yeah, I think the way I would describe it, Mr. Kleiser, is that, you know, by having a utility involved and by having EV programs and the ones being applied for here, that necessarily regulates, one, it gives up a regulatory role to something that would otherwise be, you know, the wild, wild west. And the second thing is that by having utility involvement, it's our position, and we believe that you would have a more efficient, you know, ultimately a more efficient use of the grid as this really starts to scale. And so there's savings that would be associated with that. The inverse of that would be true, that if you don't have savings, it would cost more than it otherwise would.
Excellent. That's the point I want to focus on for our discussion here for a moment.
Okay.
So am I correct in understanding what you're saying, that additional third-party build-out of EV charging stations has the potential to create risks for ratepayers? Am I correct in that statement?
I wouldn't say third-party build-out. I would say that we believe, and I think the evidence shows in this case, that there is going to be significant increase in electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging, and that whether, regardless, you know, who puts out charging stations, if we can more efficiently use the grid that is already in rate base and paid for and significantly underutilized, that has benefits for customers.
All right, I'm gonna try and keep this a little bit narrower. And just so you know, I want to get through this relatively quickly. It's been a late, kind of long day. So if you could, if you would be willing to just stick to some yes or no's here. You mentioned risk.
Mr. Kleiser, I'll stick to yes or no if the suppositions in your statements are something I can agree to or can't agree to. But if you give hypotheticals or qualified answers or things, I'm going to answer them the best I see fit.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep things moving a little bit more quickly is all.
I would appreciate that. Some of the opening statements were pretty long. I agree.
Gentlemen, you can proceed.
Yes. You specifically discussed that there are risks related to EV deployment in Missouri. I can point you to lines 10 through 11 on page 5. You would agree with me that you specifically mentioned risks involved with EV deployment?
Yes, the risk would be incremental infrastructure investment that might otherwise be avoided, would be one.
Right. So if an electric vehicle charging station is built in the wrong place, it can require additional distribution build out. Is that correct?
I mean, it can require, it really depends. And first of all, I don't know what the wrong place means, but if it's built on a circuit with high capacity, yes, that it could require it. If there's a significant uptick in charging at that location or on that circuit, and particularly if it's done on peak, that could require infrastructure investment. So there are a lot of different factors that could go into it, but I don't know how to think about the wrong place. The right places will be where the infrastructure is needed to serve electric vehicle customers.
Okay. So there is the potential for a need for additional build-out of distribution systems depending on where the electric vehicle charging stations are built. I'm trying to keep this very simple so we can move through these quickly.
Yeah, and I understand. I just, words matter, and I just want to be very specific. And so my answer to that would be sure if you're putting it in a place that doesn't have a lot of capacity, and that could require incremental investment. Yes.
So in order for the Evergy to minimize risks related to EV build-out, your goal is to minimize situations where EV build-out occurs in places where there's high capacity, for example, in places where there's going to be additional costs incurred.
That might be one metric, but it is way not a comprehensive look at it, because you have to build out where the infrastructure is needed to serve customers. If you have, there's food islands where there's not a lot of grocery stores, for example, you build a grocery store in that area. Same thing with electric vehicle charging. If there are areas that don't have adequate access to public charging or highways, things of that nature, then you would want to build it out there. However, again, with utility involvement, there's a bunch of different things the utility can do in partnership with either the hosts or the third party or the developer or a resident to help mitigate that and reduce the cost. Sometimes you can't avoid building, though, in an area that's going to need transmission and distribution investment.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to help me understand here. How does this proposal mitigate risk?
Which proposal? In aggregate, the proposal that Evergy has here today?
Let's try the CCN network expansion to keep things simple.
Okay.
How is your building out additional clean charge network sites going to mitigate the risk of additional distribution being necessary?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. So first of all, for example, on the existing Clean Charge network, these are all smart installations, so that have remote capabilities for both us and the hosts. So one thing that we can do and would be contemplated in the future as we look at the Clean Charge network would be, for example, if you have 4 or 5 charging stations and they're level 2 and they each, for example, let's say they have a 8 to 10 kilowatt demand potential, we can actually so at an installation that might have times 10 different ports. If you've got 5 there, we could go ahead and say remotely in a demand situation, we could take that down to a maximum of maybe 5 on each area. We could go so far as to turn the stations off if we really had a dire situation. So that's one example. The second way that it could be is, when a third party or a commercial entity goes out and tries to install something, they don't necessarily know where the circuit loadings are. They're going for most convenient or least cost to them. But by, again, working with us, we can say, if you just move it over here, and here we've got a rebate program that can help you with that, it's on a circuit or it's on a transformer or it's on a part of the system that won't cause incremental distribution to have to be built out. In some cases that could save customers in aggregate. In some cases that could save the specific customer, depending on the situation and the program that we're talking about. And there's probably a dozen different ways that
Mr. Casely, I'm gonna cut you off for a second because I want to focus on that second thing that you talked about. And again, I'm trying to keep things moving here. So we're gonna talk to customers who want to build out an EV station. So Evergy's position is effectively to control where customers build EV stations.
That's not what I said, is it?
You want to help mitigate the risk of having unnecessary distribution build out by, how would you phrase it, correcting where they build stations?
No, I think a collaborative conversation between folks like we've done with nearly 1,100 of these so far. I can't think of more than but a handful of customers who at the end of it, over the 5 years that we've had these in place so far, have decided they didn't want to host locations anymore. So no, it's a collaborative process. It's an iterative process. We work to maximize the needs of the host while also working to make sure the infrastructure is installed in the most efficient way with features and standards that will help us gather information and manage the grid more efficiently in the future when this really does become an issue.
But there's nothing in this proposal that would actually stop someone from building in a place that would require additional distribution build out.
No, in your opening statement, you said that the free market could take it all, and that's the approach that you're advocating. So no, our proposal would work differently. Your proposal, you're right. That's exactly what would happen.
What part of your proposal, Mr. Casely, prevents customers from building EV stations in bad locations?
Nothing in our proposal does that. And I would think that you would object to it if we tried to ask for something that limited people's ability to do it.
Okay. If nothing prevents people from building charging stations in bad locations, then this program does not mitigate that risk. You agree with me on that?
No, I think that's a very erroneous conclusion and not based on any of the testimony that I've just given in response to your questions.
One second, please. Mr. Casely, I'd like to verify for 1 second. Is it Evergy's proposal in the future that customers pay for the cost of the Clean Charge Network? Sorry, not customers. Let me be clear. Is it Evergy's proposal in the future that the cost of the Clean Charge Network be borne by all ratepayers?
And when you're talking about the Clean Charge Network, Mr. Kleiser, are you talking about existing and what's proposed here? Are you talking about only what is in a limited fashion in rates now and also subsidized by shareholders?
Well, you tell me. Like, let's do both. Does Evergy have a proposal that any part of the Clean Charge Network be recovered from all ratepayers?
Yeah, well, and I know that we have a disagreement on this, but we've got a cost benefit analysis done by ICF, which I'd be happy to address if you have questions on. But our position is yes, that electric vehicles per vehicle add value societally, participant-wise, and non-participant or non-electric vehicle driving-wise. And so we believe in a limited fashion under the way that we have done the Clean Charge Network so far, as well as the proposals we have here, if it's capital investment, that those would be appropriate to be in rates. Now, obviously, the existing Clean Charge Network has a depreciable life and has been in service for quite some time, but there's also operations and maintenance associated with it. There's licensing fees, there's telecommunication, there's a whole bunch of things that go on to maintain that. And so it is, while it's not at stake in this case, we do think that we are making the case that it could be that, the undepreciated aspects of that and O&M surrounding it might be an ask in a future rate review proceeding.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Do any of the commissioners have questions for this witness?
Judge?
This is Chairman Sylvia. I have some questions.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to cut off.
Is there an echo problem?
No, Your Honor. This is John Kleiser with OPC, and I think Nicole Mers was about to speak up. I don't mean to supersede the commission, but staff has not been given an opportunity to cross this witness yet.
I will defer, Judge.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I thought that I asked for staff and heard nothing. I'm hoping I don't have transmission problems here. Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. We should let staff proceed first. If you want to go ahead.
Yes, this is Nicole Mers, and I apologize. I did not hear staff being called, so we may have some problems, but hopefully we can get them sorted out. Good afternoon, Mr. Casely. I have some brief questions for you.
Wonderful.
Could you please turn to page 11 of your SIR rebuttal?
Absolutely. 1 second.
Sure.
Okay.
So you make the comparison that between solar distributed generation and the EV network to advocate for proper management by the utilities to avoid costs, correct?
Do you have a specific line? I just want to make sure I'm reading what you're referring to.
Sure. It is. Starts with the question on line 13, throughout the end of that page. I believe that you go on to about line 10 of the next.
Okay, let me just scan it real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Okay.
So after you make that comparison, you go on to discuss some cost and issues. But are those cost and issues actually regarding California?
I mean, I'm using California as an example of what happens when you kind of have a hockey stick adoption, in this case in solar, and the policy framework either lags or isn't in place, or it reacts to forces once they've kind of reached a scale level. It makes it a lot more difficult to enact policy when you have a lot of potential impacted, participants. And so it would just be, our position that instead of letting that happen, if we know that this is coming, having these kind of conversations that we're having today and proposing programs and developing a policy framework for the state in advance of that hockey stick adoption is solid practice.
Okay, and on line 20 through 21, you do state, has a proliferation of distributed generation been addressed proactively at an early stage? Many of the costs it is imposing on our system now and in the near future as it continues to expand could be avoided. So when you say "are," you are referring to Evergy, correct?
Let me just read that real quick. Yes.
But do you anywhere in your testimony list the specific costs that Evergy is currently incurring?
With respect to solar?
Yes.
No, I don't believe I do.
Okay. And if you could please turn to page 19 of your SER rebuttal.
Okay.
So I'm going to be referring to the question that starts on line 12, goes through line 23. Is it fair to summarize that as basically you're warning the commission that if it doesn't approve this program, Evergy will sell its existing EV infrastructure?
No, I wouldn't say that it is a warning to the commission. I think all I'm simply saying is we have invested millions of dollars and continue to subsidize both the capital investment as well as an ongoing O&M, licensing, and other costs around maintaining the system. It's being enjoyed and used by our customers. I don't agree with some of the characterizations in the opening statements that it hasn't been effective. I think there's a load of information and data that points to just the opposite. And so all I'm really saying is if the commission were to make the decision as a matter of state policy, which is completely in its prerogative to do, that they do not want utilities owning and operating charging stations, this is probably not a network or a subsidy that our shareholders are willing to, willing to bear forever. And so we would look for other alternative ways to operate that system and/or to make that available and recoup some of those costs. It could be selling it to the third-party hosts. It could be just novating them to third-party hosts, as long as they would assume the operations and maintenance. I don't think in any stretch of the imagination we go around with a bulldozer knocking over charging stations and ripping them out. We really believe in having an electric vehicle charging station network. What I'm really just saying is that if the commission decides this isn't a place that there's a role for the utility, whether it's helping to establish the bare minimum to really see adoption, whether it is as a role to make sure that there aren't areas that are underinvested in. A lot of the different things we've talked about in this application, our position would be we would take the hint. This is the second time we've been in front of the commission, maybe the third time on this issue. And not only does the commission have a judicial role, but it also has a policy-making role. And so we're going to abide by what our regulators say. That's what that page is meant to convey.
Sure. So to briefly, I guess, summarize, you take the commission in this case a rejection of the program as a policy statement about EVs in general and not just Evergy's program, self-contained with no overarching statement?
No, I do not believe for 1 minute that if the commission were to decide against our proposal here, that they would be making a statement against electric vehicles. That is absolutely not the case. I do think that there are some policy issues at play here, which will bear directly on what this commission sees as the utility's role in an electric vehicle and electric vehicle charging environment. And we are a fully regulated, vertically integrated, fully regulated electric utility. If the commission in Missouri says that they don't think this is the best place for us to be, after proposing this in 2015, after coming back with a subsequent follow-up, which is a very, very limited, only $2.8 million expansion of the Clean Charge Network, and then an expansion of about $13 million in rebates and other programs and rates. All I'm saying is that we're going to listen very carefully to what the commission says with respect to the utility's role from a policy perspective.
Would approval of the entire program be the only way you would feel comfortable taking a policy note from the commission?
Absolutely not. This is not a take it or leave it. This is not a take it or leave it proposal. There's lots of different things in here. Now, I will say, relative to what we think the adoption is going to be for electric vehicles, relative to what we believe the upside potential for customers and the state could be, and particularly the Kansas City metropolitan region, we think that we put together a very reasonably sized proposal, meaning just right at about $15 million, $16 million of total investment, which is a rounding error on a rounding error on a rounding error of what the typical kinds of investment, even in just transmission and distribution infrastructure that we make. But having said that, are we going to take our toys and go home if the commission says we like this, but not this? Absolutely not. That would be foolish, because any role in this that we have, we believe, will help lend knowledge and shape the programs and the rate offerings over the coming years, and provide incremental policy framework, all of which we think would be important and needed.
And when you were comparing the investment, the size of the investment here to the infrastructure and distribution and transmission, would those investments be ones required for safe and adequate service?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
Sure. So when you were speaking about this being a rounding error compared to some of the investments you make in areas such as transmission and distribution, are those investments in transmission and distribution considered part of what you have to do to provide safe and adequate service?
They are.
Okay. And so going back to a statement that you said about, the shareholders would wanting, if you got the wrong signal, wanting to sell. So that is fair to say then the shareholders aren't receiving value from this, that the revenues wouldn't justify keeping these assets?
I don't know that I would necessarily agree with that. So from an accounting perspective, we have not written anything off yet for the utilization that the shareholders are paying for, because we believe there's a possibility, maybe even a probability, that once you take into account rate case timing and home charging and things of that nature, that this may not be a net loss. Although I will say that we did this starting in 2015, and so it's a slow build in the beginning. I do think that's going to accelerate considerably over the next 5 years. Maybe even exponentially. So no, I don't necessarily believe that the shareholders have had a loss at this point. I will say that it's an ongoing expense, and it's an ongoing subsidy as it's recorded on our books at this point. And again, if we have the ability to invest in transmission and distribution, generation, energy efficiency, other services that the commission feels are proper to make and that we can put into base rates and earn a return on, that is probably where our investors and our shareholders would rather see us make those investments. And I'll say one further thing, which is that I think a lot of the conversation around here that adoption, the ultimate adoption is going to occur regardless of whether there's a clean charge network or whether Evergy has programs for customers. I don't think that's in debate, at least not as far as I'm concerned. I think the real issue from my perspective is with utility involvement at a very small, relative to the size of the market and the size of the increase in charging that may be coming, with utility involvement, is there a benefit to that, and can we see greater grid utilization and look to put downward pressure on rates rather than something that could be a significant cost causer? And whether it is ICF, ICCT, Brattle Group, I mean, there are probably a half a dozen, maybe even a dozen studies that are publicly consumable out there, not only that, but our own cost benefit study that would point to the fact that utility involvement will help ride this wave instead of getting caught on the beach by the wave. And I think that's reflective in the fact that there's over 40, I think 44, 45 jurisdictions around the United States that have approved just under $3 billion of utility electric vehicle charging programs that are very similar to or exact copies of what we've got proposed in this proposal.
Yeah, there. You know, I know Evergy does rely on a lot of studies. Would you agree that the real life example of the Evergy versus Ameren and the amount of spend they have, but with a higher adoption rate, is also something the commission, you know, should look at or have a bearing on this?
Well, so with all due respect to the opening statements and some of the testimony of parties, I don't agree with the underlying statement that Ameren has seen, or the St. Louis metropolitan area, which is served by Ameren, has seen greater adoption. In fact, when you take a look and make it a true apples to apples comparison, then depending on what counties you include, and depending on you know, the definition of the metropolitan area served, or the demographic area as it's defined, you know, Kansas City, which is served primarily by Evergy, with the exception of Independence, is anywhere between 6 to 10% higher per capita in adoption, and we would attribute that to the Clean Charge Network. We would also say that if you look at Polk data, which is now IHS data, through the end of 2018, Kansas City, which again benefited from the Clean Charge Network, was either #1 or in the top 5 for percentage adoption of electric vehicles, where the St. Louis metropolitan area, I don't believe, was in the top 25. And I mean, the list goes on and on. If you look at Green Biz magazine,
Okay, I have
for example,
question.
they rank the Kansas City metropolitan area as 28th, whereas the St. Louis is 50th. So I think we've done a pretty good job.
Folks, this is Judge Graham. We have among us a court reporter that cannot take down everything. I don't want her being stepped all over. So I know this is difficult with WebEx and everything, but let's not step on each other. You may proceed, counsel.
Sure. So you also mentioned not just the rejecting the proposal would send, as you stated, or could send a policy message that Evergy may take negatively. You mentioned if it limits your proposal in a way that makes efforts ineffective, you would proceed down the same route. Would you consider mandatory time of use as a limit to the proposal that would render it ineffective?
So I didn't use the words ineffective. I said that we would consider whatever the commission came forward with, and I didn't characterize it as negative. I just said it would be a policy decision that we would listen to. But having said that, there is an entire conversation around time of use that I think is an exceptional conversation. From a company perspective, in general, for residential customers, or in this case, we are not in favor of mandatory time of use rates. That does not mean that we want to see just inclining or declining block rates or standard rates from an Evergy residential customer perspective. When we come in for our next rate case, so probably not the province of this procedure, I think you're going to see multiple different rate designs for residential customers reflective of the infrastructure investments we've made in AMI and customer information systems, upwards of maybe a half dozen different ways and different use cases that we would like the commission to consider with respect to residential consumers. We are not in favor of mandatory time of use rates because we've seen several states, most notably Arizona, recently have a lot of trouble with that. And we know from customer research that customers don't like being forced into one rate. Rather, we would like to see a rate modernization that acknowledges that differently situated residential customers should have different rates that can be technologically enabled. And we think we're ready to do that. Having said that, with the specific case here, and mandatory time of use rates, if you look at the application and the number of vehicles that would actually be involved, it's very, very small. And on a circuit basis or on a neighborhood basis, it is very unlikely that any of this growth that would occur under this plan would actually exacerbate a peak or cause us to make incremental transmission and distribution investment. One, because it's earlier in the process, and two, because we're just talking about relatively small numbers. We will absolutely communicate with customers, encourage them to get on time of use rates. We believe that is a major advantage of ultimately having utility involvement, and we will absolutely work to do it. I don't want to precondition, though, getting a rebate or participating in this when there are already so many barriers to entry, already so many things customers don't understand, by demanding another barrier up front on something we know confuses customers. Do I think that between now and the fruition of this program, it is likely that we would come back and ask to have maybe mandatory time of use rates? Do I think that the information we get, the communication with, the research and the participation that some parties don't want to be part of this proposal, do I think that that could inform time of use and other types of rates for electric vehicle charging? I absolutely positively do, and it is contemplated in our roadmap. For example, one thing that we would like to hear from customers is time of use rates, where you have to think about a start time and an end time and calculate a rate differential. Is that better than just saying, look, from midnight till 4 a.m., anything that you charge is, for a month is, a flat fee, $5, regardless how much, because we've got so much wind on the system. So there's lots of different ways, and that would be more of a subscription or a flat fee rate than time of use, with time of use involvement. So I think we don't want to have incremental barriers still in the earlier stages of adoption, but are we supportive of this ultimately? Absolutely.
So I'm not sure if you'll recall at the beginning of your lengthy answer, but you took umbrage with my statement that I claimed that you said it limits your proposal. But if you could look at line 14 on page 19, does the testimony not read, if the commission rejects or limits our proposal in a way that makes our efforts ineffective?
That's correct. If
Okay.
we thought that the cumulative decision of the commission was so little that it wouldn't move the needle or would set us up for a situation in execution that it could be viewed as imprudent, we wouldn't go forward. But I don't want to presuppose what that is. There's 4 or 5 different rebate programs, different rates here, expansion of the clean charge network. All of those things have to be, a decision would have to be read, and we'd have to think about what the best approach would be afterwards. So I don't want to prejudge anything.
So you just stated that one of the things that could be a limiting factor would be if the program was done in a way where it was too small to move the needle. But in your last response to me, you stated that the program was so small that there wasn't going to be a probability of a lot of system peak impact. So is the same not true then conversely?
No, I apologize if I was unclear. I think with the numbers that we're talking, and they're here in the application, I can look them up if you'd like. But the number of participants that we're talking throughout this program, that alone isn't going to exacerbate our peak time periods. And so I don't think there's an immediate need in the next year or two to mandate time of use rates. And instead of having a barrier that adds an additional thing people have to think about, I would rather engage in a dialogue, survey, go back and forth with these participants and say, what makes sense to you? And then in all likelihood, we would be in before the 5-year end of the program to propose additional rates or constraints in anything that we were doing, and maybe just as a matter of policy for electric vehicle owners. Having said all that, I absolutely think that even if one or two of these programs are approved, there could be useful information that could be gleaned to help inform future policy decisions and investments of every utility in this state that's an electric utility. And so, again, I wouldn't, it's not that it's unmeaningful, it's just at the beginning of, 50 to 100 or 200 drivers dispersed over our service territory in Missouri isn't going to, in and of itself, add to peak or exacerbate and cause. Certainly, in aggregate, over the next 5 years, if we don't, this is my belief, if we don't look at this and think about it, as infrastructure and how do we get the best out of the existing infrastructure we have, I certainly do think that would be the case.
So then, is it fair to say that mandatory time of use would be one of the decisions that Evergy may not move forward on under then?
No, I not necessarily. It's my opinion, and just having talked to dealerships over the last 5 years, having done a lot of consumer research with customers that have or are considering EVs, my own personal experience in buying an electric vehicle with my family, that explaining, how an electric vehicle works, talking through the tax credits and the various incentives that might be available, figuring out how to access the Clean Charge network or publicly source third-party networks and charging places that are out there, overcoming this range anxiety that exists for folks, talking through the difference between a depot system where you go and in 5 minutes you get all the gas that you can use and can travel for 350 miles versus a lily pad or an iPhone kind of a system where you top off throughout the day for many folks. All of those things take a lot of time and a lot of effort to explain. I wouldn't personally want to add to that conversation and add a barrier by putting a mandatory time of use to participate in this program. If the commission did, then I think we would still be inclined to go forward with these programs, because notwithstanding our belief that it would add an incremental barrier, we still want to interact with these customers, whether it's fleets, whether it is commercial, whether it's residential, and learn and apply what we learn. And so while it's our belief that's not the best way to go, we would certainly, again, that's the wonderful thing about this process and having the conversation now, is we get policy direction from the people who ultimately get to decide what is, how customers in Missouri are going to be served by their electric utilities.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will turn to the commissioners. Do any of the commissioners have any questions of this witness?
Judge, this is Chairman Sylvie. I have some questions.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Casely.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sylvie.
First, let me say I'm very encouraged by some of the clarifications that you've offered in your testimony so far. I will say that when I read your SIR rebuttal, I probably interpreted page 19 similar to staff who was just talking to you. So I'm encouraged at your clarifications that there is room in this process for some tweaks, some things that the commission might consider rather than just a straight up or down, take our ball and go home scenario. So thank you for that. I do have some questions specifically about the current design. First, let's talk about the plug incentive, the outlet incentive.
Absolutely.
Why did the company choose to limit it to specifically an outlet and not have any sort of follow-up verification that it's actually a charger? That's the first question.
Well, so I think a couple things, and there's probably some of my colleagues who are really in the meat of the design of these things here that you should direct those questions to as well. But I can say a couple things. One, a lot of times these days, for a little bit of an increased charge, or sometimes just as part of buying a car, a charging apparatus comes with it. So for example, I know we just bought a car, and included with it was a charger that could charge either at level 1 or at level 2 voltages. And ultimately, we believe that and I should mention, we've had a great relationship with ChargePoint. They've got a great product. We would not be where we are today without a lot of best practices that we learned from them, and just really being partners in designing the original Clean Charge network. So this is nothing against ChargePoint. It's a phenomenal company. But we see a day where phones and vehicles come with apps and the ability to charge, not necessarily just having a charging station that you've got to go buy, but either comes with it, or ultimately there'll be the infrastructure within the vehicle itself. And so we didn't want to limit it regardless, because we'll have interaction with these customers. We'll know, what they've done. We'll have, they're going to have to participate in research, and we'll be able to go back and forth with them. We're still going to get a ton of knowledge. Now, I would say if you don't come with a charging, mechanism with the car purchase, that probably would be our, that would be our preference, is that they do have to go out and get a charger. But I think most people, it follows if you put something that, a 240 outlet in your garage. If you don't have that capability with the car, most people are going to, I don't know why they would do it otherwise. But if the commission feels otherwise, that's one of those things we'd definitely be willing to look at. And I'd also talk to Nick Voris, who probably has some more rationale behind all that as well.
Okay, and does the current proposal require that outlet to be located in the garage?
We have, I don't think it does, because I think there's other places you could locate it. And, certainly what it does require is proof that you got an EV. And so if you're putting in an EV charging, something that could be used for EV charging, and you've shown proof that you have an electric vehicle, I'm not sure why you'd put it in, for example, a utility room for a dryer. When you've just gotten an EV. But if they want to do it outside, if they want to do it on the side of the house, if they want to put a pedestal, maybe do it in the back, an attached barn or something, that's why it's not, restricted to just a garage.
Okay, and so there is proof of an EV required in that section of the proposal.
Yep.
Okay. And then going back to the conversation you were just having on time of use rates, you mentioned some negative effects being seen in Arizona for mandated time of use. Was that a across the board mandated time of use rate, or was that in exchange for participating in an incentivized program?
I honestly don't remember. I just know that we had colleagues in several utilities out there that went to a mandated time of use, and then ultimately walked it back. And I know there've been several different jurisdictions that have had issues. But putting that aside for a moment, if you chart rate history over the last 50 years. Sometimes inclining rates are in vogue, sometimes declining in rates are in vogue. There's been all sorts of different cost justifications and rate designs that have been out there. The one that is kind of in vogue right now is time of use. I don't think that we have a populace anymore with residential customers that are one size fits all. So I agree wholeheartedly with the premise that we should utilize technology, and in particular for us, AMI technology and computational technology, to have rates that mitigate grid impacts and help manage the grid. But I think there are a multitude of different ways to go through that will get better customer engagement and let customers choose from several different options. And I think that is worth exploring rather than a one size fits all. I'm a fan of time of use rates. Our wait till 8 worked, I think, better than even we anticipated it would. And that is something that we'll want to continue and we'll want to grow. But I think there are other types of rate designs that should give people a choice based on their particular situation. And so whether you are somebody with generation, whether you are somebody with battery backup, whether you are somebody that has an electric vehicle, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different permutations. And I think as the days go on, the opportunities abound to have different rate designs, not just one size fits all.
Yeah, and I understand that answer. As I'm looking at your program, though, part of the justification of the program is to have a controlled build out that doesn't, if I'm understanding it correctly, doesn't put undue stress on the grid at the wrong times by the adoption of EVs, and it would be an incentive that's offered to someone. So I guess I'm just confused as to why, if we're asking someone to participate in an incentive program, that we don't also tie with that the load mitigating aspects of the plan that we're supposed to accomplish. So I think that that's something you'll probably hear questions on of the other witnesses as well, and something that at least I'm interested in finding out more as to why that's not included.
Yeah, and again, I agree with you wholeheartedly that time of use for electric vehicle charging is a very good thing. It is something we would want folks to do and something we would encourage folks to do. It's really a question of whether at the point of decision to get a car and to think through all this, it's the best time to say, you've got to have this. Again, if the commission says we think it is, that isn't something that would from my perspective, and probably you'll hear this from the other witnesses too, I would think from Evergy, that wouldn't necessarily make this something we wouldn't want to do. It's just something we didn't propose going into it because we see it as an additional barrier at a point of decision. Ultimately, the whole point of this, the entire point of this, is to find out the best programs and the best ways to encourage off-peak charging. And so that ultimately, that's where we want to go. So.
Sure, and I appreciate that. And again, just from my perspective, I look at it as we're offering an incentive to someone, so asking them to maybe take that step that protects the grid might be appropriate. And I think something that we'll probably explore.
Very reasonable perspective.
All right, so I think that concludes the questions that I have at this time. So thank you, Mr. Casey. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Are there questions from any of the other commissioners at this time for this witness?
Judge, this is Commissioner Roop. I have a few questions.
You may proceed.
Great, thank you. Mr. Casey, great to see you. I appreciate your testimony and for some of the clarifications like Chairman Sylvie had also said. I'm having a few questions based off your interaction with staff and your witnesses, and in some of your responses.
Sure.
So you just said the Wait Till 8 program worked great. We had a hearing on it last week. You guys knocked it out of the park. You saw phenomenal numbers for it that far exceeded your expectations. And it really showed that the time of use rates really had an impact. But then earlier you were interacting with staff and you said there's going to be such a small number of electric vehicles that the time of use rates won't really affect any savings. But then also earlier you said that there's a tidal wave of electric vehicles coming into this area, and so it seems kind of like you're bouncing around a little bit on whatever the issue is being the fact. So can you clarify those comments?
Absolutely, and thanks for the opportunity to do that. It's a little weird. I'm looking over the corner of my screen where you are, but then it looks like I'm looking off the camera, so I apologize. I'm actually looking at you. Yeah, let me clarify. So we do believe that we're going to see a hockey stick adoption for electric vehicles, given all of the billions of dollars by the most recent estimates, somewhere in the vicinity of $250 billion by 2023 that auto manufacturers are putting into electric platforms, plus government incentives, plus potentially some mandates. When you take all of that together, we think that the next 5 to 10 years, you're really going to see a significant increase of electric vehicles. By some estimates, as much as a 30% compound annual growth rate over the next 10 years. So nothing in what I said was meant to imply that this won't be a significant impact. This is going to be a significant impact to the grid. What I was trying to address is the specific impact of what we're proposing here and the discrete number of participants we'll have in the different rebate programs, which if you put them all together is, you know, maybe several hundred to 1,000. And there's probably somebody that on our team that knows the exact number, but you're talking about a relative small subset of that big hockey stick adoption curve. And so from our perspective, the most important thing to get out of these, what I would call mezzanine adopters, they're not early, but they're certainly not going to be the ones that follow on at the very end where it's more mainstream. These are the folks that we're now reaching into who aren't techies, but if you can talk to them about the economics, if you can talk to them about sustainability, and if there's just a little bit of an incentive, you can get them to adopt. So we want to talk to those folks. We want to get information about how they buy, where, you know, what programs they'd be interested in, understanding their charging patterns, and that will be instructive in building rate designs, really understanding cost and all that for the big hockey stick adoption that is coming. My point really is that the adoption that's coming in total absolutely could be a cost causer, and that's what we want to mitigate and avoid. But the discrete number of 300 or 400 or 500 people that will participate in this rebate program won't necessarily at that level be a cost causer in and of themselves if they don't charge off peak. And so I'd rather get them in the program. I'd rather increase the adoption. I'd rather start a relationship and a dialogue in the research than put an additional barrier up right now with TOU. Having said that, that's not something I can prove, right? I can't say, here's the evidence to say it would be really bad. I just know that it would be an incremental barrier. So if the commission were to say, yeah, we get it, but I'm not willing to have 2/3 of these folks be in programs. If you're going to get money that's socialized back to customers, you've got to do this because this is the very point of the program. I think that's a reasonable conclusion and something that we're not going to fight. I would just rather get them in the program, start to understand how to construct rates that will be engaging to them, get the data, and then design rates as we go through this program to address everybody. But I get the commission's concern. It's a valid concern and not something that I would see as a key place to disagree. It's just the way we proposed it. And again, that's the great part of these conversations is we'll have the conversations and ultimately we'll get a policy decision, which I think is great.
Great, thank you. And it's awesome to hear that you guys are not going to oppose if we move forward with a mandatory time of use. So let's switch gears to the residential developer rebate program. What is the thought process that you guys have that why not just increase the amount of rebate or expand the residential customer rebate program rather than provide a rebate to a developer whose business model is to anticipate market demands? Oh, quartz countertops are hot, we're going to put those in, or this is hot. So why make that delineation of two programs instead of rolling the developer one just into the residential customer?
You know, I think the best way to talk about that honestly is to draw a comparison to something else, which is, you know, interestingly enough, one of the concerns that commissions across the country have had, and we've heard from stakeholders of this process, is that, you know, gosh, if we let you in here, then aren't you taking something that could be otherwise go to a third party in the free market and something like that? And interestingly enough, we have seen greater third-party participation, greater third-party charging investment in the Kansas City metropolitan area over the life of the Clean Charge Network relative and per capita adjusted to, say, for example, Wichita, where that build out hasn't occurred. And the reason for that, we believe, and from talking to different entities, is because once one entity, let's say a Target store has, Clean Charge Network charging out front of it, well, now all of a sudden Walmart wants it too. And so if they can't get it through a timed and time-bound and financially capped program, they'll go out and they'll engage with a third party to put that in, because otherwise their customers come in and they say, well, you don't have charging like the person down the street. I think the developer incentive is very similar. We would like to see new homes, new construction, among other things, whether it be energy efficiency standards, whether it be a certain level of automation. One thing we would like to see is start having garages or outdoors that have these plugs, these 240 plugs. And if we can get some to start doing it, even if that's ultimately helping their bottom line, what we think we'll see is other developers saying, okay, we need to do this too, and not through our program, but just through they have to have this feature and be competitive, that they start adding that in as well.
So you view it as like a kickstart to a movement within a developer community to start offering that as a standard issue.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But again, if the commission would rather see it done somewhere else, I don't think that's the notion behind it. One of the notions, but we're not wed to it.
Yeah, I thought your answer was going to be you started working on this back when Bill Kenny was on the commission, and so.
Well, I'm sure he would be supportive of it. He's probably listening and getting ready to fill out his paperwork if he gets a positive inclination. So.
Yeah. I'm sure he's listening. That's true. That's fine. So I'm just looking at my notes. Bear with me one moment. I believe that's all the questions I had, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks,
Are there any other commissioners who have questions for this witness? Okay, I have a few. Mr. Casely, again, thank you very much for your participation and so on here. The first question that I have is the company, as I understand it here, is wanting the commission to, so to speak, bless the decisional prudence, or the prudence of the decision to implement or adopt this program. Am I saying that right?
Yes, I would say that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, why is it, I want you to explain to us why it's reasonable at this time, at this particular time, to, so to speak, bless the decisional prudence of this program when there's potential federal legislation, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that could provide multiple millions of dollars in federal funds for EV charging station build out, and the Electrify American plans from the Volkswagen Trust Funds. I know that that's possibly somewhat speculative, but it's right there on the horizon and a large subject in the national conversation. Why is it prudent? Why would we bless the prudence of this decision when that's on the horizon right now? How did you take that into consideration?
Well, I think that's an excellent question, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to kind of address that. So I think a couple of things. I think first of all, if we've seen nothing else over the last 15 days, we've seen that Washington, D.C. right now we don't know if we're going to get a reconciliation bill, if we're going to get a bipartisan infrastructure bill. We don't know what the size of it's going to be. Is it going to be $1 trillion? Is it going to be 3.5 trillion? Are they going to be able to get it done at all? So I think there's a ton of question as to, do we get a bill, the size of it, and what's in it? And we've had multiple conversations with multiple different stakeholders. They all have a different opinion as to how much money is going to be in it, how much money is going to be put aside for electric vehicle charging. And then but even if you assume that there is a point right answer right now, all of that is going to get put into a process where we don't know how it's going to be distributed. It could go through grants. Utilities could be involved. It might be in the form of something else that goes direct to consumer or to residents of states. The fact of the matter is that we don't know, and there's a good likelihood that it could be quite some time or non-existent. We see, as I said, a hockey stick curve for adoption coming. And so we would like to get busy and start working with customers very quickly here. Now, having said that, decisional prudence to move forward with something doesn't mean that you have executional prudence. And so, for example, if there were federal funds that we could utilize and we didn't utilize them, or it was in any way in conflict with them, I would think that that is something that the commission would take into consideration when thinking about whether to say that we had prudently invested the dollars, even if they were approved from a decisional prudence perspective on a go-forward basis. And of course, if there was something that was covered specifically in a program that we have here today, like a rebate or something like that, we don't have to go forward and execute on this. We could pull back. And then I think finally, one of the most important things, and we have seen this time and time and time again from the federal government on a myriad of different programs. The notion was talked about earlier in opening arguments that maybe the existence of this program would actually hurt the ability to attract federal funds here. And that is the exact opposite of what our experience has been on a ton of other examples. The federal government tends to invest where there is demand. They tend to invest where there are private entities and local jurisdictions that are open to and engaged in these areas. And federal investment and private investment tends to beget more federal investment. One great example is our Green Impact Zone in Kansas City in 2008 and 2009. The more investment we did there towards a specific purpose, the more the federal government wanted to step in and help. So I don't think it's an either or. I think that they're mutually beneficial. And if there's $99 million that comes to the state of Missouri, I think it'll be put to good use. Some of it may get, done through utilities. Others, it might go elsewhere. And I don't think it's going to cause conflict. I think it would be compatible. But certainly we take it into consideration if it does come to fruition in anything we would do over the next 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Casely, for that response. I guess putting the question a little differently before we move on, I think what you're saying, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and I know from listening to your answers today that you will, on the supposition that we do not know what Washington is going to do, which I think is what you told me or told us, how does the fact that we do not know what Washington is going to do lead us to the conclusion that the company's decision is prudent?
I'm not completely sure I understand the question. I apologize.
No, it's perhaps me, but we are being
I'm sorry.
is being asked to say now that the decision is prudent, which has consequences down the line, right?
Yeah. So I guess my answer to that, Your Honor, would be that if we were to have programs that were duplicative or in conflict that were given decisional prudence today, but then something came forward from the federal government that was in conflict or could have been done more cheaply or more effectively for customers, I would expect that when we actually tried to bring this into rates and ask for execution prudence, the commission would greet that with skepticism and have questions about it. I think in addition to that, I'd say Darren Ives probably could address some of that in more detail since he'll put together our future rate cases and things of that nature.
That's a fair answer. Thank you, sir. Next question. Do you believe that, speaking for the company, that it's fair for ratepayers to shoulder all of the risk of the pilot, or should the company bear some of this risk?
Well, I think that's another great question, Judge. And so I'd say a couple things. First of all, we've invested millions and millions of dollars for which shareholders have borne disproportionately the risk, probably 90% of the risk in the Clean Charge Network up to this point. So relative to other investments made by our peer utilities in the state of Missouri, we have more shareholder risk and more shareholder subsidy in the original Clean Charge Network than they do. And for the most part, and I'm sure Darren Ives and Kim Winslow could speak towards this, the settlements that they have reached on similar electric vehicle charging programs are mostly socialized into rates or not borne by shareholders. Again, Darren Ives, Kim Winslow could probably talk more about that. So I think that given what we've put in so far, which there were even some slides in Office of Public Counsel's opening statements that looked at how much our shareholders have invested in this and the risks they've taken so far. On a go-forward basis, we would seek to mitigate that, and we think the cost-benefit analysis from ICF bears that out as something that, on a pilot basis, time-bound and financially capped, is prudent and fair to have as a socialized cost. Having said that, our shareholders are still going to have risk because if we don't execute it well, if there are problems with how we work on this, of course, when we try and bring it into rates from a regulatory asset, there is all that scrutiny and conversation is going to take place. So they still have considerable risk.
All right, thank you. Going down a different road, the city of St. Louis recently adopted several EV charging ordinances. Have any jurisdictions in your service area and Evergy service territory adopted similar policies or ordinances to promote EV ready or EV charging in residential or commercial buildings?
We've got somewhere in the vicinity of 110 or 115 or so municipalities in our metropolitan area, and they all have different things. I am not aware, and it is possible that Kim Winslow or Nick Voris may be aware of some specific incentives that may or may not be available. And I will be honest, I'm not familiar with the incentives or the ordinances in St. Louis. What I will say, when you compare St. Louis and Kansas City, not only is the Kansas City region by a clip of about 8 to 10% adopt, when you adjust for per capita, have a better adoption rate for electric vehicles. I think there's another advantage that St. Louis has that probably doesn't get talked about a whole bunch, which is they've got a significant population that resides on the Illinois side, and there are many different state incentives, whether it's rebates, tax credits. 80% of the cost of charging in your home can be recovered through a program over there, and that is a huge incentive to electric vehicle adoption that doesn't exist on the Missouri side or the Kansas side in the Kansas metropolitan area, Kansas City metropolitan area.
Okay, thanks. The Metropolitan Energy Center produced their Electrify Heartland Plan, Kansas Missouri Community Readiness for EV and EVSE, with the U.S. Department of Energy support, which included recommendations to A, require new construction or renovation projects, install EV infrastructure, B, encourage city officials to seek designation as EV-ready communities, C, disclose permits sought for EV infrastructure to utilities for load planning, and D, develop public education plans to explain the benefits of EVs. On the supposition that my perhaps unfair question rings a bell with you, were your proposals predicated on or intentionally aligned with any of this, or is that a question I should field to somebody else?
Well, you should feel free to absolutely talk to Nick Voris and Kim Winslow on that, who may have some additional information. But what I will tell you is we generally have a very close relationship with the organizations that you mentioned, and none of those things are things that we wouldn't support. And in general, we see the EV charging ecosystem as something that isn't just a utility thing. It isn't just third party, but there are roles to play for municipalities and counties, and we actually like to see our state governments get a little more involved as well. So those are all things that we support, and you know, complementary to the ecosystem we would like to see within our service territory.
Okay. Well, my question, and you may just not be able to answer this, is whether the company's proposals, Evergy's proposals, were actually intentionally based upon or aligned with the things that I've outlined. And I take it from your answer, I should direct that to two other
That would be
witnesses.
Nick Voris. Ask him.
All right. Thank you very much. Going a different direction yet again here, has Evergy talked to the legislature, the Missouri legislature, about renewing the now expired state tax credit program for alternative fuel infrastructure installation, which authorized tax credits up until 2018 for both residential and commercial EV charging installation? Has there been any dialogue with the legislature on that you know of?
Yes, Your Honor. Government Affairs actually is in our division here that I get to be a part of, and that is something that we've talked to legislators about and that we support.
Okay, thank you. Directing your testimony now to some things that ChargePoint has suggested in its pre-filed documents, what do you think of ChargePoint's suggestion to connect the rebate, not necessarily to an outlet, but to the purchase of an L2 charging unit or a NEMA outlet? Do you have any thoughts on that?
You know, I think probably the best person to talk to there would be Nick Voris. I mean, he's the one who really put together the specifics of the program and is most knowledgeable in that area. So if it's okay, Your Honor, I defer to him.
That's fine. Actually, I have a number of questions that may result in that answer, but kind of doing an inventory here, and you're working with me, and that's great. What home appliance, and here's one you may throw to another witness, I don't know. What home appliances or equipment require a dedicated 240V circuit? Can you tell me, or do you have a thought on that?
Other than a electric dryer, I'm not going to venture to guess. So maybe some arc welding. I don't know. I'll leave that to Mr. Voris as well.
That'd be about my answer too. But thank you. With that, I don't think I'll have to ask a couple of these. Now, here's one that I think you may have some insight on. There have been reports of automakers announcing they are making the switch from internal combustion engines to EVs, electrical vehicles. Are you aware of those announcements? I'm sure you are. And if so, can you describe for the record what various automakers like GM and Ford have indicated as their production goals? Are you able to address it?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start off with Ford, because Ford Motor Company is one of our larger customers. We've been in communication with them, and we know that their transit platform, they are getting ready to invest dollars in our service territory, and I'm not completely sure what the timeline is, but begin to convert that so that they've got an electric platform there. You know, it really ranges from, for example, Ford, I think, has said by 2030, they would like to be in the vicinity of 40% of the vehicles they sell worldwide being electrified, whereas GM's got an even more aggressive stated goal as 2035 being 100% electric vehicles. Now, I don't know if that's doable or not, but those are the kinds of automaker statements that we are hearing. And in addition to that, and for Ford, by the way, that's about a $29 billion commitment through 2025, which is probably the one we're most knowledgeable about. And then, of course, you've got the Alliance for Automobile Innovation, which has said, and I think I said this earlier, that upwards of $250 billion by all automakers would be invested through 2023 in converting to electric platforms. So it's a sizable investment, and my suspicion is, as you go quarter to quarter, those investments tend to have been ratcheting up, not down.
Okay, thank you. I want to direct your attention to page 6 of your direct testimony, I guess, lines 10 to 13. I believe they state that Evergy's request for TE pilot programs and rates to support EV adoption enable off-peak charging, educate customer and other key stakeholders and information. Evergy's future efforts maximize the benefits of TE to all customers. And I think you've addressed this somewhat with some of the commissioners and others' questions, but can you explain how this program will support EV adoption?
Well, I think a couple of things. As we were kind of discussing a little earlier, buying an EV requires a completely different mindset than buying an internal combustion engine. If you drive an internal combustion engine today, you understand how it works. You understand where to fuel it. You understand miles per gallon. You understand the features that are on an internal combustion vehicle. And so the sales process is just very, very different than you have with electric vehicles. With electric vehicles, you have range anxiety. Am I going to be able to charge this if I need to? Can I get it repaired at the same place? How do I charge it at my house? Where is charging located? How does it pencil out from a cost perspective? I mean, there's just a whole bunch of things that consumers need to understand. What this program does, and what we've seen through our experience with the Clean Charge Network starting in 2015, is it tries to remove barriers, and it tries to help incentivize people to get an electric vehicle. You don't know where to charge? Well, here's the Clean Charge Network. And dealers actually have a Clean Charge, all the dealers in our service territory have a Clean Charge Network packet of information. So it helps them say, this is how you charge, this is where you charge. We've got a website from a communication standpoint, and again, there's I think $1.6 million in this for communication and customer education. We've got a website that has all sorts of different resources, and again, dealerships use that website to break down barriers. We've also gone in and formed partnerships with dealerships and sometimes regionally with the automakers and their dealership alliances to help train their salespeople on how to educate customers on some of these things. And so when you give a rebate and you say, hey, if you're concerned about, how do you get this, charging in your garage, or if that's an extra cost that would be a barrier, well, here's a program to eliminate that. If you're out looking for a home, maybe you say, hey, this has got a 240 outlet right in the garage, so it's ready for EV. That removes a barrier. If you are a fleet operator and you're starting to think about this, well, now we've got a program where we can go in and we can work with you, and not only can we educate you on this from the financial to the grid implications, but we'll also remove a barrier by different rates that are tailored to help you, as well as potentially some rebates to defer the cost. And so all of this is intended to remove barriers, to increase education, and to incentivize the adoption of electric transportation.
Thank you very much for that answer. Excuse me a minute. I think that's all the questions I'm going to have for this witness. On the basis of my questions, before I go straight back to redirect, but with a you sort of speak of tying this up. Is there any recross from any witnesses based on the questions that the commissioners have asked or that I have asked? Any recross from OPC, which was primarily the recross, or primarily, I'm having trouble here with my mouth, sorry. Any recross from OPC or anyone?
Staff has a few questions, but if OPC has anything, I believe they're first in the before staff point of order.
And go with staff. Mr. Kleiser, do you have any recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Does staff have any recross? I think you said you did.
Yes, hopefully briefly. Mr. Casely, in response to a question from Judge Graham, you noted that there are incentives available in Illinois. Is it your contention that incentives available to Illinois residents impact the number of EVs that Missouri residents have?
I'm sorry, you cut out there a little bit. I didn't hear that last part. I apologize.
Sure. No, that's okay. You stated that there are incentives that are available in Illinois to explain the Ameren adoption rate. Is your contention that incentives that are available to Illinois residents, such as the tax one you mentioned, impact the number of EVs that Missouri residents have?
Absolutely, but probably not in a major way. And the reason for that is, even though if you're a Missouri resident, you wouldn't be eligible for any of those tax incentives or rebates that Illinois has. What absolutely is a fact is that auto manufacturers and dealerships size their orders and the availability of the stock that they have on the lot relative to the incentives that are available to give people on electric vehicles. And so if you look at Illinois and a significant population on the Illinois side of St. Louis, you are going to have dealers there that naturally have more electric vehicle stock because they've got a vibrant program in Illinois, and so more people will be buying there. It's something we've seen time and time again, and specifically have had conversations with auto manufacturers as well as dealerships throughout the Clean Charge network build out. One of the things we ran into is, and we were hearing, is it's just very difficult sometimes to get an electric vehicle in Kansas City, and the reason for that is as soon as they get here, they're snatched off the floor. I'm in love with the battery hybrid Jeep, and there is just literally nothing on this side of the state. The closest I can get is Denver right now to get one. And again, that's another state with very lucrative city and very lucrative state incentives for electric vehicles. And so, yes, it does have an impact. Is it determinative? No, it's just, it does impact one factor, and that's the availability of cars at the very least.
So none of your programs then seem to address one of the major issues you brought up, would be the lack of stock of electric vehicles in the area. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's nothing we can do other than to work with dealers and auto manufacturers or OEMs to increase the amount of stock here. I will tell you that prior to the Clean Charge Network, there was very little stock at all. And now there's a significant increase in what they bring in. And we've also gone through and trained a whole bunch of dealerships through various programs since 2015 to have people on staff who are experts in electric vehicles and can make the sales and overcome some of those barriers. So I do think while there's nothing in these specific programs, having the infrastructure, being able to point to the elimination of range anxiety and some of the incentives that we have, while they're not state incentives and it's not like the $4,000 tax credit that you could get in Illinois, it still does help attract more stock to the Kansas City region. And in fact, anywhere where we have the Clean Charge Network kind of minimum requirements deployed.
In response to a question from Judge Graham, you pointed it regarding risk sharing. You pointed to the figures in OPC's opening to support a statement that Evergy has already subsidized and shared the risk in this program. So does that mean that you agree with those figures?
Well, I don't know. You probably should talk to Darren Ives as to whether he agrees with that or not. I'm just saying, you know, if that is correct, then somewhere in the vicinity of $2 million a year or so already is a shareholder, assignment of that risk and that cost.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kleiser, did you have some questions for OPC?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So let's see if we've got any redirect from counsel for this witness.
Yes, Judge, just briefly. Mr. Casely, can you hear me okay? Is our connection all right?
I sure can.
Okay. Well, I'm going to turn on my video so I can feel like I'm having a conversation with you, okay?
Wonderful.
I would like to start with some of the areas of interest by the commissioners and Judge Graham, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely.
And the first area, you had a number of questions about time of use rates and our EV charging pilot, and why shouldn't we have mandatory time of use rates? Do you recall those?
Sure do.
Do you think that there are some EV drivers that would find time of use rates to be quite beneficial?
Absolutely.
And do you also believe there could be other EV charger or EV drivers that would not find time of use rates to be quite as helpful?
Absolutely.
Would you explain what type of person might not find time of use rates to be beneficial, even though they were an EV driver?
Well, for example, one might be somebody who works overnight, first responders, things like that have night shifts. If you're out using your vehicle overnight, then you're naturally not going to correspond to the time that time of use would be most beneficial. Again, that'd be overnight, probably post 8 o'clock into 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before load starts to build again. And so if you're working or using your vehicle during that time period, then the only alternative you would have to charge would be during the day, and this could actually act as a disincentive or a penalty to you.
Is it true that Evergy's current residential time of use rate would apply to the whole house, not just a specific usage?
That is correct.
So if I had 5 kids and my grandparents living at home all day long, even though I had an EV in the garage, it might not make sense for me to go for an EV rate if it was on the whole house. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I believe you indicated to perhaps Commissioner Roop that if the commission mandated time of use rates related to our EV program here, that wouldn't be a deal killer, or so you didn't say that, but it wouldn't end our interest in this area, correct?
That's correct. This is not a zero-sum game where it all has to be approved or exactly the way the company wants it. The company's made a proposal based off of, in our judgment, a good set of programs optimized to achieve what we're looking at, but it's not a zero-sum game. And one of the very tenets of why we believe this is such an important conversation is proactive policymaking. And so this hearing and these programs achieve that. And so if, we're going to get some policy decisions out of this, and we see that as a universally good thing.
Would the company have a considerably different view of that, though, if we were talking about going to mandatory time of use rates for all of our residential customers?
I mean, fortunately, that's not an issue in this case, but yes, we do not think mandatory time of use for all residential customers is the way to go. We think that there are a myriad of other rates that in all likelihood we will be discussing in a lot greater detail in subsequent rate proceedings that we would like to engage with the commission on and stakeholders and try and see if in addition to time of use rates, there are other ways that we could address grid management and system utilization while engaging with stakeholders without mandating a one-size-fits-all scenario. And I anticipate that that's going to be, and rightly should be, a significant conversation and a significant area of policy discussion over the coming years, because it's an incredibly important one.
And I believe in answer to Commissioner Roop, you talked about the negative effects that happened in Arizona when they mandated time of use rates.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Are there other witnesses, perhaps Nick Voris, that would have additional background on that situation and others?
Yeah, I'm sure he would. There may be others. I just know that about the time that I assumed responsibility for billing and meters and the call center is when I had a colleague go through that at APS and some other utilities out there. And I know that it was a very difficult situation and that it resulted in a lot of customer angst. And again, we don't like one size fits all, and Americans generally don't like, you've got to do this, mandates. But I think there's such a broad swath where we can have conversations about this that I look forward to it. And I think in the future, we'll have some interesting conversations and get to some good resolutions on this.
Judge Graham also asked you about some federal legislation that perhaps would fund EV charging stations. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe in answer to one of the questions, you suggested that if federal legislation came about, you would be interested in it and it could be complementary to the Evergy program. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would you expand on that? How would it be complementary and why would that be appropriate?
Well, we don't know where the, what the programs from the federal government are going to look like yet. There's a myriad of different proposals that are out there. So, for example, if there are increased or extended tax credits, that helps remove a barrier. That helps incentivize adoption. That would be complementary to these programs. If there is education that's done, I mean, federal funds could go to third-party NGOs. They could go to states, and the commission could be in a situation where they're disseminating information on electric vehicle and electric vehicle charging. So we don't know what all of those are going to be, but in the end, anything that helps remove barriers, educate customers, and is something that creates a more positive ecosystem for electric vehicle charging would be complementary with what we did. Now, if the federal government came out with a policy or a program that directly duplicated something we did, or made something that we did, ineffective or not needed, there'd be no reason for us to do it. And nothing in this proposal says, if you approve this, we have to spend every last cent. And I think that's an important distinction that should be made.
Would you agree that the most effective way to deploy EV charging stations statewide in a timely manner would be to use all funding sources in combination?
Betcha.
Yeah.
Would it surprise you to find that the commission's made that finding a fact in another case?
If they have, I'm glad.
Okay. Judge Graham also asked you, I think, a question about decisional prudence. Do you recall that?
I do.
If the Public Service Commission in Missouri believed that it was not prudent for the company to invest in the Clean Charge Network while federal legislation was still pending, would you want to know that?
I would.
And would that be better than a situation where you weren't told that, but then in the next rate case, parties were allowed to say, well, why would they invest in the CCN network whenever federal legislation was pending.
Yes, absolutely. That is one of a myriad of concerns in that area.
And if the commission felt like it wasn't the proper role of the utility to be building the clean charge network, would you want to know that too?
Absolutely.
Would that be better than waiting till the next rate case when some party argued that, well, it wasn't appropriate for the utility to even be in that space at all?
Absolutely, and it's happened before, and it is a huge disincentive to us to make incremental investments, particularly when it's happened in the past.
Is that the kind of thing you're talking about when we ask for decisional prudence in this case?
Absolutely.
You also had a couple of questions from the chairman and Commissioner Roop related to your testimony about what were concerns of the utility, and they were glad that you clarified that this wasn't a take it or leave it situation from Evergy's perspective. Do you recall that?
I do.
I'd like to give you an opportunity to say in your own words what you feel that we need to know and regarding the clarification of policy from the commission.
Well, I think really two things. One, we really are interested in decisional prudence, both on the rebates and the rate designs, as well as the very moderate, small even expansion of the clean charge network, because we would like to understand what, as a matter of policy, the commission views as a utility's role in this area. So I think that would be the first thing is, what does the commission see as our role? And then the second thing is, in describing that role, if we put together a package of programs, are these programs acceptable to execute on? Or if they have discrete concerns or conditions. I think those are the other things that we would like to know. And discrete concerns or conditions are all things that we would consider. And unless we thought with great certainty that a condition or a limitation would make it impossible to prudently execute the program, then we would see this as advancing policy, and it would be something that we would want to go forward with.
I think you were asked some questions from staff regarding possible transmission and distribution investments that might be needed because of EV users. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe you indicated that it was such a small program that you didn't expect there to be really any investments that would be needed.
As a direct result of the participants in this program. In other words, we do think that as electric vehicles are adopted, and to go back to one of the questions that Judge Graham asked, he asked specifically about the investments and the adoption curves that automakers had talked about. I mean, Deloitte published, I believe, earlier this year that for the next 10 years they expect almost a 30% compound annual growth rate in electric vehicle adoption. That is going to cause increased usage. It's going to exacerbate the peak, and it's going to demand infrastructure investment. That said, the 300 to 500 or so, maybe a little bit more. Again, Nick Voris would know the exact number of participants as a direct result of this program won't in and of itself, I don't believe, exacerbate peak load, but it will give us a lot of useful information on how to address the rest of the electric vehicle adoption curve. And in the end, as Commissioner Roop and I discussed, if it becomes a condition or if it is something, that wouldn't necessarily make us not want to do the programs. And it's something that I fully anticipate prior to finishing this these programs as proposed, we would be back in front of the commission and saying, given the knowledge that we've obtained in 2022 and 2023, and looking at adoption where it is today, we would propose these kinds of rates or these kinds of conditions on participation. So I think it's something that's going to evolve.
Just thinking of an analogy for this issue, are you aware that the company has added their largest customer in the last 3 to 5 years over in Sedalia?
I'm intimately familiar with that. Yes.
That was a large steel company, is that right?
Yep, they make rebar.
And was it necessary to make massive transmission and distribution investments in order to serve that amount of load?
There were significant.
I'm going to object. Excuse me. Yes, I'd like to object OPC outside the scope of cross.
Well, I'll withdraw the question, Judge. It doesn't need to be answered. That's okay. In that regard, I think you indicated at that point you were talking about really it was a rounding error in terms of the investment that would be needed to serve the EV customers in the next year or so under this pilot program. Is that right?
Yeah, directly attributable to this pilot program, if at all. Oh, what you mean, socialized cost to customers? Yeah, I mean, I think Nick Voris, Darren, Kim probably talked to you, but I think it's in the vicinity of $1 to $2 a year for residential customers.
Do you consider EV charging stations to be part of the facilities that the company should provide to provide safe and adequate service?
I do, yes, because I think increasingly with this kind of a load, you're no longer talking about something like a mobile phone. You're talking about essentially, in many respects, what could be considered a mobile, dwelling, a mobile house. They can consume those kinds of loads, and so as if we're going to incline towards the future, yes, I do think it is. It should be part of, and that's one of the policy questions with decisional prudence that we'd like to see answered here is part of the utility's role.
Do you believe it's an essential service?
I do.
Okay. And does the company feel like they have an obligation to provide adequate facilities for essential services?
We do.
Well, Mr. Casey, I appreciate your testimony here. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I'm sorry I have stepped on you. Did you have something else to say?
No, sir.
Hi, we're going to take a break, but before we do that, Mr. Fisher, I'd like for you to take a look at your documents. We'd like to have the residential tariff sheet and the residential time of use tariff sheet specifically put into the record. If you want to take a look at that, mark those, whatever it is you want to do and offer them, we'll take that up at some point soon, okay?
You're talking about the time of use rates that are effective today for residential services for both companies?
Yes, and anything that's been filed that's going to go into effect, depending upon the action of the commission that's related to that. Take a look at that during our break, or otherwise, I don't know that it's imperative that that be taken up now. Well, my request is not completely clear, but let's get to work on that, okay? And we'll take a break now. About
Judge,
15 minutes.
Judges,
yes.
This is Roger Steiner. Those are in our report that we filed. If you're talking about the tariff.
I thought that it was. I just want to make sure that that these things, that has not been offered actually as an exhibit, has it?
It has not, but we can certainly do that. We can certainly do that now.
Well, I want to, why don't you look it over during break or afterwards and make sure that when we get done with that process, I, as judge, and the commissioners know exactly what the exhibit numbers are. I get a little bit picky about that stuff, okay?
Okay, the report is Exhibit 1, and it's Appendix B in there. But
Okay.
we'll discuss it after the break.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's give the court reporter a hand and give her a break here. Back in about 15 minutes, okay? Off the record.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you.
Hey, babe, we're gonna go at lunch and you're gonna have to call Conoco and figure out what the hell's going on with them. They have billed you $75 the last 2 months in finance charges. I guess they billed you $75 last month, which you didn't pay because you either thought they credited or didn't know you had it. So they billed you
Miss
another
Boss,
$75
you're
this month
unmuted.
because you didn't pay that $75 from last month on time. So as of right now, you owe them $150 in finance charges. Oh, hold on, I gotta take this from Holly. I'll talk to you. Hey.
Yeah.
You're not at lunch anymore.
What?
You're at lunch anymore. I am leaving at 3:45.
Okay.
To go pick up my pictures. I'm going to stay logged in on my computer so I can keep recording, but Kayla is already on as co-host.
Okay.
She's going to offer emotional and technical support.
Okay, well, I'm needing more and more emotional. We're probably going to run till about 5:30. I got to play some catch up.
Okay. She can only stay till 5, so I should be back in town by 5:15.
Okay.
So,
And I'm gonna start this up at 8:30
okay.
in the morning.
I'll probably come in at 8 tomorrow to get the WebEx and everything.
We got we just got one done with one out of 15 witnesses.
Yeah. So busy day. Emotional support.
Yeah. You want to take over?
No, I did not.
Make it sure.
So for emotional support, not always.
Oh, he says I'm unmuted. That's not possible. That is not possible. I am muted. Yeah, I'm muted on the side of my phone.
Okay.
I'm just checking. We have not started, correct? I'm not hearing anybody.
Correct. We haven't started yet.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I believe that if you can hear me, we are going to go back on the record at this point. and I believe that we are ready for the next Evergy witness, Stacy Noblette. Before we get to that, we are sitting here at 3:29, 3:30 in the afternoon. We've gotten through one of, I guess, 15 witnesses, and this thing is scheduled for today and tomorrow. It's my intention to run this hearing until 5:30 or so this evening, and to start up again at 8:30 in the morning, unless that's just an impossible situation for someone. So speak to me about that at some point. That's what I'm working with here. So if we are all ready to go, we're back on the record at this point, and Mr. Fisher, you can proceed with your next witness, please.
Hey, Judge, this is Roger Steiner at Evergy. Stacy Noblette is my witness, so I'm going to proceed, and I'm doing this by telephone because I'm having some computer issues.
All right, go ahead.
Company called Stacy Noblette.
Let me get his spelling and so forth, and I'll swear him in. That's the way they want me to do it. Mr. Noblette, I don't know, is it she? I'm not sure who this person.
It's a she, Judge.
I beg your pardon. Ms. Noblette, would you state your full name and spell it?
Absolutely.
For the court reporter.
Absolutely,
Where are you
Judge.
at?
Thank you very much. Stacy Noblette, Stacy Noblet.
All right, Ms. Noblette, would you raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Ms. Noblette, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Steiner, you may proceed.
Thanks. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Stacy Noblette.
Who are you employed by, and what is your position there?
I work at ICF, a global consulting firm. I am a senior director at ICF, and my focus area is clean transportation, including transportation electrification. I lead ICF's work to support utilities and other clients in designing and implementing electric vehicle charging programs, among others, and I've worked in the clean transportation industry for more than 17 years.
Thank you. Are you adopting the portions of Evergy's Transportation Electrification Portfolio Filing Report, which has been marked as Exhibit 1, and the portions that were originally sponsored by Ambika Coletti? I'm specifically talking about Section 3.4 of the report and Appendix C to the report.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Are the sections of the report sponsored by you true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 1. Those tariffs that you were requesting are actually Appendix B of that report. I would move for the admission of that report and tender this witness for cross-examination.
And that's Exhibit number 1, Mr. Steiner?
It is.
Okay, and with all the attachments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do I hear any objections to Exhibit number 1?
Your Honor, this is John Kleiser with the OPC. Not an objection. I'd like to clarify 2 points really quick. First, is this the updated report that was filed? I have the date here. Somebody else can jump in if they have the date.
It's the one that was filed in July, yes.
Yeah, that's a good point. There were 2 of them filed. You're tendering the one that was filed in July. Is that right, Mr. Steiner?
Correct.
Did that one have all the tariffs on it? I believe that it did. You're talking about the right attachment too, are you not?
Yeah, it includes appendices H and I, which were updated May 6th, yes.
All right. And Mr. Kleiser, did you have a second question of clarification?
Yes. So this might just be a procedural matter, but it's my understanding that there were multiple parties who testified as to this report. I don't anticipate any objection, but it seems more prudent to offer the report, I guess, after all parties who have contributed to it have been sworn, or is the company asking for the entire report to be admitted now after just one party? I don't want to make this too difficult.
I was doing that just to move it along, as others have said, but if you would rather wait till the end, we can do that.
Well, Mr. Kleiser, does anyone anticipate an objection? Can we not just put this in, or is there going to be an objection? You've all had many months to look at this thing.
You know what? The OPC doesn't have an objection. I was just concerned with exactly how this is proceeding. But if this is the entire report now, yeah, we don't object.
Well, if nobody objects, the record's going to reflect that exhibit number 1 and its attachments are in. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steiner. You may proceed.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I would tender this witness for cross.
All right. I don't want to skip staff this time. I'm sorry. I show that ChargePoint is up to bat here. Does ChargePoint have some cross for this witness?
Your Honor, we do not. Thank you.
All right. Does Renew Missouri have any cross for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does the NRDC have any cross for this witness?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sierra Club, same answer. Do you have any cross for this witness?
Same answer, Judge. Thanks.
During the break, I excused MECG's attorney. Does OPC have cross-examination for this witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the staff have any cross for this witness?
We do not. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for this witness? Hearing none, can this witness be excused? Well,
thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to move on to the next witness, Mr. Fisher or Mr. Steiner, whoever is still up to bat. I believe the next witness for Evergy is Nick Boris.
That's correct, and that's Jim Fisher's witness.
All right, Mr. Fisher, you want to call your witness, and then I'll have them spell their name and so on, and I'll turn the witness over to you.
Yes, sir. Just take a second to get him located here, and he's in place, I believe.
That's
Mr.
fine.
Boris, are you
Thank you.
online now?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. The judge can hear you. I think if I can, probably others can as well. Are you Nick Boris?
I am. What?
Well, we got an echo in there somehow. I hope that doesn't keep going. Would you spell your name out and tell us whose witness you are, and then I will administer the oath.
Yes, my name is Nick Voris. Last name is V as in Victor, O-R-I-S, and I work for Evergy, and I manage the electrification team.
All right. If you raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath and turn you over to your attorney or to the attorney. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, counsel, your witness.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Nick Voris. Address is 1200 Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105.
Are you the same Nick Boris that caused to be filed in this case a portion of the Evergy Transportation Electrification Portfolio report, filing report, and also sir rebuttal testimony, which has been marked as exhibit number 6?
I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections that need to be made to either your sections of the report or your sir rebuttal testimony?
Not at this time.
And if I were asked to ask you the questions contained in your sir rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same? And are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's number 7. Your sir rebuttal is number 7. I'm sorry. I made a mistake there. With that, Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 7 and tender Mr. Boris for cross-examination.
Okay, well, I have a simple question, just so the record's absolutely clean. Mr. Boris, do you acknowledge that Exhibit 7 is your testimony?
Yes, Exhibit 7.
All right, thanks.
Judge, I could clarify too the sections that Mr. Voris is sponsoring of the report. That is Section 2, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.6, 4.7.1, 4.7.4, 4.8, Appendix A, Appendix B, and Appendix F. Thank you.
Okay, thank you much. And I'm assuming, Mr. Boris, that you agree with that.
I do.
All right. And are you tendering the witness, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does ChargePoint have any questions for Mr. Boris?
Yes, Your Honor, we do. Thank you.
You may proceed.
And Your Honor, just in case it helps with efficiency, ChargePoint does not have questions for any other Evergy witnesses, so happy to hop on and let you know that in the future, or if you want to make a note, no need to ask us on future witnesses. Just thought I'd note that.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Voris. It's good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
Our conversation will potentially give you some deja vu of our conversation a couple weeks ago in the Kansas proceeding.
Sure.
But I thought that was a productive conversation, so I appreciate you having it again here today. Would you please turn to your sir rebuttal testimony and turn to page 18? Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
So there, starting on page 18, you respond to ChargePoint's recommendations for the residential rebate program. So Evergy opposes ChargePoint's recommended programmatic modifications, which are to establish a list of qualified chargers that are network capable, have managed charging capabilities, have a safety certification, and are Energy Star certified. Is that your recollection and your position?
Our position is that we do not agree with making the procurement of such a charger necessary to receive the rebate.
But you have proposed to develop a list of qualified chargers for the commercial rebate program, correct?
We can certainly be helpful to our customers who decide that is the way that they want to go.
I'm sorry, I don't think that answered the question. For the commercial program,
I'm sorry.
It's my understanding you're not just you are offering to be helpful to your commercial customers, but you're also proposing to require them to install chargers that meet specific qualifications, correct?
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry. You pivoted to commercial and I didn't. So yes, to answer your question, on the commercial side, we are providing that information.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And not only providing the information, but requiring customers to install chargers from a list of pre-qualified chargers, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And okay, that was just a brief analogy to the commercial program. Going back to the residential program, the residential rebate program would provide $500 to cover up to 50% of installation costs, correct?
Correct.
And so since Evergy is incentivizing installation costs, if the commission were to modify the program to require customers to install EV chargers instead of NEMA outlets, as ChargePoint has recommended, that wouldn't increase the budget, correct?
I'm sorry, sir, you cut out.
Okay, I'll just repeat. I'll try to hold my microphone closer. So again, speaking of the residential program, since Evergy is proposing to incentivize installation costs, or what you might call wiring costs, requiring customers to install EV chargers rather than just NEMA outlets would not increase Evergy's proposed budget for the program, correct?
Yeah, well, I guess it would depend on whether you kept the charger carved out of those costs, or if in so mandating the chargers, would then the chargers be included in the overall calculation of cost subject to the formula that you mentioned, the 50% or $500. So it's a fine point, but it's an important point, right? If you kept the cost of the charger set aside, sure, it wouldn't affect our budget. It would just affect our customers, and we don't believe that would be we don't think that is a necessary cost for them at this time, which is why it's not written in there in the first place.
Right, and I'm not asking about customer costs right now. I'm just asking about Evergy's costs. So you've proposed, and what I'd just like to highlight is Evergy's proposed to require customers to install NEMA outlets. ChargePoint recommends that you require customers to install chargers. But since that $500, as you've designed the program, is designed to cover wiring, if we stick with that part of your program, ChargePoint's recommendation doesn't change your budget at all, right? Evergy's budget.
If you preserve the language that the rebate is only going towards installation costs and just hang the charger requirement, bolted onto the side, right? Then that cost would go straight to our customers, but it would not affect us. Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could please scroll down to page 19 of your Sir rebuttal testimony. There starting on line 21, you mention disaggregation algorithms to identify EV charging from AMI interval usage data.
Right.
So these type of disaggregation algorithms, is it fair to characterize this as a type of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, it's a type of machine learning where the algorithm gets increasingly accurate and sophisticated based on not only the inputs that you give it, which of course this residential program is going to provide a ton of inputs to help sharpen our algorithm, but also use. As the algorithm learns the residents, then it is increasingly capable of parsing out the charging.
And is it accurate that one of the reasons in your discussion here, tell me if I characterize your testimony accurately here, one of the reasons that you disagree with ChargePoint's recommendation to require residential customers to install smart chargers is that you think that you can at least achieve some of the data collection that could be done with smart chargers, you think can be done with these disaggregation algorithms. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I would say it is a fair statement, emphasizing some, right? Like we're not going to be able to do it to, 4 significant digits like a charger can.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And has Evergy ever used disaggregation algorithms to run demand response programs or managed charging programs?
No, this is a capability that we and other utilities are building. I mean, EVs themselves are new, so our tools and our capabilities are evolving along with EVs.
And does Evergy have any experience using vehicle telematics to run demand response programs or managed charging programs?
Yeah, we do not. We thought about including that type of pilot in our filing, but instead, we're really excited about what folks like Excel Colorado are doing in the telematics space, where they are running pilot programs that do the direct protocol, the direct communication between the utility and the cars without a smart charger. And also, I guess I should also mention, because it's germane to the broader conversation, that they're also recruiting a TOU group of customers and a non-TOU group of customers, so they can kind of study the differences in those in their residential managed charging pilot. So we're going to have a sharp eye on what's happening with our fellow utilities in that space.
Do you know if all types of EVs are capable of participating in that Excel Colorado pilot program that you described?
Certainly the ones that you kind of got to go with the elephant from a couple different angles, because you have a group of OEMs that have really kind of bought into, a group of automakers that have bought into the open vehicle grid platform, which is, includes Honda and Ford, and I believe GM is there too. Tesla's being a holdout, but Tesla has an API that is available to utilities, wherein we can do a lot of the same things, and that API is being used by other utilities, for in a like a managed charge in the residential space. Let me just say, right now. So, hopefully there's some coalescence, but right now it's manageable via kind of two different routes, if you will.
What would that other route be?
Well, the one route is I'll use the acronym, the OVGIP, which is a protocol that major automakers like Ford and Honda and GM are putting into their EVs, that allow for direct communication between utility and vehicle to manage charging, and maybe someday to meter charging. I know that that's kind of on their long range roadmap. And secondly, you have Tesla, which is kind of a holdout on the OVGIP wagon, but they have a protocol, a specific protocol that's publicly available that can be used to accomplish a lot of the same functionality.
Oh, okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if you were talking about Tesla being the second of the two, or got it. Thank you for clarifying. Does Evergy have any experience using smart networked chargers?
Oh, we certainly, all of our Clean Charge Network stations fit that bill. So yeah.
Okay. Absolutely. So if it turns out, well, everything that you just described with the vehicle telematics and the disaggregation algorithms, it sounded like you described those as fairly cutting edge. As fairly cutting edge. So if it turns out down the road that for whatever reason, Evergy is unable to use vehicle telematics or disaggregation algorithms to do demand response programs or managed charging programs, and wants to use smart chargers in the residential space, any residential customer that did not install a smart charger when they first sign up for this program would need to go purchase and install a smart charger in order to participate in such a program, right?
Boy, there's a lot of ifs there.
I can unpack that if that would be helpful.
I think I understood. I guess I would preface my response by saying that, we have been in contact with the head of basically the OVGIP research program, and they expect a commercial, golly, I'm going to get this adjective wrong, a commercially available product for utilities within the next year or two. So when we're talking about down the road, we're not talking about 2028 here. We believe that this future that I've described, wherein residential managed charging is largely facilitated via direct communication between utility and vehicle, is just a couple, let's call it 2 to 4 years off. And that's that is definitely shaping our view of why we are not requiring a charger in this program, because we're worried, quite frankly, that it's going to be like your son's bicycle helmet that he grew out of, and you're kicking it, around the garage because it's of no use to you 3-4 years from now.
So does that mean that Evergy, based on its proposal, would not be able to do a managed charging or demand response program with EV charging for residential customers for potentially 2 to 4 years?
Yeah,
after this program starts?
as the path that we are on is definitely a path towards residential managed charging. Are we on a active utility charging, right? Like that's a whole nother step beyond. We're not on that path in the next 2-3 years. It's longer range. We're building our way to that eventuality, if that makes sense. And
Okay.
of course, implicit in that is the belief that we feel like we've got some runway here, right?
But you'd agree, wouldn't you, that you said that managed charging is in the future for residential charging. So you'd agree that managed charging programs are particularly effective in the residential space due to the fact that vehicles are typically parked overnight or for long periods of time.
I believe the potential for actively managed charging in the residential space is immense. But I think if you go looking for utilities that are doing that today, this year, next year, you're gonna find that you're gonna find them lacking. Like I said, Excel Colorado, which is pretty doggone progressive, right? We all know what's going on in Colorado as far in the EV space. They're doing a pilot right now. So if that gives you any idea of kind of their vision for actively utility managed charging in the residential space. There's a lot of work being done to get there, but there is not 6 months from now, right?
Do you know how long it took Xcel Energy in Colorado to get that pilot, the vehicle telematics managed pilot program that you described? Do you know how long it took them to get that off the ground between the time they proposed it and the time it began to be available to customers?
I don't. I think that they just got approval for it last year. So they're a year into. I'm not answering your question. No, I don't know.
No problem. If you don't know, that's fine. Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to give you. Trying to
okay.
give you something, but I got nothing.
No problem. I think it was quite a while, but I'm not testifying, so I won't offer specifics. Let's talk about the commercial rebate program. Would you please turn to page 25 of your Sir rebuttal testimony and let me know when you're there?
Sure. Yeah. What page again?
25.
Well, I'm turning. If you're interested, DTE is doing an OVGIP as well. That one's even newer. I think that one was announced this year.
Okay. On page 25, Mr. Voris, there you are responding to ChargePoint's recommendation not to require participants in the commercial rebate program to participate in demand response events. And I think we got some really helpful clarifications in the Kansas hearing, and hoping we can do that again here today. So first, you state, let's see, online. I'm sorry, I forgot to note the line number. There on line 7, you state Evergy is amenable to a plan modification that would add the requirement for rebate participants to agree to participate in future demand response events for level 2 chargers only, end quote. And the context of this is that such a requirement would not apply to DC fast chargers. So you use the term or the phrase Evergy is amenable. Is it fair to say that Evergy is that this is now Evergy's position, that the demand response requirement would only apply to level 2 chargers and not to DC fast chargers?
That's fair. We believe that, DC fast chargers, in particular the ones that are installed on highway corridors, people passing through, when they need that charge, they need that charge. We think that level 2 are much more. It just fits the use case a lot better for level 2. So, I'm sorry, that's a long yes.
Okay, no, thank you. Yeah, and we agree, as you know. So next you state, quote, Evergy does not anticipate regular demand response events, but when one is called, we envision load control by throttling back the charging speed by 50% versus shutting down the capability to charge completely, end quote. So here again, you use the term envision. Is it fair to say that this is your position or a commitment from Evergy at this time?
Yeah, I would say that is kind of our that's our default, right? Is we define, demand response as a throttle back of up to, sorry, I'm just hit my computer, of up to 50%. I mean, incidentally, we've tested that functionality on the Clean Charge network, and we're comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. And would Evergy bring a formal program proposal for commission approval before implementing this demand response requirement?
Yeah, I would say that to the extent that we need additional, tariff language, we would definitely interact with the commission on that program.
By interact with the commission, does that mean?
I mean, it would be presenting. I mean, it would be presenting and providing an opportunity for feedback, right, on that proposed language.
Well, that's different than formal commission approval, right? I mean, presumably you have conversations with the staff and solicit feedback, but that's different from getting actual commission approval of a program. So could you clarify what?
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason why, I guess the reason why I'm being a little parsy is, what if we had a future program that like offered incentives, based on if you let it shut it off, then we would actually pay you something. There's just so many forms that could take. It could be a light touch with a commission, or it could be hey, this is a new product that we want to offer, which would be subject to much more rigor. Does that make sense?
Well, let me put the question a different way. Would Evergy need to receive? Is it Evergy's position that you would need to receive additional commission approval before requiring a customer to participate in a demand response event, or do you think or are you requesting that approval now?
Yeah, I think that we have every intention of obligating our rebate takers to participate in a DR program. I understand that program is not, we haven't built it yet, and we would certainly include outs, right? For, you can opt out of an event, but having a tie to or requirement to participate in DR is one of the, we think, the important aspects of our rebate. It's something that has been talked about so far. You know, our customers, us as an extension of our customers, are providing this rebate, and ours is very much a you're not getting something for nothing type rebate. We have included all manner of requirements, eligibility requirements for that rebate. Some of the most consequential of which are the requirement for smart chargers, network smart chargers, and that you are going to be willing to sign up for to participate in a future DR program. These are the grid-friendly aspects of our commercial rebate program. And if people are unwilling to incur the additional expenses associated with smart chargers, as opposed to just going and buying, you know, a charger off of Amazon or Grainger or whatever, if they're unwilling to do that, or if they're unwilling to, you know, collaborate or partner with us in a future DR, then they can not get our rebate.
Thank you for that, Mr. Voris. And I think, as you know, ChargePoint generally supports reasonable requirements that site hosts participate in programs that make EV charging load as beneficial as possible. And I think really what we're looking for, what I'm asking you is if Evergy is willing to commit to getting commission approval for the details of that future program, because details matter, as I'm sure you agree. So and I believe that you did commit to that in the Kansas hearing, and I'm just wondering if you're willing to commit in this hearing to seeking and receiving commission approval for the details of the demand response program that commercial customers would be subject to.
Yeah, Mr. Dunbar, I would just say this: we are, you know, obviously very willing and wanting to, you know, interact with our commission on future DR from not only the Clean Charge Network, but kind of these rebate recipients, which we view kind of as an extension. You know, we've included all these requirements so that we have kind of functionality consistency across the charging stations in our service territory. We think that's being a good steward of the grid. It's not to say that we're pulling the switch on every one of those functionality requirements to the greatest extent possible on day one, right? We're kind of building that into the program. I would defer to maybe somebody like Mr. Ives on whether we would need to get commission approval on a program that just simply, you know, ramps it down 50% from time to time versus one that offers the rebate recipients, this time rebate recipients, but those future operators with, you know, an incentive to participate in our program. And hopefully you appreciate the difference between the two scenarios that I just outlined.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Voris. I'll plan to ask Mr. Ives and a question or two on that. I think just one or two more questions on this issue.
Sure.
You mentioned that you've tested this throttling functionality where you turn down the power 50% on the Clean Charge Network. Does Evergy intend to subject its own Clean Charge Network chargers to the same demand response requirements that would apply to third-party owned rebate participant?
Absolutely.
Site hosts? Okay. And are you able to make that commitment today?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. I spoke too soon about waiving my cross of Evergy's remaining witnesses, but as you just heard, Mr. Voris deferred an issue to Mr. Ives, so I will plan to ask him a few questions at the time. Thank you very much, Mr. Forrest, and thank you, Your Honor, Commissioners.
You're welcome. Sorry to keep you on for the second day now.
That's fine. All right, does Renew Missouri have any cross for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right. Does NRDC or Sierra Club have any cross for this witness?
Just a few questions, Judge.
Cool. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Boris.
Good afternoon.
We haven't met. My name is Joe Hulso. I'm an attorney with Sierra Club and speaking to you on behalf of the club and NRDC. Nice to meet you.
Great. Pleased to meet you.
I'm going to pick up where Mr. Dunbar left off with the topic of demand response. Mr. Boris, if you could just confirm, I think I heard you say that we should understand what's written on page 25, lines 7 to 9 of your SIR rebuttal. That's Exhibit 7. As the company's current position with respect to demand response requirements for customers receiving commercial rebates. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And that position is, in brief, rebate recipients agree to participate in future demand response events for level 2 chargers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to focus on that phrase demand response events just for a moment. So did you review the SIR rebuttal testimony submitted by NRDC Sierra Club witness Mr. Baumhefner in this case?
Yes, it's been a couple days, but yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I might. Stand by.
Just a moment. Judge, maybe I'll ask your guidance here. This testimony is pre-filed and served on all parties, but we haven't yet called our witness and offered it into evidence. So do you want me to circulate it as if it were an exhibit not pre-filed?
Well, I think everyone's got it. And so are you going to be offering this?
Well, I intended to move it into evidence at the time we called Mr. Baumhefner.
Okay, well, I don't mean to tell you how to do things here. I think everyone's got it or they've got it available. How would you propose to circulate it at this time, since we're not in the physical courtroom?
Sure. Well, I have an email drafted and I can send it out. I was just prepared for this moment. And then if counsel wants to make that easily.
Examination. Why don't you go ahead? We'll just take about 2 minutes. Can you do that in about 2 minutes? Put it out there so everybody's got it in front of them.
I just hit send on the email, Your Honor. So maybe we'll pause here for a second.
All right.
And Mr. Boris, if you just want to let me know when this comes across for you.
I actually, we'll wait on everybody else. I do have a hard copy of it in front of me.
Great, appreciate that.
Yeah, it's taking its time getting to us. Huh.
Judge, this is Kleiser from OPC. Are you looking for verbal confirmation upon receipt from all parties?
Yes, if you would. I don't think anybody's got it, counsel.
I apologize for that. I have you first on my list here that I just sent it to, Judge.
Your Honor, Renew Missouri has received it. The email came through very recently.
Okay. So
Your Honor, this
is Roger Steiner. I think the witness has the testimony in front of him if you just want to start the questions.
Yeah, let's do that, Mr. Steiner. Why don't you go ahead and proceed, Mr. Holso?
Okay, appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. And sorry for the disruption here. This might be unsatisfying. I only have a few questions. Okay.
It's only one day, for crying out loud. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Boris, this is the rebuttal testimony of NRDC Sierra Club witness, Mr. Baumhefner. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 21 of that testimony and just let me know when you're there.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yes.
Beginning at line 9, Mr. Baumhefner addresses the demand response requirement. He
Right.
states that the Commission should distinguish between requiring customers to agree to participate in future demand response programs and requiring customers to agree to participate in future demand response events called pursuant to those programs. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you understand a distinction between customer participation in a demand response program on the one hand and then a demand response event called pursuant to that program on the other hand?
I think I do. I'll let you decide for me whether I do. But and I tried to make this point perhaps poorly in the previous discussion that we would want to include as part of that kind of the same additional information that would include, hey, we're singling out level 2. We would also want to say that our program would give customers the ability to exclude themselves from a given event, so they can be a program participant who also has the ability to exclude themselves from a specific event. So give them that flexibility.
Okay, appreciate that. So let me just ask one last question here. So you do not expect customers receiving commercial rebates to agree to participate in every demand response event that may be called pursuant to your forthcoming demand response program. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct. We do not.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Voris. Thank you, Judge. No further questions from me.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Office of Public Counsel have some questions crossed for this witness?
Not at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does staff have some cross-examination for this witness?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Nicole Mers with staff. I'm assuming you still have your survey rebuttal in front of you.
I do.
Can you please turn to page 7?
7. Okay.
So in the response to the question that begins on line 3 and ends on line 10, you state that an estimate of 3,065 EVs as of 2021's year end was the assumption Evergy made in its work paper based on the low adoption case, right?
Right.
How many EVs are in Evergy, Missouri service territory as of October 2021?
October 2021. I can't get you there. I can get you to June 30.
Okay. What's June 30?
That's pretty close. One moment. 3,659.
Okay. And Evergy also believes that mandatory time of use rates are not necessary because the same result can be achieved with education. Is that a fair representation of your position?
No. I would say I would just say that Evergy believes that we can meaningfully influence customer charging behavior via education. Whether it is a one-for-one substitute with time of use rates remains to be seen.
Okay. Are you familiar with the time of use pilot that resulted from case ER 2018-0145 and 0146?
Just a little bit.
does your knowledge include that the results Evergy found as part of that case was that EV owners were the hardest population to target and had the lowest levels of participation compared to the other population segments?
Yeah, I mean, that's why, that's part of the reason why we are, wanting to do this residential pilot. And also, as you heard Chuck Hazley talk about, we're really looking at residential time of use rates very intently for the next rate case. I know that Mr. Lutz can certainly opine on that topic.
Okay. And can you turn to page 16 of your survey rebuttal, please?
Sure.
So on page 16, I believe from lines 14 to 17, you state that Evergy explained that the standard procedure is that education, marketing, and outreach plans are not prepared until after regulatory approval. Is that correct?
Right. The kind of the nuts and bolts, the kind of logistical details associated with those programs are they don't completely fall into place until after we kind of understand the guardrails, constraints, things like that.
Okay, so then the understanding is correct then that for a program in which education is the sole method of producing benefit, that education does not currently exist.
Well, I would say that well, for one, that the data doesn't exist, right? The data that we will use to educate. Well, let me be sharper about that. The customer data does not exist yet. Now, if you want to talk about the framework or the conceptual approach that we have laid out, then I would just point you, to my surrebuttal testimony where I talk about, how we are going to produce kind of some periodic bespoke is the kind of the consultancy word that I use, communications that educate that customer on how to program their car, educate them on when they are charging, which by extension tells them how much they charge per day, which is going to be really eye-opening for customers when they find out that they charge like 45 minutes a day. And that and also the environmental impacts associated with when they're actually charging versus when they could charge off peak, and also the potential bill impacts, right? If they were to go on time of use, if they aren't already on time of use. So I lay out what I think is fairly clearly, all of the parts and pieces, all of the data that we are going to be putting in front of our customers to compel them to charge off peak.
So you stated at the beginning of your response that the data points on what education is most effective, you don't really have any of that now. Is that fair?
Are you asking me if I know what data is going to be most effective to compel them to modify their charging behavior?
No, I guess it's more of a question of, do you then think that the last year, or I think it's probably been over a year now, of a time of use pilot program produced no useful data that you could be applying in this case to inform your education and then therefore present to parties?
Well, part of our objectives with this program is to use the data that is generated by the program to develop our ability to disaggregate AMI data. And of course, in these bespoke, communications that I'm talking about, we would be leaning on that disaggregated data to put in front of them. So, we didn't really, we don't fully have that capability now. That's part of the pilot. We're working on it right now. The data from the pilot is going to tremendously supplement that effort. And certainly we didn't have any of that over the time period you're talking about.
So when you say you didn't have any of that, did Evergy not have the ability to collect it, or did Evergy choose not to collect that as a data point?
Well, I would say that, our AMI disaggregation with respect to EVs, that effort has really picked up steam this year. I don't know if that's an answer to your question.
Yeah, it helps. And so you stated in response to questions earlier about the demand response program that there's no plans for the DCFC chargers to go on a demand response program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Although
Yeah,
those are the
we do not consider that use case being very accommodating to a demand response.
they're the chargers that produce the most demand on the system.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the catch-22 you're in, right? Is that these are your biggest chargers, but they're also used for very specific things. They're very expensive and used for very, very specific use cases. So, and those use cases make them, kind of less of a good fit with demand response.
So, in the clarification conversations you've been having with ChargePoint and Sierra Club, you mentioned that the thought is not to require participation in all demand response events, correct?
Right, that we would have, that we would give the customers the ability to opt out of a given event, which I think is consistent with, like our thermostat programs.
Sure. Is there any enforcement mechanism or penalty if a customer takes a rebate but then does not participate in any demand response program?
So that would, I mean, that scenario would need to be written into program language. Right now, there's not. So if that scenario was a concern, then we would want to, kind of write some guardrails in the program language.
Would Evergy be opposed to adding such guardrails?
To say that you can't say that you're going to participate in the program and then never ever accept, I think that would be a really good idea.
Okay, so can we take that as a commitment? If it would be approved that you guys would add that?
We are committing to not allowing customers to, check the box with us right now, only to, give us the stiff arm every single demand response or event. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a responsible guardrail for a program.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions from any of the commissioners? All right, I have a number of questions here. Let me begin with some very small questions. And Mr. Boris, if you need to tell me to refer a question to another witness, please do so and let me know what witness.
Okay.
Some terminology that appears in some documents, reports filed by the company. Can you tell me what quote unquote EV ready unquote and quote make ready infrastructure close quote mean? Are you familiar with that terminology with respect to construction?
Yeah, make ready generally refers to kind of everything downstream of the utility meter. That's in my mind, that's the easiest way to think about it. Is it's all the work that's done kind of on the customer side. I think there's some particularities associated with the meter itself, but I'm not going to go there because that gets into the weeds probably more than I'm capable of going.
All right, that's fair.
You also asked about EV, and I didn't answer you.
No, that's all right. That's what I'm trying to find out. What witness, who should is there anybody going to testify that can help us with some of these definitions? One reason I asked was I believe your counsel listed off a number of subsections that you were going to be accountable for, and I wasn't sure where some of this stuff fell. But which witness would we refer to for hyper-technical definitions or semi-technical definitions like that?
Well, I would say that, let's see here. I would say that, well, let's just talk about the EV Ready. You know, the EV Ready just refers to the fact that it has the type of plug. We're talking about the residential rebate program, right? I assume, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has the type of plug in that NEMA 1450 outlet that is commonly used to plug in EVs.
All right.
So that's, you know, that's kind of what we mean by EV Ready.
All right. Do you have an opinion on ChargePoint's suggestion to connect the rebate, not necessarily to an outlet, but to the purchase of an L2 charging unit or a NEMA outlet? Do you have any opinion on that or view on that?
Yeah, you know, our opinion on whether a charger is required is kind of founded on our belief that smart chargers, that we are headed in the not too distant future for the situation where the utility is communicating directly with the car in the residential space, and that eventuality is going to negate the need for a smart charger. And we also believe that that's a desirable eventuality, because it's one less widget in the communication circuit, right? With all the attendant, you know, Wi-Fi, cybersecurity, all that business we can kind of dispense with. So it's to the extent that we can manage EVs in the residential space, to the extent we can utilize AMI data and direct-to-vehicle communications, we think that's the future.
Okay. Well, in that regard, and another really very specific question, would the outlet requirement for the program require an EV outlet to be installed in a garage?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry to talk over you. It requires, there's a number, you know, I was looking at this because this came up a couple of times, and you know, some of the tariff language. Sorry, I'm getting an insect is attacking me. Some of the tariff language that I think speaks to this is, firstly, that eligible customers must comply with the application instructions and agree to the terms and conditions to receive the rebate, right? So we will develop, you know, detailed terms and conditions that are kind of on top of the tariff. And in there, we will obviously want to make clear that it has to be located in a location where a person would do charging. It says that by applying for the rebate, the applicant agrees the project may be subject to on-site inspections by Evergy. So again, we can do checks to make sure that somebody did not install this in the basement for their dryer. So those are, you know, some of the I would say the constraints that we have put on folks that make clear that you need to be installing this outlet for your EV. For your EV that you must
Okay.
show proof you have before you get the rebate, I would add.
Mr. Boris, can you explain the differences from both a voltage and a kilowatt from a kW perspective of a level 2 and level 1 charger?
Yeah, you know, level 1 charger, you're talking, you know, just like what your lamps plug into, 120 volts, you know, 15 amps ish. So you're going to top out around somewhere between 1.5 kilowatts is pretty typical for level 1 charging. Level 2 charging is 240 volts. That's the voltage that your range operates on, your air conditioner, electric water heater a lot of times, if you have one. I feel like there's another home appliance, because this question came up earlier, and I'm trying to get out in front of it. Range, clothes dryer. Did I say clothes dryer? Well, I'm gonna say it again if I already have. 240 volts, and you can. They're making cars that are capable of very heavy amperages with 240 volts, and that's one of the reasons why we have effectively capped our program by requiring the NEMA 1450, which the 50 stands for I am rated for 50 amps, ergo you cannot you know, hook me up to an 80 amp breaker to charge your Ford F-150 Lightning. So you're talking about from a kilowatt perspective, whereas I said 1 to 1.5 for level 1, For our program, you're looking in the range of, close to 7 to a little over 9.
Well, can level 1 charging be used for EVs?
It can. It charges at a rate of around 3 to 4 miles of range per hour. People do use level 1 depending on their driving habits. The kicker about level 1 is it's so slow that you have to be plugged in a lot, right? So let's say you drive, I don't know, 35, 40 miles a day. Well, now you're going to be plugged in 8 to 10 hours a night, doing that trickle charge, I would call it. So there's no, the point is there's no flexibility to that load, or there's much less flexibility with moving that load around in time. Now you put that person who's used to charging 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day, put them on level 2, and to be sure, they now can light up, six times, 5-6 times the kilowatts, but they're only going to light up for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. So that increment of charging is much more flexible in time, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, my understanding is the objective of this program is specified in the application as, quote, to reduce the costs associated with enabling level 2 EV charging installation at home. So what information will be collected and monitored as part of this program?
These folks are really going to be kind of in the laboratory, because we are going to be closely monitoring their charging behaviors vis-a-vis the information and the feedback that they are getting from us. In other words, find out, are we being effective in convincing these folks to charge off peak? And one of the points to make in that regard is just how easy it is to charge off peak. They can still come home at 5 o'clock and plug in, and so they don't, it's not like they have to wake up at midnight and walk out to their garage to plug in, right? Their car is capable of being programmed, relatively little fuss. Part of our education is making sure they understand how. That may be maybe ensuring that they watch a YouTube video, right, in this day and age, but relatively little fuss. They can set it and forget it to where their car charges, after 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., whatever, and then maybe any time on the weekends to kind of match a TOU. So that is kind of the name of the game with this pilot project is, and understand that this pilot project is kind of predicated on, the expectation that we wouldn't have mandated residential TOU rates. So therefore, we would always have this section of EV drivers who are not on TOU and charging level 2. We got them today. Every utility has them today. Bigger utilities have hundreds, if not thousands, of those folks today. It would behoove us to understand whether we can get them to, whether we can modify their behavior via education if they are resistant to going on TOU. And we were heartened by sorry, I'm going on and on, but we were heartened by a conversation we had the other day with a utility out east who had done kind of a similar program. And we asked them, we said, what's going on with your non-TOU folks? And they said, we've been surprised by how much they have modified their behavior. We've been surprised by how much they charge off peak in the absence of a financial incentive. That's promising.
I don't know if you're able to, you tell me whether you can address some rebate questions. Can you describe why both a residential customer and a residential developer rebate program are needed?
Yeah, I would say that I guess I would not look at it binary, needed, not needed. I would say that the residential, the car owner, the residential rebate program, the customer EV outlet program, I'll call it, that is far and away the more valuable from a utility, a knowledge, a grid impact perspective. Far and away, that's more important than the developer. The developer was an idea we had that just offered a little bit of money. I think it's $16,000 a year split between the two jurisdictions, just as a way to attract developers, to bring them into conversation with us, to, among other things, as Mr. Casely spoke about, to hopefully provide a lasting effect wherein they install those outlets beyond. It just becomes part of their standard practice, and pretty soon everybody's doing it, right? Because the people who are competing with them see them doing it, and they're like, oh, well, that's a little competitive advantage that maybe I ought to do too. So that's kind of the goal of that second program.
Okay. Can you speak to the question of how the program will verify that only one rebate total is used per residence? Are you able to speak to that question?
Are we talking about either rebate program? I can tell you that we will definitely be keeping track of the, for example, for the EV outlet rebate, they have to show that they have an EV that is registered to that address. So then if we had somebody come try to take a second bite, then we would have two EVs at that address. And it's not, again, to use the word binary, it's not a yes or no. It's also make, model, make, model, year, which in turn tells us what the AC charging capability is, which helps the AMI disaggregation algorithm. Sorry, that's a mouthful.
That's all right. Is there going to be a cap on the number of rebate requests a specific developer submits or the location within the service territory?
We, right now, there are no such constraints in that program as designed. So there's no limit to any individual developer. Max one per premise.
Okay. A number of questions, and I'm circling back to an earlier theme here concerning the information that Evergy will track for this program. But just as a global question from me, a large part of this program depends upon Evergy's gathering and tracking information. That's the nature of a pilot program, is it not?
It is.
Okay, well, let's kind of go through the information here, and maybe a little bit away for a minute from the technicalities of electricity. How is Evergy going to track and identify if or when the pre-wired installation is upgraded for EV adoption and charging? Just as a matter of tracking and identifying, what's involved there?
Okay, so are we talking about the developer rebate or the outlet? I'm sorry, the customer EV rebate?
Well, either or both. Well, both.
Okay. Yeah, they both require proof that the work is done, and there's proof that's subject to audit. We're not saying that we're going to audit every one of them, but they both require that that they prove the costs. Well, I guess not so much costs on the developer side, but on the customer EV outlet side, they need to prove costs and they need to prove that the work is done. I would expect that could include, a photo of the installation, amongst other things. So we've got some requirements, I should say, in our tariff language that speaks to, really proving out that the work was actually done before issuing the funds.
Well, yeah, and I think we're going down two tracks here, though.
Okay.
At least in my mind, you're talking about verification for purposes of rebates and money, correct? What's that?
Yeah,
yeah. I'm on a different level. I won't say necessarily a higher level, but a different level here. This is a pilot program. We've agreed it's a pilot program, and we're looking for information that will guide you, guide the company, guide the commission in the future. So not just with respect to rebates, but putting this all together. Will Evergy be tracking, on a more global level, the information with respect to pre-wired installation? Where are we going to end up with respect to information here? Do you have an idea? Does Evergy have an idea?
I wish I had a perfect understanding of the question. So I'm not sure if I'm going to give.
Nicely put, nicely put. I just thought perhaps that at the end of the day, we would have graphs and charts and Excel sheets and that sort of thing that showed patterns that would be directive or predictive or something like that.
Oh, for like residential charging patterns and whatnot?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah,
So we can
I'm an
see
engineer. We're going to have plenty of that. Yeah, we'll have plenty of that. We will, you know, the charging pattern data that the residential program is going to generate it's going to be a treasure trove. I mean, it can be used in a lot of different ways. It can be used to inform rate design. It can be, you know, used to inform, well, I guess it's more on rate design, but, you know, time of use rates is one thing you can do. Well, you know, if you look out across industry, there's a lot of creative things that utilities are trying to influence, you know, customer behavior in the residential space. You know, sweeteners, right? Like if you don't charge if you don't charge on peak, you know, more than a certain amount, then, you know, we'll give you a bill credit, you know. And I'm not saying that we're headed down that path, but I just want to say that to be illustrative of the types of, you know, optionality that the utilities are looking at.
You referenced an EV pilot program operated by Excel utility in Colorado
Yeah.
that looks at having members who participate in the residential time of use rate and those who don't to evaluate the vehicle telematics. Is that right?
Yeah, that pilot is it involves the vehicle telematics, and it involves a TOU cohort and a non-TOU cohort. Yes.
Is there a reason Evergy did not try to duplicate that program in its pilot proposal?
Well, I would say that in some respect we are, because we have not tied our rebate to TOU, so we should expect to get a mix of TOU and non-TOU participants, which would give us two cohorts, much like Excel. Is that what you're asking?
Well, would the company be willing to incorporate something more similar to that program, the Colorado program, for their residential rebate pilot program?
So I'm trying to, you know, envision what that might look like. Are you suggesting like a staggered rebate amount? You know, TOU versus non-TOU, you get a different rebate amount, or how would we develop the two cohorts?
To what extent are they different now in significant and material ways? How would you distinguish your program from theirs?
I would say, well, the biggest is that they are working on, basically they're the next step in commercializing the utility directed vehicle managed charging. That is that is the focal point of their pilot. We have, I would call it a not as aggressive of a pilot, where we are studying the impact of data-driven communications to influence customer behavior. Yeah,
okay.
Where they are going is where we will be eventually, right?
That's my question, yeah. And you're just not ready to get there yet. You need to run it through this pilot program. Is that the company's position before you can go?
Well,
or are they already?
Yeah. What they're doing is it's as much as anything, it's largely a technical pilot, where they're going to try different things, and they're going to see how TOU and non-TOU customers react to it. But the meat of the pilot from a technical standpoint is being able to do this communication between utility and vehicles at scale, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, turning to commercial, EV charging, the rebate program. Clarification here. Are the customers going to actually own the charging stations?
They are.
They are.
Yes.
And will Energy be, will they be owning them all, or will be Evergy owning some and leasing any of these stations to commercial customers?
Evergy will not own any of the charging stations that are produced by as a result of the commercial rebate program.
Okay. Because I'm going to end the questions that I've got at this time based on the questions that I've asked and the commission has asked. Is there any recross examination from anybody?
Yes, Your Honor. This is John Kleiser with OPC.
You can proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Voris.
Hello, Mr. Kleiser.
You were asked a question. Sorry about that. You were asked a question regarding, well, eventually you talked about the terms and conditions that were going to be applied to the residential rebate program. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
Are those terms and conditions included in the application filed by the company?
They are not.
So is the commission being required to actually review those terms and conditions?
We do not, I guess we don't set that out in the application. Yeah.
So there's nothing in the record to verify.
We don't stipulate that in the application.
I apologize. I did not mean to cut you off.
That's
There's
okay.
nothing in the record to verify those terms and applications.
Correct.
You were asked a question regarding a number of EVs in Missouri service territory. Do you recall that?
I do.
Was that in reference to the 2020 EPRI study?
The number of EVs that I provided was, I believe that I was asked for kind of most recent. So I provided the most recent set of data that we've received from EPRI, which is time-stamped June 30, 2021.
And I'm trying to bring this into correlation with what you say on page 7 of your SIR rebuttal. Is that the amount assumed according to the medium adoption rate?
No, that's an actual amount. The 3659 is a number that I quoted, and that is a that is an actual amount.
Where did EPRI get that number from?
EPRI, they perform an analysis that includes the biggest portion of it is car registrations, but they also look at the movement of used cars in and out of the system. It's called vehicles in operation. Is you know that metric? It's pretty common. So yeah.
Does that number include Kansas?
No. 3659 is Missouri Metro and Missouri West.
So it's not just actual registrations?
It's not technically it's not, because if you look at the definition of vehicles in operation, it also includes you know, the movement of used vehicles, but this is, I mean, we're talking about EVs, so the movement of used or wrecked vehicles in and out of our territory is let's call it an immaterial portion of that total at this point in time.
Evergy has not itself requested information from the Missouri Department of Revenue identifying the number of EVs in the counties in which it serves. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do not interface directly with them. No. You might check and see if your numbers include both battery electric and plug-in hybrid.
They do, but I'll leave that to Dr. Mark to explain.
It's interesting.
Thank you.
Yep.
That concludes your questions, Mr. Kleiser.
It did, Judge. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any redirect for this witness?
Just very briefly, Judge. Mr. Boris, you were asked a question regarding your page 25. I think it was by Charge Points Counsel on line 7. Are you there?
I am.
There you say Evergy is amenable to a plan modification that would add the requirement for rebate participants to agree to participate in future demand response events for level 2 chargers only. You see that?
I do.
Do you expect that the company will file a revised tariff at the end of this case that will address all of the orders that might come out of the commission in as part of their decision?
I do expect that.
And is it your understanding that in Missouri, the final tariff is approved by the commission?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, we're done with this witness. How long do you anticipate Kimberly Winslow's testimony might be? Is there any way of telling?
Judge, it's only based on how much cross we have for her. We hope it'll be quick.
Well, why don't we go ahead and do her then? Oh, it's 4:55. If we can, see if we can get one more witness out of the way today. Is that okay?
That'd be great. I think Mr. Steiner is going to handle that witness.
All right. Why don't we have her say her full name and spell it for me, and then I will administer the oath.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Winslow.
Could you spell it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. KIMBERLYWINSLOW.
All right. Ms. Winslow, would you raise your right hand and I'll administer the oath. Winslow, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Kimberly Winslow.
Ms. Winslow, where do you work and what is your job title?
I work at Evergy at 1200 Bain, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105. My role at Evergy is Senior Director of Energy Solutions. In this capacity, I lead our Energy Solutions team, which is the implementation and development of products and services for our customers.
Thank you. Are you sponsoring portions of Exhibit 1, which is Evergy's Transportation Electrification Portfolio Filing Report? And I'm specifically talking about Section 1, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and Appendix E.
Yes, that is correct.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Are the sections of the report I just mentioned that are sponsored by you true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I tender the witness for cross.
Okay, I just received a note from staff. They lost their connection for a moment. Let's see what's going on here.
Judge Graham, this is OPC. I'd like to point out that we also lost the call temporarily. We are back on now.
I don't know that we need to go through any of that testimony. Just well, I don't know what was lost here. Can we agree that Ms. Winslow ratified her pre-filed testimony and said that it was hers and was correct? Have I stated that right, counsel?
That's right, and she's ready for cross-examination.
All right, I don't think she did anything other than that. Is that exhibit got a number?
Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, and you referred to that. Okay. Let's see. Let's proceed now with cross-examination. I think we can do that. Does Charge Point have some cross-examination for this witness?
No questions, thank you.
Does Renew Missouri have cross-examination for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does NRDC or Sierra Club have cross for this witness?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Does the Office of Public Counsel have cross for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge.
We will see if staff is back. Does staff have cross?
Staff is back. Apologies for the interruption, and we do not have any cross. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have cross-examination for this witness? Well, let's go for another witness then, see if we can do a little more work tonight before we adjourn.
That sounds good. Call Tim Nelson.
I was going to say, I believe that Mr. Nelson is the next witness. Want to proceed and produce him?
Yes.
Let me know when he's there, and I'll get his name, spell it, and we'll swear him in.
Tim, say your name when you're ready.
Is my camera going yet? Can you hear me?
The judge can hear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Timothy Nelson.
And how do you spell the last name?
Nelson.
Okay, the usual name and spelling. Mr. Nelson, would you raise your right hand and I will administer the oath. Mr. Nelson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Timothy Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, what's your position at Evergy?
I am Senior Manager of the Energy Solutions Analytics Group. Are you
Sponsoring portions of Exhibit 1, the Electrification Portfolio Filing Report, specifically Appendix D?
Yes.
Did you also cause to be pre-filed surrebuttal testimony, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony, Mr. Nelson?
I do not.
Is the sections of the report sponsored by you and the surrebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Nelson's surrebuttal testimony, which is Exhibit 6.
Okay, are there any objections to Evergy's Exhibit number 6? Hearing none, Exhibit 6 is received into evidence.
I would tender this witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Does Charge Point have any cross-examination for Mr. Nelson?
No questions, thank you.
Does Renew Missouri have any cross for Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does NRDC or Sierra Club have cross-examination for Mr. Nelson?
No questions, Judge.
Does OPC have cross for Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the staff have any cross-examination for Mr. Nelson?
Yes, very briefly. Good evening, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening.
If monthly peak loads would increase as a result of this application, would Evergy's SPP Schedule 11 fees increase?
Yes, I believe that would be correct.
All right. And did the ISCF model include an option to evaluate the impacts of additional transmission capacity cost and additional distribution cost?
The ICF model?
Counsel, are you referring to his testimony someplace?
Yeah, hold on one moment. Let me see if I can get you a citation. I'm not sure I can point to a specific page number, but just generally it's regarding the avoided cost interconnection and transmission rebuttal that he provided against staff's position.
Okay, so it's not his testimony. I just was trying to point him to where he should look.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can point to that. Oh, actually, yeah, no, it's on. On page 8, there's a reference to the ICF cost effectiveness evaluation.
Okay, Tim, do you understand what you're being asked?
Could you repeat the question, please, or rephrase it?
Yes, I can. Did ICF model that evaluation you're referencing? Did it include an option to evaluate the impacts of additional transmission capacity costs and additional distribution costs?
What do you mean by option?
Is that an input that the model could have added when evaluating the cost benefit?
Well, their model, and I guess this would have been a great question for witness Noblet, but their model did include costs falling into 3 categories, as I state on page 10 of my testimony: the energy costs, vehicle costs, and then some for charging infrastructure.
So then, would those costs have been considered under the charging infrastructure, or where were those included in that model?
Yes, that would be under the charging infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from the commissioners? Okay, based on the, well, I guess that concludes the cross-examination. There's no questions from the commissioners. Given that there was cross, though, is there redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Nelson, if you know, is it likely that there would be additional transmission capacity and distribution costs as a result of the programs that have been proposed by the company in this case?
Yeah, we don't believe that there would be any additional transmission or distribution costs other than what we have modeled in the cost effectiveness.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes with that witness. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
Is Brad Lutz ready to testify today?
I think Mr. Lutz can be made available.
Well, I didn't mean to mispronounce his name. I indicated that we would, well, I knew a Mr. Lutz that spelled it just like that, or very close to that. It's only 5:07. I know that's late, but I'd like to go to 5:30 unless we start a witness who's going to take an hour or so again.
We're fine with producing him, Judge.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and proceed with him and see if we can do another witness today. Why don't you go ahead and produce him and we'll start.
Brad, when you're ready, just state your name.
Good evening. My name is Brad Lutz.
All right, we're going to have to do better than that. I can't hear him.
Thank you. Brad, you want to try again?
Good evening. My name is Brad Lutz. Does that help?
No. I mean, I can tell that you're talking, but does anybody else have a problem hearing him?
The court reporter does. I could not hear him at all.
Well, that's the bottom line.
Hold on, let me.
We're gonna put him on a phone, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We'll put him on a phone. We'll take about a minute or so, or however long it takes to do that.
Or possibly another computer. So we're reshuffling here.
All right.
All right, is this one better?
That's great. Can the court reporter hear him okay? I can.
Yes, sir. All good.
All right, Mr. Lutz, this is Judge Graham. If you just spell your whole name for me, then I'll administer the oath and turn you over to counsel.
Yes, my name is Brad Lutz, B-R-A-D-L-U-T-Z.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand, I will administer the oath. Mr. Lutz, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you're a witness.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Brad Lutz.
Would you tell us where you work, and what your position is there?
I work with Evergy, 1200 Main in Kansas City, Missouri, and my role is Director of Regulatory Affairs.
Thank you. Mr. Lutz, are you sponsoring portions of Exhibit 1, specifically sections 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and Appendix B?
I am.
Did you also cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in this matter, which I believe has been marked as Exhibit 5?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to the report or to the testimony?
I do not.
Are the sections of the report and the rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Judge would like to offer Exhibit 5 into the record and tender the witness for cross.
First of all, are there any objections to Exhibit number 5? Hearing none, Exhibit 5 is received into evidence in the record. Sarge Point, have any questions for Mr. Lutz?
No questions. Thank you.
Does Renew Missouri have any questions for Mr. Lutz?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does NRDC have any questions for Mr. Lutz?
No questions from NRDC or Sierra Club, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Does the Office of Public Counsel have any questions for Mr. Lutz?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the staff have any questions for Mr. Lutz?
No, thank you.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for this witness? Okay. Mr. Lutz, just as a general inquiry, does your testimony include, I don't have it open in front of me, anything about the clean charge network expansion?
Not specifically, sir. My testimony is more around the design of the rates.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, we can put it that concludes his testimony. We'll go to one more witness. Looks like we will have Evergy's case in the record here today. Do you have Mr. Darren Knight? Yes.
Your Honor, this is OPC. I just wanted to check. I don't know this witness might have some considerable cross. I was going to check with staff, just because I'm not sure how long this witness will go.
Didn't I ask for, which witness are we,
Oh, Darren Ives, the next witness you were about to call.
okay. So, well, why don't we let staff speak? Does staff have a good deal of witness?
No, I don't believe we have a considerable amount of cross.
Well, Mr. Kleiser, do you?
I do not. I apologize. I expected something different. I am sorry for interrupting the flow.
I don't know about the flow. Just a minute here. Okay. I think that we will not take this witness today, after all. So I think we are going to adjourn for the day at this point. Now, before we do that, I want to return to the subject of these tariffs in this exhibit that I asked about earlier in the day. And I think that I was asked whether I wanted the tariffs in evidence that are in effect, as well as the new ones that have been filed and that will go later into effect if approved. I would like for Evergy to tender into evidence the existing tariffs that are apropos this subject. And if we need further clarification, we can discuss that in the morning. But to clarify, we'd like in the record the existing tariffs, the ones that are presently effective. And we can talk about that further if need be tomorrow.
Sure, Judge. Those are currently effective tariffs, and the commission could just take official notice of them.
We could, but then we will officially notice them, but would you call them out by number and so forth for me tomorrow?
Got it.
So that I'm not taking official notice of every Evergy tariff in effective.
We will, Judge. Can you tell me again? I'm sorry, I missed it. The ones you're looking for, the existing what?
Well, let me clarify in the morning.
Clarify in the morning. That sounds good.
Both ways on this. And with that, are there any other matters that I need to take up before we adjourn for the evening?
Your Honor, this is Scott Dunbar on behalf of ChargePoint. I just had one question, and I am frankly a little embarrassed that I don't know the answer to this, but at the beginning of the hearing, you referenced the exhibit numbers. And I feel like I should have seen that list somewhere, and perhaps I do have it and I've just forgotten, but I was wondering if I could if you could direct me to the list, or alternatively just tell me again the numbers, the exhibit numbers for ChargePoint's rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, whichever is more efficient.
All I was doing this morning was that I ran through EPUS and looked at the pre-filed testimony and looked at exhibit lists that had been sent to me by email in the last few days, and some of them were numbered. All of them were numbered, I think, with the exception of one. And so I'll go through the list right now without naming the exhibits, but they're Evergy's exhibit list included exhibits 1 through 7. Staff's exhibit list included 100 and 101. OPC's included 200 and 201. And I think, Mr. Kleiser, did you put in a 202 today?
I did offer 202 today.
I think it's in too. Then Sierra and NRDC put in an exhibit, or they have an exhibit 700. And then finally, ChargePoint, and I may have assigned you these numbers myself, is 900 and 901, because the pretrial order indicated that ChargePoints would be in the 900 range. The ChargePoints there's 2 exhibits that I saw that were provided to me, I think, by email or something, and I gave them the numbers 900 and 901. So by clarification, that's what those were about. And you might look at those tonight, and we can visit about that again in the morning.
Perfect. That's all I need to know. And my apologies for taking everyone's time to answer that question. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, with that, we will adjourn. Let us be ready to go at 8:30 in the morning so that we can charge on to a destination hopefully tomorrow. We're off the record. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mers, are you still